Chapter 15 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 15. La douleur a trahi les secrets de son Aimee, et ne non permet plus de détour de sa flamme. Racine. Cet hymen m'est fatal. Je crains et la sohait. Je n'ose en espère qu'une joie imparfaite. Que je meure s'il s'achieve ou ne s'achieve pas. Corneille. One morning, after we had been a few days at Hampstead, I felt the greatest wish to slip quietly out of the house and stroll about alone for an hour or two. I had been in the habit of doing so at Elmsley, and I found nothing so effectual as this in subduing agitation, and recalling my mind to a state of composure. After making the tour of the grounds, walking round the lake, and dawdling some time in the shrubberies, I opened a small gate into a lane which led towards the common. This lane was scarcely wider than a path, and was only divided from the grounds of the villa by a ditch and a slight railing. I was intently occupied in examining an ant's nest, and the various evolutions performed by its black citizens on the sudden fall of a snail among them, which had dropped off a branch of dog roses while I was gathering it, when all at once a sound as of many people running, joined to loud cries and vociferations, caught my ear. There was something ominous in the noise, and my heart beat quick as I looked with a mixture of fear and curiosity towards the end of the lane which opened on the heath. The noise increased, and suddenly round the corner and into the lane dashed a dog, followed by several men armed with pitchforks, and shouting. The appalling cry of "A mad dog! A mad dog!" struck distinctly upon my ears, and brought a deadly faintness over my limbs, and a cold sweat on my forehead. I tried to run, and my strength utterly failed me. I tried to scream, and could not. The animal was coming nearer and nearer. I clung to the railing. The shouts grew louder. "Get out of the way! A mad dog! Get out of the way!" 2 more seconds, and the beast would have been upon me, with swollen tongue, glaring eye, and foaming mouth, when, quick as lightning, across the ditch and over the railing, sprang Edward, with a face as pale as a sheet, and almost convulsed with terror. The dog was close to me. He seized it, flung it across the hedge into a pond on the other side, and dragged me to the grounds, and up to a bank, on which he placed me. For a moment I closed my eyes, overpowered by the terror I had felt, and the sense of escape from it. But I heard Edward murmur in a tone of anguish, "Good God, what shall I do?" I opened my eyes and looked up into his face. It was so dreadfully pale that I exclaimed, "You are ill, very ill. For God's sake, sit down." "No," he answered. "No, now that you are better, it is all right. I will go home and send somebody to you." "I can go now," I said. "I can walk." But what was it I saw at that moment on the ground before me? There were spots of blood on the gravel. There was blood on Edward's sleeve. Sudden as the flash that rends the skies, as the bolt that blasts the oak, the truth burst upon me. I neither shrieked nor swooned. The very excess of anguish made me calm. On Edward's hand was the fatal scar. I seized his arm, and so quickly and suddenly that he neither foresaw nor could prevent the act. I pressed my lips to it, and sucked the poisoned blood from the wound. When he tried to draw his hand from my grasp, I clung to it and retained it with the strength which nothing but love and terror can give. When at last, by a violent effort, he disengaged it, I fell on my knees before him, and clinging to his feet in words which I cannot write, with passion which no words can describe, I implored him by that love which had been the torture and the joy of my life, its bane and its glory, to yield again his hand to me, that I might save his life as he had saved mine. As he still refused, still struggled to get away, I seized on the blood-stained handkerchief with which I wiped my mouth, and eagerly clasping it to my bosom, I exclaimed, "This, if you leave me, shall make me run the same risk as yourself. If there is poison in this blood, it shall mingle with mine." An expression of intense emotion passed over Edward's face in a moment, and his resolution suddenly changed. He sat down on the bench, and held out his hand to me. "Do what you will," he said. "Nothing but death shall part us now." There was such thrilling tenderness, such intense feeling in these few words, such belief in me, that as I sank on my knees by his side, and pressed my lips again on that hand, now passive in my grasp, while with the other he supported me as I knelt, as he fixed his eyes in silent but ardent affection on mine, There was such a suspension in my soul of everything but deep, boundless, inexpressible love, which thrilled through every nerve, and absorbed every faculty, that I could have wished to die in that state of blissful abstraction. The blood had ceased to flow, the task of love was over, and still I knelt by Edward's side, still his arms supported my head, still he murmured words of tenderness in my ear, when we were roused by the sudden approach of Mr. Middleton, who, having heard of the pursuit, and of the death of a mad dog in the immediate vicinity of the grounds, had been anxiously looking out for me. I started hastily from my kneeling position, but Edward still kept his arm round me, and turning to my uncle, he gave him in a few words an account of what had occurred, of my danger, of his agony, when, from the fishing-house, he saw the imminence of that danger, of my escape through his means, of the bite which he had received as he seized on the dog, and of the manner in which I had drawn the poison from the wound. "She has done by me," he said with a voice which trembled with emotion. "She has done by me what Queen Eleanor did by her husband. But when I suffered her to do so, she had confessed what makes me happier, on this day of terror and anxiety, than I have ever been on any other day of my life. Wish me joy, Mr. Middleton, of the dearest, of the tenderest, of the most courageous, as well as of the loveliest bride that ever man was blessed with." As Edward finished these words, his arms drew me closer to him, and he kissed my cheek, which had grown during the last few seconds as pale as it had been crimson a moment before. And it was not love that now blanched my cheek, and made me tremble in a way which made the support of Edward's arm a matter of necessity. It was not the emotion of happiness that kept me as silent as the grave, when Mr. Middleton fondly kissed me, and blessed me for what I had done, and for what I had acknowledged. My uneasiness grew so evident that both my uncle and Edward were suddenly struck with the same fear. It occurred to them both at the same time that I was ill from the terror I had undergone, and the exertion I had made. Both led me towards the house with anxious solicitude, and with the tenderest care. A change had come over Edward's manner. He too looked dreadfully ill, and the nervous tension of his usually calm features was painful to see. They carried me up to my room, and when I was laid on the bed, Mrs. Middleton's dear voice and tender kisses occasioned me a burst of crying, which relieved the intolerable oppression under which I was laboring. My uncle took Edward almost by force out of the room, and Mrs. Middleton followed them, after placing my maid by my bedside. She returned in a few moments, and by the direction of the doctor, who had been sent for, she gave me a nervous draught, and kept me as quiet as possible. I grew calmer, but my tears continued to flow in silence. I did not see my way before me. It seemed to me that suddenly, involuntarily, almost unconsciously, I had become pledged to Edward, that our engagement might at any moment be proclaimed to the world, and the dreadful results which I knew would follow stared me in the face. And yet how to retract, what to say, what to do, was a difficulty which I saw no means of surmounting, and every kind of congratulatory whisper of Mrs. Middleton, which was meant to soothe and gratify me, threw me into inexpressible agitation, as it showed me that Edward, my uncle, and herself considered me as much pledged to him, and our marriage as much the natural result of the acknowledgment which in that hour of anguish and of terror had escaped from me, as if the settlements had been signed and the wedding day named. Towards evening, I fancied that I saw on Mrs. Middleton's countenance an expression of uneasiness, as she came into my room, and, with trembling anxiety, I asked her how Edward was. "He is not well, but nothing to make us uneasy," she added, as she observed the look of terror in my face. "What you so courageously did, dear child, and the subsequent searing of the scar, which, as a measure of further precaution, was done, have entirely secured him from any danger of that dreadful kind. But the exertion, the agitation, and the operation itself, which was very painful, have brought on some fever, which it will require care and prudence to subdue." This new anxiety diverted my thoughts, for the time, from the difficulties of my own position, and I roused and exerted myself in order to be allowed to leave my room, the solitude of which I dreaded in my present state of restless excitement, but society seemed to me still more trying when I had to encounter it. I could hardly bear to hear the occurrences of the day discussed. Everybody was informed of what I had done, and the praises which were bestowed on my courage and presence of mind were uttered with smiles and tones which proved to me that if they were not aware of all the circumstances of the case, it was at least sufficiently evident that the feelings which had prompted me at the moment had been attributed to their true cause. Rosa especially tormented me by allusions and playful attacks which I could hardly bear with patience, and at last I showed my annoyance in so marked a manner that she abstained from any farther reference to the subject. Later in the evening, when the doctor came again, he found Edward's fever much increased, and when this intelligence was brought to the drawing-room, Rosa showed true and warm sympathy in the anxiety which I could no longer conceal. A few minutes afterwards, Mrs. Middleton beckoned me out of the room and told me that Edward was in a state of intense nervous irritation, which was the more extraordinary from its contrast with his usual calm and quiet disposition. He is quite unlike himself, she continued, and can hardly be persuaded to submit to the necessary restraint which the doctor prescribes. He says he must see you, and speak to you, this evening, and insisted on getting up and coming to the drawing-room. At last I persuaded him to lie down again on his couch, by promising that you should come to him. After what passed between you this morning, there can be no objection to it. Only remember, dear child, that everything you say to him must be calculated to soothe and calm him, for Dr. Nevis says that he could not answer for the consequences of any agitation or sudden emotion at this moment. This it was that determined me to come and fetch you, when I saw him so feverishly anxious to see you, especially as now I am sure that you can have nothing to say to him that will not have a tranquilizing effect on his nerves, and help to give him a good night's rest, which is the greatest possible object in his present state. As my aunt talked on in this manner, while she led the way to Edward's room, I could not summon courage to object to this visit, till when we got near to the door I drew back and whispered to her, "Indeed, I had better not go in. After what occurred this morning, considering all things, it may agitate him to see me. Indeed, it will be better not." Mrs. Middleton looked at me with surprise. "Have I not told you, Ellen, that he has been working himself into a fever from his anxiety to speak to you? The only chance of calming him is by yielding to this wish, and I assure you," she continued in an earnest manner, "it may be more important than you seem to think to accomplish this. The consequences may be very serious if this fever and nervous agitation should increase." As she said these words, without any further discussion, she opened the door, and I found myself in another moment seated by Edward's side, his burning hand in mine, and his eyes fixed upon me with that intense and overstrained expression which fever gives. "Dearest Ellen," he exclaimed, as Mrs. Middleton left the room, "I am unreasonable and ashamed of myself, but I could not rest or have a moment's peace before I had again heard from your lips the blessed assurance that all that made me so happy this morning, in spite of our fears and anxieties, was not a dream. Say it was not, dearest." "It was no dream," I answered in a low voice, "but we must not speak of such dream-like things tonight. When you are well—" "I am well now," he interrupted, "if you relieve my mind from a vague fear that has haunted me ever since. Ellen, there is no obstacle to our marriage, is there? You will be my wife?" "You do not answer. You do not speak?" His hand, which held mine, trembled, and he grew paler still than when I had entered the room. Terrified at his agitation, I lost the last opportunity of retracting, and murmured, "Yes, yes, dearest Edward, I will be your wife. May God in heaven bless you and forgive me," internally added. "And now that I have set your mind at rest," I said with a forced smile, "I will leave you." "Leave me," he rejoined, "now that you have made me happier than words can express? No, don't leave me now, my Ellen, my darling Ellen, whom I have loved since the days of childhood, whom I have watched with an earnest anxiety that has made me, I will own it now," he kissed my hand tenderly as he said this, "often unreasonable, often unjust." "No, no," I exclaimed, "that you have never been." "Yes, I have, Ellen," he continued with earnestness, "though I saw much in your voice, in your countenance, and in your manner, that made me feel I was not indifferent to you. Still I was tormented with doubts and with jealousies, which were unworthy of you and of myself. What I now see was only pity and kindness for others, I construed into causes for suspicion. What I now feel was forbearance and delicacy of feeling on your part, I called deceit. I thought you deceitful. I called you deceitful. Yet my own heart contradicted me, Ellen, for it would never have loved you, clung to you as it has done, had you not been true, truer in your changeable moods and unguarded impulses than those that have more cunning to be strange. No, my dearest, my precious love, if falsehood or deceit had ever stained those dear lips of yours, if they had ever sullied the purity of your spotless nature, my love would have vanished, and my heart hardened against you. The very strength of my own affection pleaded for you, when appearances, or my own jealous feelings, accused you. Will you forgive me, dearest?" "Forgive you!" I exclaimed, while a choking sob rose in my throat. "God knows—" "I do not doubt you," he eagerly cried. "I do not ask you to explain or to reassure me. Have I not already acquitted you and accused myself? I should be a wretch, my Ellen, if after having received from you the greatest proof of love which a woman could give, the shadow of a doubt could remain on my mind of the purity and of the strength of your affection. Do you think, my own love, that I should have suffered you to give me that proof of unexampled devotion, had I not believed and felt that you were then suffering the agony of apprehension, which I had suffered a moment before, that your love was great as mine, and that is saying everything, for I feel now, Ellen, that to lose you would kill me." I laid my head on his shoulder, and murmured a few words of tenderness in his ear. My heart was swelling, and my head was dizzy. 3 times while he had spoken, I had been on the point of breaking out into vehement denials and passionate self-accusations, and each time the doctor's warning, confirmed by Edward's tremulous voice and eager, hurried manner, so different from his usual composure, checked the words on my lips, and thrust back into my bosom the remorse and shame which overwhelmed me. Yet in the midst of all this suffering and this shame, there was a joy which, like a meteor in a stormy sky, illuminated at moments the darkness with which it struggled. And to drown the voice of conscience, I repeated to myself that in spite of the deceit I had practiced, under the influence of what I deemed an irresistible fatality, there was truth, there was reality, in the ardent affection which I bore to him, whose hand I held, and against whose breast my burning forehead was laid, as if I sought there a refuge from the world, from myself, and from my own upbraiding memory. After a pause, but in a voice of perfect confidence and tenderness, Edward said to me, "Why would you not marry me 3 months ago, dearest? Did you think that my love was not great enough? Or was yours not yet?" "Oh, no," I interrupted. "Such love as mine is not the growth of a few days. But ask me not to explain the waywardness, the strange inconsistency of a character, which you, wise and good as you are, can never perfectly understand." There passed a slight cloud over Edward's countenance at that moment, but it was only for an instant, and in the gentlest manner he said, "Perhaps I may never quite understand you, Ellen, but I can always trust you. You have always been unlike everybody else, particularly unlike me, with my matter-of-fact stubbornness, and that is probably why you bewitched me against my will, and in spite of all my resolutions," he added with a smile. "I suppose I never have quite understood you, but to admire blindly and ardently what we least understand is one of the peculiarities of human nature, so you must even admit this excuse." Again he kissed my hand with the fondest affection, and then at my earnest request he suffered me to leave him. Before I went I told him that while we were staying at the Moors, I was anxious that our engagement should not be openly acknowledged, as in so small a party, and with people whom I knew so little intimately, it was pleasanter to me not to have to talk over the subject. He submitted to my wish, and I left him to go to my own room, and devise there some means of escaping from the difficulties in which I had entangled myself more fatally than ever. It was not till in the silence of the night I sat alone and undisturbed, that I realized to myself the occurrences of the day, or saw in its full force the importance of what I had done. There I sat, Edward's affianced wife, and any moment after this fact was made public, my persecutor might seek him or Mr. Middleton, and tell them that but for me, Julia would still be alive. And when summoned to deny the foul charge, and confound the vile calumniator, should I say, "Yes, I struck the helpless child in my anger, but I meant not to kill her. I have buried the secret in my heart. Day by day I have received her father's blessings, and her mother's kisses, in hypocritical silence. I have listened, Edward, to your words of love. I have promised to be your wife with a lie in my mouth and deceit in my heart. But now I am found out, and I implore mercy at your hands, and that you will believe me when I say that I did not mean to kill my cousin." "And may be," I exclaimed, interrupting myself with a burst of anguish, "may be he would not believe me." There is no medium in Edward's judgment when truth is concerned. Implicit confidence on the one hand, unmitigated condemnation on the other. Oh, how dreadful it would be to meet his eyes, from which love would have vanished, and to feel that no protestations, no appeals could reach his heart, hardened as it would be in that hour, against the miserable deceiver who had usurped its tenderness and betrayed its trust. After an hour of harassing indecision, I determined to consult Henry, and sitting down at a table near the open window, I wrote to him the following letter. "The last time I saw you, my dear Henry, you gave me reason to hope that I might in future consider you as a friend. You bade me open my heart to you, and seek your aid when new difficulties should beset my path. The moment is come when I must do so, and if you cannot save me, nothing can. I once told you that I never intended to marry Edward, and believe me, you know I have ever spoken the truth to you, Henry, even at the risk of rousing your utmost anger. Believe me when I say that then, and even as late as 12 hours ago, such a resolution was the steady purpose of my soul. An involuntary, spontaneous acknowledgment of affection, which escaped me in a moment of imminent peril to him, incurred in rescuing me from a similar peril, was followed by an assumption on his part that our marriage was to be the natural result of such a confession. My uncle considered it in the same light, and I found myself involved in an engagement which, in cool blood, I could never have contracted. An attack of illness resulting from the events of the morning has since kept Edward in a state which would have made any extraordinary emotion dangerous in the extreme. Against my will, and at the same time impressing this warning upon me, my aunt took me to him, and in terror for his health, with outward calmness, and inward shame and misgivings, I gave the promise, which must lead to my ruin, unless you can save me. I do not ask your aid, Henry, as a girl who wishes to marry her lover, and frets at the obstacles in her way. No, if at this moment I could cancel the events of this day, and place myself again in the position in which I stood yesterday, I would do so. But as it is, on either side, I see nothing now but disgrace and misery, and from these I implore you to rescue me. I do not know how far you have the power to do so. I cannot help thinking that your influence with that terrible woman must be great. Hitherto I have doubted your willingness to exert it in my behalf, but in the circumstances in which I now stand, I feel strong confidence that what you can do for me you will do. I have obtained from Edward that our engagement shall be kept a secret for a few days, which will give you time to act in my behalf, and to communicate with me on the subject. Obliged to conceal the torturing anxiety of my soul from those about me, miserable in the midst of what ought to be my happiness, I feel some comfort in speaking openly to you, and in looking to you for aid, for consolation, and for sympathy. You know my sufferings. You know my guilt and my innocence, my life's deceit and my soul's truth. You will pity me, you will help me, and in this hope I make my appeal to you. E.M. I debated some time with myself as to the means of sending this letter unobserved and undetected. After a few minutes of anxious consideration, I recollected that Mrs. Hatton, the companion of my journey to Dorsetshire the year before, was staying with her sister, the wife of a surgeon in London, and it occurred to me that by enclosing it to her, and requesting her to put it herself into Henry's hands, I should attain my object, and expose myself to no risk of discovery, as I could rely upon her discretion, and was certain that she would put only the most benevolent construction on my strange request. I accordingly wrote to her these few lines. My dear Mrs. Hatton, as you are the kindest person in the world, I am sure you will not be angry with me for giving you a little trouble. Do me the kindness to take this letter yourself to Henry Lovell, and give it into his own hands, and do not mention to anyone that I have entrusted you with this commission, as it would defeat my purpose if it was known that I had written to him, or heard from him in reply. He will probably entrust you with his answer, and I cannot say how much obliged to you I shall be for undertaking this little commission. Yours, dear Mrs. Hatton, very truly, E.M. As I sealed these two letters, and directed the cover to Mrs. Hatton, I felt that for the first time I was stooping to positive artifice, and that, too, at the very moment when Edward's words were still ringing in my ears. Disgusted with myself, I threw down my pen, and turning my flushed cheeks and aching head to the window, I tried to catch the night breeze, which was gently rustling among the leaves of the catalpas. When I went to sleep that night, it was to dream over and over again that I was reading Henry's answer to my letter. Sometimes it was such as to drive me to despair. Sometimes it exceeded my most sanguine hopes. Each time that I awoke, I glanced at the table on which mine was lying, to convince myself that nothing real had hitherto justified these alternations of fear and hope, that made me feel in the morning as if I had gone through a life of agitation, instead of a few hours of restless sleep. When my maid came in to call me, I told her to put my letter into the post-bag, and sent her to inquire how Edward had passed the night. The answer which she brought me was, that the fever still continued strong, but that Mr. Middleton seemed calmer and more composed than the day before. More comfortable-like was her expression. I dressed myself hastily, and finding that my aunt was not yet awake, I went down into the garden, and walked to the spot where my fate had been sealed, for good or for evil, I know not yet. As I looked upon the bank where Edward had placed me out of reach of so appalling a danger, as I stood again on that spot where I had seen his blood on the ground, as I knelt against the bench where we had sat together, and hastily murmured over the form of prayer, which I was accustomed to utter more as a sort of charm than as a direct address to God, I felt then that to part with him would be, after all, the worst misfortune that could befall me, and a kind of fierce resolution came over me to struggle to the last, to marry him in spite of all dangers. And even the devil whispered to me at that moment that if denounced and accused, I might still deny the charge, accuse my accuser in her turn, charge her with having invented a calumnious lie, and with Henry's aid, which one look, one kind word from me could command, ride off triumphantly, and defy them all. But as the thought passed through my mind, I shuddered at the rapid strides I was making in falsehood, and felt a horror of myself which I can hardly describe. There was I, kneeling in mock homage before God, that God who had saved both Edward and myself from a fate worse than death, while bad passions were raging in my soul, and thoughts of evil working in my mind. The posture of prayer, the words which I had mechanically uttered, brought on one of those sudden and unaccountable revulsions of feeling which sometimes succeed the fiercest assaults of the tempter, as if our guardian angel had wrestled with the spirit of evil, and driven him away for the time. I remembered her to whom much was forgiven because she had loved much, and as I thought of that Saviour, that man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, at whose feet she knelt, even while 7 foul fiends were struggling in her heart, I longed to kneel before him too in deep prostration of spirit, and lay all my sorrows, all my sins, all my difficulties at his sacred feet, bathing them as she did with tears, and wiping them with the hairs of her head. Oh, if in that moment of emotion, in that hour of penitence, I could have gone to one of those who, ministering at God's altar, and endowed with his commission, have authority from him to pronounce words of pardon in his name, if the fatal barrier which habit and prejudice so often raise between the priest of God and the erring and overburthened souls committed to his charge, had not in my case existed, if from his lips I could have heard the injunction to forsake all and follow Jesus, and he had added, "Do this and be forgiven," it might have changed my fate. But, as it was, my penitence spent itself in unavailing tears, and my yearnings towards a better course ended in the same bewildering and oft-repeated question, which I could not, dared not, answer to myself, or for myself. Where lies the path of duty through the intricate maze in which guilt, misfortune, and weakness have so hopelessly entangled me? Once more I rose from my knees without any fixed purpose, without any steady resolution, the creature of circumstance, and the sport of events. As I was walking back to the house, I met Mr. Escort, who joined me, much to my annoyance. After a trifling remark or two, he, apparently as if by accident, mentioned Henry Lovell. I answered coldly, but was conscious that I colored, more, however, from the recollection of the part which he himself had acted towards him, than from any other reason. He fixed his scrutinizing eyes upon me, and evidently remarked that something had moved me. "He is married, is not he? And to a very beautiful woman." "Yes, Mrs. Lovell is very pretty." I had heard of his marriage, he continued, but had doubted the truth of the report, from seeing him so constantly about in the world, unaccompanied by a wife. He looked at me inquiringly, but as I said nothing in answer, he went on. "I met them walking one day, and by Jove, if he is of a jealous turn of mind, he does well to shut her up. A more beautiful creature I never set eyes upon. Is she clever?" This was one of those trifling questions which is particularly disagreeable to answer, especially when put by a person with whom one wishes to converse as little as possible. Alice was not clever according to the common acceptation of the word, and to explain to a hardened man of the world in what consisted the superiority of her understanding seemed to me like throwing pearls before swine. But in this I was mistaken, for when I answered, "I cannot exactly say whether she is or not," he immediately replied, "I think I can guess at your meaning. She has no doubt a mind as fair as her face, but none of the tinsel which we so often take for gold. Is it not so?" I nodded assent, and he continued, "Is she a saint, that she thus forswears the pomps and vanities of this world?" "She is, no doubt," I replied, "one of those to whom the world is in the habit of giving the appellation of saints, whatever sense impiety on the one hand, or cant on the other, may attach to that designation." "In that case," returned Mr. Escort, "I will e'en take her for my patron saint, hang up her picture in my room, if I can get it, and say, like Romeo, I'll turn, fair saint, idolater to thee." As he said these words, I gave this hateful man a look of mingled scorn and disgust. He returned it with a steady gaze of insulting pertinacity, and said, "Kill me not with a look, fair lady, for though lovely as the light of a dark eye in woman, it is also wondrous strong, and can deal wounds which time may not heal." "It speaks," I replied, "what time cannot change, nor flattery avert." "Indeed," he rejoined, "are its decrees so unchangeable?" After a pause he continued, "Mr. Lovell is an excellent husband, is not he? And amiable in all the relations of life. He is your uncle by marriage, I believe. It is touching to see his devotion to you in that character." The calm insolence with which this was said stung me to the quick, and I answered with vehemence, "He is at least neither a liar nor a hypocrite, and it would have been well for him had he never fallen in with either." Not a muscle of Mr. Escort's face moved, and with a bland smile he said, "Your remark is just. Fair depository of your adopted uncle's secrets. Your descriptions of character are admirable, refined in their conception and bold in their execution, very bold indeed. This last specimen shall remain engraved in my memory. It fully deserves it." We had now reached the house, and I entered it with the consciousness that in addition to my other difficulties and dangers, I had made myself that morning a deadly enemy. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Charm, 1973. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 16. Do you not fear? I will stand between you and danger. Shakespeare. The tedious hours of the 2 next days dragged on their weary length through the ordinary course of meals, walks, idle occupation, and unprofitable talk. Everything jarred upon my nerves and irritated my temper during this trying time of suspense. Edward's fever still continued, and though there was nothing positively alarming in it, yet it kept us in a state of anxiety. He was not allowed to get up, and I did not see him, but almost all my time was spent in watching for Mrs. Middleton, who was indefatigable in her attention to him, and who, from hour to hour, brought me messages from him and accounts of the various fluctuations in his state. When I went into the drawing room, Rosa's liveliness, Mr. Escort's mute attitude of defiance, Mr. Manby's tediousness, and Mr. and Mrs. Moore's over-solicitude about everything, in turns worried and bored me. At the end of the second day, as the time drew near when I might expect to receive Henry's answer, this feverish impatience increased to such a degree that I could hardly bear to be spoken to, or noticed in any way. Each time the house bell rang, I gave a start and a rapid glance towards the door, and each time a servant came in, my heart beat with intense excitement, which each time subsided into that moody heaviness which disappointment brings on. On the third evening since the one I had spent with Edward, I was allowed to go to him for a few minutes. He was much better, but forbidden to exert himself. I found him pale, but very calm. He seemed touched with the alternation in my countenance, and implored me not to worry myself, assuring me that he now felt almost quite well, and the day after tomorrow he hoped we should all return to London, announce our marriage, and begin all the preparations for its celebration. This assurance drove me almost frantic, for if during the next 24 hours I did not hear from Henry, such a proceeding was like plunging blindfold down a precipice. The only resource I could think of was to persuade Mr. Middleton to go to London ourselves on the next day, and as it would be natural that after this week's absence I should visit Alice, thus to contrive to speak to Henry. When I went back into the drawing-room, I was assailed by pressing entreaties to sing, and Mr. Middleton's "Come, Ellen, nonsense," rendered all excuses or refusals on my part quite unavailing. I went to the pianoforte, envying the woman who said to the King of Prussia, when he had her put in prison for breach of engagement, "You can make me cry, but you can't make me sing." For I was assuredly made to sing, while my heart was quivering with anxiety, and my mind haunted with fears, which would have made solitude and tears bliss in comparison to what I had to go through. I had just begun, at Rosa's request, a French romance in 14 stanzas, when the door opened and a servant walked in with a letter in his hand, which he put down on the little table where I had laid my work. To this letter my eyes and all my thoughts were directed, but the excess of impatience made me afraid of interrupting myself and asking for it. I sang on, and each time that I attempted to skip a verse and arrive at the conclusion, Mr. Manby civilly and assiduously reminded me of the omission. At last I arrived at the 14th stanza, and then positively refusing to sing any more, I gave up my place to Rosa. At that moment, Mr. Middleton, who was walking up and down the room, went up to the table where my letter was laid, took it up, looked at the seal, then at the handwriting. After turning it on all sides for a minute or two, while I stood by, straining every nerve to appear indifferent, he held it out to me and said, "Who on earth can this be from, Ellen?" I took it and glanced at the direction. "From Mrs. Hatton," I said, and slipping it carelessly into the inside of my gown, I sat on and worked in silence, listening to the singing till I could find an opportunity of leaving the room unobserved. I flew rather than walked to mine, locked the door, and tearing open the letter, read the enclosure it contained with that breathless eagerness which makes us feel as if our eyes were too slow in conveying the sense to our minds. Henry's letter. I will not attempt to describe to you the state of mind into which your letter threw me. It was, no doubt, carefully worded, and I give you credit for the pains which you evidently took not to wound my feelings. You have at last learnt to know the nature you have to deal with, and you have not, perhaps, bought that knowledge too dearly by all you have suffered at my hands. Your power over me is a strange one. When I submit to it, I despise myself. When I resist it, I hate myself. I can never now be happy by you or without you. And in the wreck of all that once was happiness, I cling to some unsubstantial shadows, which, when I grasp them, only mock my utter desolation. Such are those held out by the last lines of your letter. You never wrote truer or more artful words, true as the arrow which strikes to the heart, artful as the skill of the archer who aims it. You are right. I alone know you. I alone can read every turn of your countenance, every emotion of your soul. I know your eyes' quick flash through its troubled shroud. I see the dark shade that passes over your spirit, the clouds which sweep over your soul, rising in anger and melting into tenderness. I alone know the secret of your wild beauty, of your fierce humility, of your transient joys, and of your lasting sorrows. This knowledge, this power is mine, Ellen, and shall be mine to the last day of our lives. And as long as your eyes shall meet mine, as long as your hand shall press mine, in the spirit which dictated those lines of your letter, I shall not be utterly miserable or altogether without consolation. I shall have one share in your soul, which not even Edward can rob me of. And now what shall I say? You foresee it, do you not? Your cheek is flushed with joy, and your breast heaves with triumph. Go then, and proclaim your marriage. Marry Edward, and when the priest says at the altar, "Who gives this woman to be married to this man?" think of him who, loving you not wisely but too well, at the price of his own jealous tortures, of his pride, and of his conscience, opened the way before you. At the price of my conscience I have done this, and now listen to me, Ellen. I will tell you how. After I had received your letter and reflected on its contents, till anxiety for you and for your happiness superseded every selfish thought which passion and jealousy awoke, I went to Bromley, where Mrs. Tracy took up her abode again a few months ago. I had hardly had any communication with her since my marriage, and our meeting, as you may well imagine, was anything but cordial. When I opened to her the subject of my visit, she gave way to a burst of anger, in which she vented the long compressed violence, jealousy, and hatred of her soul. I shudder when I think how often you have been on the brink of what we most have dreaded. Twice she has written to Mr. Middleton, and only kept back her letters at the very moment of putting them into the post. She has kept up, by means of her relations, and of her relations' friends, a constant system of espionage upon me, and had been worked up into a state of violent irritation by exaggerated reports of my neglect of Alice and of my devotion to you. Far from listening to me or giving me at least hope that she would yield to my entreaties, she pronounced the most vehement denunciations against you, and vowed that nothing now should prevent her from exposing you, the murderer of Julia, the hateful rival of Alice. Forgive me, dearest Ellen, that my hand can write such horrible words. But it is necessary that you should know what that terrible woman, as you rightly call her, is capable of saying and of doing, and also to account for the line of conduct which I took in consequence. I suddenly changed my tone, and said to her in the coldest and most determined manner, "Very well. I leave you to write your letter, to ruin the whole existence of a person who I declare to you is as innocent as yourself of the crime which you impute to her, to throw into agitation and despair my sister, whom you profess to love, and to break your promise to me in the most shameful manner. But mark me, while you do this, I go home also, to break a promise not more sacred than yours, to reveal to Alice, from beginning to end, the whole history of our engagement and of our marriage, to tell her that you have unjustly accused Ellen Middleton of murder, and irretrievably ruined and destroyed her happiness, to tell her that I once loved Ellen Middleton, that I love her still, and that if such is to be her fate, mine shall be to leave England tomorrow, alone and forever." It was frightful to see the look of rage that convulsed the features of that intractable woman as I pronounced these words. She absolutely writhed with anger, and it was deadly anger, for her cheek was pale and her lips white. She gasped for breath, and then murmured, "Villain, she is with child." God forgive me, I was indeed a villain. For although not even to save you would I have endangered Alice's safety, yet my first thought was of the new power which this circumstance gave me over her fierce grandmother. And without giving a sign of emotion, I begged to know her final decision. Then began a fearful contest between us, one of those struggles on which more than life is staked. I conquered at last, and that indomitable will was forced to bend before mine. You are safe, as long as Alice remains in ignorance of the dark parts of our histories. As long as I live with her, and by kindness and respect ensure her comfort and peace of mind, so long will her grandmother adhere to the promise which she has renewed on these conditions. But you must help me to fulfill them, Ellen. You must not leave me to myself, for then my strength would fail me. It must be under your eyes and in constant association with you that I must learn to treat Alice as I now feel myself bound to treat her. One of the principal complaints which her grandmother made was of the seclusion in which she lived, and on this point I must give way, though, as I once said to you, I tremble for the consequences. But you must be near us, with us. Though scarcely older than her, you know where the dangers of the world lie, and you will watch over one who, in her childish ignorance, stands like a guardian angel between you and your persecutor. There is something sacred in the feelings with which we both must regard and cherish her. Look at her now with emotion, as the mother of my child. I bless her in my heart for having saved you from misery and exposure. If you will allow no common prejudices, no vulgar scruples to stand in the way of the good you may effect, then, Ellen, there may be better days in store for us all. Remember to announce your marriage in form to us, as soon as it is declared. And remember also that I will be guarded, prudent, and considerate as long as you show me unlimited confidence. I cannot answer for myself if caprice or unjust apprehensions should estrange you from me. Once more, farewell, and God bless you. Your devoted Henry Lovell. This letter dropped from my hands as I read the last words, and a tumultuous rush of feelings made my heart throb with indefinable emotion. In my most sanguine moments, I had not perhaps anticipated so favorable an answer, nor hoped that Henry would have exerted himself so earnestly in my behalf. And yet I felt more afraid of him and of his power than ever, as I saw his determination in some manner or other to link his fate with mine, and to make his conduct to me to depend upon mine. There was something fearful in the conditions in the frail tenure under which alone I was to escape the threatened vengeance of Mrs. Tracy. There was something horribly humiliating in the terms, however veiled in plausible language, which Henry was evidently prescribing to me as the price of his protection. I was never a self-deceiver, and I saw clearly through the shallow pretense of better hopes for the future, of kindness to Alice, of help to pursue the better course. His unswerving determination never to give up those habits of intimacy which would give full scope for the exercise of his secret power. I did not charge him with hypocrisy, nor with malice. No, he was only selfish to the very heart's core. I read his letter again, and when he bade me to think of him, even at the altar, even when pledging my faith to Edward, I murmured to myself, ever between him and me, in thought if not in deed, ever with thy smooth tongue, thy determination strong as iron, and thy character pliant as steel, ever claiming thy share in my heart and thy place in my thoughts, ever toiling for thine own ends and hinting at revenge, even while boasting of thy love and of the sacrifices it makes. As this mental accusation passed through my mind, I felt its harshness, its ingratitude, and as usual, having begun by condemning him, I ended by hating myself. I could not but acknowledge that all he said of Alice was touching and true, and I religiously resolved to undertake the part he pointed out to me in the spirit of expiation. And while in one sense I gave her my weak and unworthy support, on the other I clinged to her as my refuge and my shield. from a love and from a hatred which made me equally tremble. The self-reproach which had immediately followed my harsh condemnation of Henry, at the very moment when he had made a great sacrifice in my behalf, however incomplete its generosity might have been, brought on, as usual, a reaction, and something of tenderness stole into my heart at the thought of so deep, so unconquerable an attachment as his. In Henry, there always seemed to me to be two different natures, one harsh, selfish, sneering, and heartless, the other tender, almost as a woman's is tender, and gentle even to a fault. Notwithstanding all that I so often suffered from the first, I could not help being at times strangely subdued and touched by the last. His letter, too, like himself, appeared to have a twofold character, and as I considered it under each in turn, my heart was alternately softened and hardened towards the writer. Soon I experienced one of those changes of mood, one of those abrupt transitions of feeling, which seemed to transform us for the time into a different sort of being from that with which we are usually conscious of identity. A kind of feverish determination to be happy took possession of me, a careless disregard of the future, a sort of impassioned levity, of reckless childishness. I walked up and down my room with restless excitement. I longed now to return to London, to have my marriage declared, to be congratulated, to be talked to enter on a new state of things, and efface as much as possible from my life and from my mind the traces of the past. When the next morning I got up and dressed, threw open my window, looked upon the bright summer sky, and saw Edward standing on the gravel walk before the house, my heart beat with that hurried pulse of joy, that tumult of emotion which drowns all thought and all care, as a whirlpool sucks in the straws that float near it. Edward beckoned to me to join him. He received me with a smile of tenderness, and pushing back the curls from my face, whispered, "My dark-eyed Ellen." His words of love sunk into my heart, like the rain of heaven on the scorched and burning sands of the desert, as I gave utterance to the long subdued and deeply tried passion of my soul, prostrate in spirit before him, living in the light of his eyes, and almost longing to die in his presence, and by his hand, ere aught in earth or in heaven should divide us. The willful, terrified abstraction that made me repulse every thought connected with the future and cling with frantic intensity to my happiness while it lasted, gave it a character difficult to describe. And Edward, in the very height of his love, and while carried out of himself by its resistless influence, would sometimes ask me why there was no peace in my happiness, no repose in my love. Why, when his hand held mine and my head was resting on his shoulder, I sometimes murmured in a tone of thrilling and passionate emotion, "Let me die here." "Ask not," I would then reply, "ask not why some flowers shut their leaves beneath the full blaze of the sun. Ask not why the walls of the Abbey church tremble as the full peal of the organ vibrates through the aisles. Ask not why the majesty of a starry night makes me weep, or why the intensity of bliss makes me shudder." "But I love you, my Ellen," Edward would answer. "I, too, love you with all the powers of my soul. My happiness is intense as yours, and yet in the very excess of both there is trust and peace." "Because," I replied, because no two characters were ever more dissimilar than ours. A calm and mighty river is not more unlike the torrent which swells with the rain and ebbs the next day than your nature is to mine. Do not try to understand me, Edward. I say it in the deepest humility. You cannot fathom the folly and the weakness of my soul. But thus much you may believe, that as the mountain stream, chafe and foam as it may, has but one object and one end, so the varied impulses and the restless fluctuations of my uneasy spirit tend but to one result, its unlimited love, its boundless devotion to you. Edward always seemed touched by the expression of my ardent affection and responded to it in the tenderest and kindest manner, but it did not always efface from his countenance something of perplexity and regret, which the inequality of my spirits and of my temper raised in his mind. Before we left Hampstead, Mrs. Middleton told the Moores of my engagement, and Rosa, who had for some days past guessed at the state of things, wished me joy, with the greatest warmth and animation. But she unconsciously threw a bitter ingredient into her congratulations, by adding to them with a smile, "It is strange how disobedient you have ventured to be to the invisible men of Brandon. I hope you do not reckon on being punished, as well as threatened, by proxy?" End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 17. Too high, too grave, too largo, too deep, her love could neither laugh nor sleep, and thus it tired him. His desire was for a less consuming fire. He wished that she should love him well, not wildly, wished her passion's spell to charm her heart, but leave her fancy free. To quicken converse, not to quell, he granted her to sigh, for so could he, but when she wept, why should it be? 'Twas irksome, for it stole away the joy of his love holiday. Philip van Artevelde. During our drive to London, Edward asked Mr. Middleton how long he intended to remain in town, and where he meant our marriage to take place. "Why, that must depend on you both," said my uncle. "What do you say to being married at Elmsley?" The proposal struck me so painfully that I looked at Edward with the anxious wish that he might make some objection to it, though I could scarcely hope so. As I feared, he only turned to me and asked what my wishes were. Before I could answer, however, Mrs. Middleton said that considering all that was to be done about getting my trousseau and making various preparations for the wedding, she thought it would be better to remain in London. Edward then added that it would be his interest to keep us there, as the settlements would often require his presence in town, but that we might go to Elmsley to be married, if my uncle wished it. To my inexpressible relief, Mrs. Middleton again objected, and urged that as my uncle and herself would go abroad soon after my marriage, it was useless to add a journey to Elmsley and back again, to the one they would subsequently undertake. I looked at my aunt with surprise, but she made me a sign not to pursue the subject any further for the present. I gladly acquiesced, but the idea of this journey abroad weighed on my spirits, and made me silent during the rest of our drive. As we came into London and arrived in Brook Street, it seemed to me that months instead of days had elapsed since I had left it, and when I entered the drawing-room I sat down on a chair near the window, and leaning my head on my hand, I tried to realize to myself all that had occurred during the last eventful week. The busy tide of life was at its height in the streets, the noise was stunning, and the air close and disagreeable, after what we had been used to at Hampstead. Nobody had followed me into the drawing-room, and I sat there for an hour or two, absorbed in thought, and reviewing in my mind the principal events of my past life. One by one they passed before me: my aunt's first arrival at Elmsley, the day of Julia's birth, when I was called from my drawing lesson to come and kiss my little cousin in her cradle, the happy time of childhood and of early youth, my hours of study with Mrs. Middleton, my walks and rides through the beautiful scenery that surrounds Elmsley, sometimes with Edward and with Henry, or only with old James behind me, my favorite chestnut wood where I used to throw the bridle over Selim's neck and leave him to follow his own fancy, unguided and unchecked, through the winding paths and bushy dells. The sound of his hoofs on the crushed leaves and the murmur of the little waterfall were in my ears, as when I took Edward there on my 14th birthday, and as we were coming home, after much hesitation, with a beating heart, asked him if I might take care of his Newfoundland dog Hector, when he went back to town. And I did not remember the events of the last week more distinctly than I did his nod of acquiescence, and the gush of delight with which I received that permission. Then came in succession the recollections of Julia's illness, of her recovery, of her death, of the acute and then protracted anguish that followed it, of the delirious agony that seized me on the day of her funeral. I lived over again the time of Edward's departure, the feverish dream of excitement which followed it. I visited again in fancy the cottage at Bridman, and the cavern at the seaside in Dorsetshire. I thought of the day of Edward's return to Elmsley, and of the Ash Wednesday service in the village church, that same church where Julia was buried, and where Edward's lips had said amen to the curse which had seemed to light on my guilty and shrinking head. And there they had proposed that I should be married to him, aye, there, in the sight of the vault where she lay, within the walls which had rung with that curse. "Oh, no, no," I exclaimed, "not at Elmsley, not at Elmsley." A hand was gently laid on my shoulder, and Edward said, "Why not at Elmsley?" As I turned suddenly towards him, and then away from him, to hide the tears which were streaming down my cheeks, he said coldly, "Are you weeping now over the excess of your happiness?" I did not answer immediately, for in truth I could not, and taking a book, Edward walked away, and sat down by the chimney. Other people came in. I had to dress for dinner, and it was not till late in the evening that by alluding artfully, though not altogether untruly, to the pain with which I had heard of my aunt's probable departure from England, for it had indeed been the original cause of my deep depression, I succeeded in removing the tacit displeasure which had obscured Edward's countenance. I had rather expected that Henry would call in Brook Street that evening, but he did not. The next day, while I was dressing, Mrs. Hatton asked to see me. I was anxious to know what construction she had put on the commission I had entrusted to her, and I hardly knew how to treat it myself, for if I allowed her to suppose that there was nothing but a trifle in question, she might, at some future time, allude to it without any scruple. After she had sat down for a few minutes and answered my inquiries about her numerous nephews and nieces, to whom she was the most beloved, the most tyrannized over, and the happiest of aunts, she said with a smile, "I hope you got the letter in time, dear Miss Middleton." "Quite in time," I answered, coloring in spite of myself. "I thought you would," she rejoined, "for I had calculated that Tuesday being the 5th of July, there would be plenty of time to write again and get an answer before the 9th, in case the patterns did not suit you. I remember so well in old times we used always to have little contrivances about Mrs. Middleton's birthday." This was exactly what I had feared. Henry had made up some story connected with his sister's birthday to account for our secret correspondence, or else he had taken up this idea from her own suppositions, and now there was no reason why she should not, when the day was past, inquire after the result of what had been settled between us before any one who might happen to be present. I therefore resolved to tell her as much of the truth as I could venture to do, and taking her hand in mine, I said, "My dear Mrs. Hatton, either Henry, with very good intentions, has deceived you on the subject, or your own suppositions have misled you. The letter which I wrote to him, and the answer which he sent to me, related to something of the greatest importance, in which the welfare and the happiness of more than one person are closely involved. Both would be endangered if the most absolute secrecy was not observed by you as well as by us as to this correspondence between Henry and myself. If I felt justified in doing so, I would explain to you." "Don't, my dear, don't. I had rather not have it explained. I had rather not hear a secret," cried Mrs. Hatton. "I never liked them. It is much pleasanter not to know things which concern other people. But you may be sure I shall never breathe a syllable to anyone about the letters. I only hope, my darling Miss Ellen, that you will always be as happy as you ought to be, so good as you are, and always trying to do good to people, and to be of use. God bless your sweet face." My heart smote me at the praises of this excellent woman, and I answered with a deep sigh, "My fate is a far happier one than I deserve, or ever can deserve, dear Mrs. Hatton, for I am engaged to Edward Middleton, and I am to be married to him in a fortnight." "Well, my dear Miss Ellen, I do wish you joy with all my heart, and what a heart it was! There are not many such. How happy you will all be! Of all the husbands you could have had, I would have chosen Mr. Edward Middleton for you, so handsome, so good, so clever as he is. I remember one day that poor little Julia was still alive. I said to Mrs. Middleton, Now what a nice thing it would be if your little girl was to marry her cousin some day, and those two fine fortunes were to make but one." "No, no," she cried. "He admires Ellen too much to wait for Julia." And then she added, "Mrs. Hatton, I am afraid that I love Ellen more than Julia. Is it not dreadful?" "And if you do," I answered, "what does it signify? Julia will never be the worse for it. There is enough tenderness in your heart for both of them. But I am grieving you, dear Miss Ellen, by talking of that poor dear little cousin of yours. But you know, dear, everything is for the best, and the dear child might have lived to be wretched, poor thing. Well, well, I will say nothing more about it, but only that it is very pretty of you, my darling, to have kept all your love and your sorrow for Julia so fresh in your heart, in the midst of your own happiness. No doubt she is a blessed little angel now, and perhaps she can see into your thoughts, and is blessing you even now for remembering her so kindly and loving her still so much." Alarmed at the excess of my emotion, which I could no longer command, Mrs. Hatton's distress was so great that she almost groaned at finding that, instead of soothing me, every word that she uttered increased my agitation. At last, recovering myself, I abruptly changed the subject, and a few minutes after she took her leave. Later that day I had a long conversation with my aunt. She explained to me that the doctors had assured her that it was of the greatest importance that my uncle should spend the following winter in a southern climate, that he was himself extremely opposed to this plan, chiefly on account of his inveterate dislike to leaving Elmsley for such a length of time, and that she was afraid that if he returned there at all that year, she should never be able to persuade him to leave it again. She seemed very much out of spirits, and she, who seldom gave way to her feelings, although their secret workings were evident enough to me, who knew every turn of her countenance, at this moment seemed unable to struggle with her deep depression. After a few efforts to overcome it, she threw her arms round me, and hid her face on my neck. "Dearest child," she said, "never let me suffer through you. Anything else I can bear. I see things through a dark mist today, and there is a gloom about me which I cannot shake off. I do not often talk to you of myself, Ellen, at least not lately, not since the days when we lived but for each other, and I would not do so now, if an irresistible impulse did not urge me to it. In a few days you will be married, and then will come a separation which I shall bear with courage, but which will require courage, my Ellen, for I have loved you too much as an idol, too much as a treasure, which nothing could rob me of, and to which I have clung with all the tenacity of a crushed but ardent spirit. All my life I have had to meet indifference, and to struggle with disappointment in various forms. Self-devotion was the dream of my youth. I conceived no other happiness, and wished to live for no other purpose. My father was one of those men who can so little understand this sort of feeling in others, that with perfect kindness and perfect candor, I am sure he would have said, if his daughter had done for him what the Russian girl Elizabeth did for her father, "I suppose she was tired of Siberia and liked the journey." When I married, I found in your uncle a character exactly opposed to my father's, but not perhaps more suited to mine. The invincible reserve, the minute despotism, or rather absolutism, of his nature, raised between us the same barrier which worldliness of mind and absence of warm feelings had caused to exist between my father and myself. You have seen and observed this drawback to our happiness, Ellen, or I should not have pointed out to you this single imperfection in as amiable and excellent a character as ever existed. Your uncle's favorite maxim is "deeds, not words," and well has he acted up to it himself. But his mistake is in not perceiving that there are characters in which without words there can scarcely be deeds, for which sympathy and encouragement are as necessary as air is to life, or sunshine to vegetation. For some time after I was married, I struggled to supply the want of responsiveness in his nature, by the expansive enthusiasm of mine, but worn out at last by the fruitless and fatiguing exertion of heart and mind, which this kind of continual drawing upon one's own feelings entails, bruised and jarred by the unflinching positiveness which met them at every turn, I gave up the attempt in despair. I did my duty, I performed the deeds required of me, but the words, the unsubstantial but not unreal part of our daily lives, of our busy minds, which must assert itself in some shape or other, which must find vent in some form, or recoil upon ourselves in moral or physical suffering, that half of my being remained closed to him, whom I loved and respected, but between whose mind and my own the point of contact was wanting. Of Henry, for many reasons, I had rather not talk to you. You know that I have never hesitated to tell myself the truth, or to destroy an illusion, which in the secrecy of my heart I have felt to be such, but it requires a courage and a strength which, today especially, I do not find in myself, to trace the progress of estrangement in an affection once as intense as a mother's, and which still asserts its own existence by the sufferings it inflicts. Do not look inquiringly at me, Ellen. I have nothing to tell, nothing to explain, nothing to complain of. I only know that there was a time when my whole soul was wrapped up in Henry, as it has since been in you, a time when his eyes would seek mine in the hour of joy or of sorrow, a time when his thoughts were mine, and mine were his, till something, I know not what, a mysterious influence, a nameless cloud, passed between him and me, and threw a cold shade over the spirit of our affection. Each succeeding year has widened the chasm, has seared the wound without healing it, and loosened without breaking the links which bound us together. Hush, dear Ellen, and do not attempt to speak to me on the subject. There has been a secret sympathy between us lately which has supplied the place of those unreserved communications, which once were our habit and our joy. Where we have not spoken, we have felt together, and without the utterance of a word we have shared each other's sorrows, and each other's fears. And now, child of my heart, be happy if you can. Let nothing of gloom, of suffering, or of bitterness be connected with my thoughts of you. Let no cloud ever obscure your spotless character. Let your name never be pronounced but with blessings, your presence never be hailed but with joy. Then, when in absence, I call to mind your loved features, your proud smile, and the light of your dark eyes, I shall need no other vision for my waking hours, no other dream for my nights. With fervently murmured blessings, my aunt dismissed me, and I went to prepare for a ride with Edward. Before I set out, I wrote a note to Alice, in which I announced to her my approaching marriage, and by Mrs. Middleton's desire begged that she and Henry would come to us in the evening. During our ride, Edward was very silent, and when he spoke it was to find some trifling fault with my way of sitting on my horse and holding my bridle. My heart was still thrilling with emotions awakened by my conversation with my aunt. Her expressions of enthusiastic tenderness were still sounding in my ears, and the words of reproof, however slight, which fell from Edward's lips, contrasted with them, grated on my feelings, and irritated my susceptibility. Unlike as they were in many respects, there was one resemblance between Mrs. Middleton and Henry Lovell, which never failed to strike me. Without affectation or exaggeration, by the peculiar qualities of their minds, by the union of a powerful understanding with a lively imagination, joined to a kind of spontaneous eloquence and a ready command of language, they made every subject which they handled more or less picturesque and exciting. I remembered at that moment that Henry had once said to me that his sister had done me harm, and I almost trembled as I asked myself if I should not painfully miss, in spite of my devoted attachment to Edward, that ready sympathy which I had been so long used to, which it was in my nature to require, and not in his to yield. We were just then passing through some fields near Fulham, and came to a deep ditch with a fence beyond it. Edward crossed it, but strictly charged me not to attempt to follow him, while he examined the next field, and found out another exit. But piqued at his previous observations on my horsemanship, I pushed Selim on, and with a flying leap arrived on the other side. Edward joined me, and when I looked at him triumphantly, he was quite pale. We rode on without speaking for a few minutes, and when to break this silence I said to him, "I hope you admire my courage," he answered dryly, "I dislike unnecessary emotions, as much as you appear to delight in them." After a pause he added, "Such an instance of disobedience in a wife would be inexcusable, and though submission may be only a duty after marriage, I own I think it a charm before." I held out my hand to Edward with an imploring countenance. He took it, and kissing it tenderly, said with a smile, "I am like the mothers, Ellen, who scold their children when they have been frightened about them. But still remember, my love, that I would rather see you afraid of displeasing me than displaying a courage which never captivated me in a woman. It is a dangerous way of working upon my feelings, and would, I assure you, never answer." As I had not heard from Alice before dinner, I concluded they would come in the evening, and even while Edward was speaking to me of some arrangements connected with our future plans, I could not keep out of my thoughts a variety of conjectures as to the tone and manner which Henry would adopt in this new state of things. My eyes were fixed on a plan for altering the house at Hillscombe, when a knock at the house door turned my hands cold and my cheeks hot, and a moment afterwards Alice and Henry walked into the room. She came quietly up to me, kissed me, and said in an earnest tone, "I am so glad you are happy." I held out my hand to Henry, cold and trembling as it was. He carried it hastily to his lips, which felt dry and burning, and said in a rapid, indistinct manner, so that no ears but mine should catch the sense of his words, "I wish you joy, and never to feel what I do now." He then went up to Edward, and shaking hands with him in the most cordial manner, he warmly congratulated him, and then presented him to Alice. Turning to my uncle, he said, I have just heard a piece of news at the club which will take you by surprise, mister. Your county member is dead." "Good heavens, you don't say so!" exclaimed my uncle. "I saw him yesterday in St. James's Street. Are you quite certain of it?" "Perfectly certain, and if Edward intends to canvass the county, he had better start directly." "Edward, you must stand," cried my uncle, with all the eagerness of a politician. "You have long wished to get into Parliament, and this is a glorious opportunity." "Not the time I would have chosen," said Edward, with a smile and a look at me. "Nonsense," cried Henry, with the most apparently unaffected gaiety. "It is the best of times. You will be eloquent on the hustings, in order that Ellen may read your speeches in the newspaper. You must be so broken into making love that it will come quite naturally to you to do so to every voter's wife or daughter. With what wonderful effect you will expatiate on the patriotism which tears you away from your affianced bride, to undertake the arduous duties of a champion of the popular cause, or an inveterate enemy of the new poor law. But really there is no time to lose, my dear fellow. The enemy will take the field tomorrow, and if you do not get the start—" I impatiently got up, and standing behind my uncle's chair, I fixed my eyes on Henry, with an expression of stern and indignant inquiry. His eyes met mine for a moment, and the color rose in his cheek, but he persisted with unabated eagerness in urging Edward and my uncle not to lose the opportunity of securing to the former a seat in Parliament, to the latter a permanent influence in the county, and to the government an additional vote. Edward turned to me and asked me, half seriously and half in joke, for my opinion on the subject. Before I could answer, my uncle said, "I entreat you, Ellen, not to interfere by any childish nonsense with what is really important to Edward and to me. For some years past I have had such a scheme in view, and if we do not carry it into execution now, it may escape us altogether." I had, in fact, no objection to offer, and indeed felt none, except that Henry had suggested it and seemed anxious to bring it about. Therefore, when Edward more seriously than the first time asked for my opinion, I made an effort, and constrained myself to say that he could not do better. "You must start for Elmsley tomorrow, and take up your quarters there," said my uncle. "I do not feel a doubt of your success, but there must be no remissness on our parts to secure it." At that moment the servant came up to Mr. Middleton and told him that Mr. and Sir were in the carriage at the door, and wished to speak to him upon business. One was a cabinet minister, and the other one of the most influential landowners in our part of the country. "They are come about this very affair," said my uncle, "and just at the right moment. Show them into my room downstairs. Just give orders, Edward, that Lawson may be sent for. He is personally acquainted with every voter on your estates, as well as on mine, and had better go with you to Elmsley tomorrow, and then be so kind as to join us in the library." Edward went up to Henry and said something to him in a low voice, on which Henry followed him out of the room, and Mrs. Middleton, Alice, and I were left alone together. I had leisure then to look at Alice, and to observe that her situation had become very evident, and that her face, though as beautiful as ever, was paler and thinner than usual. Mrs. Middleton remarked it too, and Alice told her that she expected to be confined in 4 or 5 months. The quiet tone of voice and the gentle smile with which this was said seemed in strange contrast with the stormy scene in which that fact had been disclosed to Henry. Mrs. Middleton seemed delighted at finding that this was the case, and asked her several questions, and gave much advice about her health. I fixed my eyes upon them both, and a train of thought was started in my mind, which engrossed me completely, while they went on conversing in a low tone. There we were, sitting quietly together, with smiles on our lips, and the whole appearance of peace, harmony, and comfort around us. If any one could have looked upon us, themselves unseen, could they ever have imagined on what frail foundation that peace and that comfort rested? Alice's little hand, which she had just held out to me as I seated myself at the back of the sofa where she was placed, was looked in mine. Mrs. Middleton, who had shaken off the depression which had weighed upon her in the morning, now talked gaily of my marriage, and the occupations it imposed upon her, of her approaching expedition, and the delight with which she should again return to us in the spring. If, like the angel who conducted Parnell's hermit, some heavenly guide had pointed out to an invisible witness of this quiet scene of domestic happiness the secrets that were buried under its smooth surface, what a start of horror would he not have given? How would he not have shuddered if that angel had said, "Look upon those 3 women, see that fair young creature, in whose pure eyes there is a depth of holy thought and tranquil peace, such as this world can never give or take away, and it is well for her that it should be so, for beautiful as she is, and priceless as are the treasures of her heart and mind, she has been delivered over to one who counts these treasures as dross, and whose perverted taste sees more of beauty in the turbid stream than in the pure lake, in the flashing eye and stormy brow than in the calm gaze of purity and love. She stands alone in the strength of her faith, in the might of her innocence, but even now a new link has wound itself round her heart, and though her step be firm and her soul be strong, they must wax firmer and stronger still for the sake of the child whom she bears in her womb. Now she is chained down to earth. Now she can no longer say with St. Paul, "To die is gain." Now she can no longer pass through the world as if she belonged not to it. She must cling to him whose name she bears. She must follow his steps. She must watch his eyes. She must pour her hearth's rich treasures forth, although unrepaid for their priceless worth. For he is the father of her child, and what God has thus joined together nothing in heaven or on earth can put asunder. But who stands between her and her husband? Whose eyes draw away the glances that should be fixed on hers? Whose ears hear and tolerate the words of love which should be hers alone? Do you see the girl that holds her hand and leans on the back of the couch where she sits? One hair of her unworthy head is more dear to that infatuated man than all the matchless beauty, the sacred purity, the unstained affection of his young wife. Look at that other woman, whose eyes are fixed with such tender and ardent affection on the same girl, whose childhood she has blessed, whose youth she has watched over, and on whose head she has heaped blessings without end, in whose existence she has centered all the happiness of her own. That girl, with that very hand which has been so often and so fondly kissed by a childless mother, that girl, cursed be her anger, for it was fierce, and her wrath, for it was cruel, hurled to a watery grave the only child of that devoted friend, of that more than mother, and there she sits by the side of her whom she has made childless, and she holds the hand of the wife whose husband adores her, and whose love she dares not check. There she sits, as if a mine was not ready to spring under their feet, and even now a smile is on her face, for some gay remark has been addressed to her, and like the Indian at the stake, she must die before she writhes, and must look upon the deeds she has done, and the pangs she endures, as if her nerves were of iron, and her heart of stone. A servant came upstairs to tell Alice that her husband was waiting for her in the carriage, and a moment after she was gone, Edward announced to us that everything was settled about his standing for the county, and that he should start at 6 o'clock the next morning for Elmsley. Lovell will go with me, he added. He has not been well lately, and thinks the change of air will do him good. And turning to Mrs. Middleton, he continued, Henry promises to keep me in canvassing, and as neither you nor Ellen can be with me, his eloquence will be invaluable. You do not think Mrs. Lovell will be annoyed at his going? Not at all, answered Mrs. Middleton. And we will ask her to come and stay with us here during your and Henry's absence. How long will it be, do you suppose? Not more than 3 or 4 days, I should imagine, and now I must consult you upon a plan which my uncle and myself have formed, but for which we require your sanction and Ellen's consent. The election will take place in about a fortnight, exactly the time we had fixed upon for our marriage. Lawson has just told us that the settlements could without much difficulty be got ready by this day week, and if we were married on that day, we could go and spend a week at Hillscombe and then join you at Elmsley, where my uncle is quite determined to go for the election. My aunt was preparing to make some objections to this plan when Mr. Middleton came into the room, and by assuming that it was thus settled, and declaring that any further discussion of it was unnecessary, put a stop to the conversation. Edward took me into the next room and asked me if I had any objection to the arrangement. As I saw by his face that he would be exceedingly annoyed if I did object, I expressed my perfect readiness to agree to it. He seemed altogether so much pleased and excited, that my self-tormenting disposition immediately suggested to me that politics interested him more than anything else, and that no one day since our engagement had he appeared so satisfied and so cheerful. I was also foolish enough to be annoyed at his seeming so thoroughly reconciled to Henry. I felt a kind of vague irritation at Henry's accompanying him on this journey, and the more his spirits rose, the more mine fell. As I did not seem to take much interest in his electioneering concerns, he dropped the subject, and began to talk of Alice, whose beauty and manners he warmly praised. You do not think that Henry appreciates her, do you? Who can tell, I exclaimed, when a woman is appreciated? Once secure in the affection he has inspired, a man's lore often waxes wondrous cool. As I said this, I had what the French call des larmes dans la voix. Edward fixed his eyes on the ground and knit his brows, but after a moment looked up into my face and said, How well Lovell knows you. I colored and asked him what he meant. I heard him say one day that it was difficult to tell if you felt what you acted or acted what you felt. This severe sarcasm cut me to the heart, and to have Henry quoted against me by Edward was more than I could bear. Pride and anger struggled for a moment with grief in my breast, but were soon conquered by it. I must have looked intensely unhappy, for Edward took my hand in his, and drawing me kindly to him, said, "My dearest love, I did not mean to vex you." "If you had, you would have succeeded," I answered with bitterness. "No, Edward," I continued passionately. "From you I can bear everything. Reprove me as often and as severely as you please. Treat me harshly when I deserve it. I shall never be weary of your reproof, nor complain of your severity. But that you should allow Henry to influence you against me, that you should quote his sarcasms and call them truth, even when their object is to make you doubt the reality of my feelings, the sincerity of my affection." Edward got up and walked up and down the room. His countenance was more disturbed than it had yet been at any time since our engagement. At last he stopped before me, and after looking at me in silence for a few minutes, he said, "You are a spoilt child, my Ellen, in the fullest sense of the word. Your life has been too happy." Good God, was that the conclusion he had come to? "You have known nothing of the real trials of life, or you would not take pleasure in creating them for yourself. Believe me, Ellen, do not plant unnecessary thorns in a path where they will spring up but too naturally. What is there wanting to your happiness now? Is not our mutual love as strong as ever? Is not my whole soul devoted to you? In a few days you will be my wife, and when I promise to love and cherish you until death shall part us, it will be no empty vow that will pass my lips, but a solemn pledge which my whole life shall redeem. But do not expect from me the language of romance, the cant of sentiment. I look upon you as the dearest and most precious treasure that was ever consigned to a man's keeping, but not as an idol before which I must bow. I must strengthen you with my strength, rather than yield to your weakness. In my very harshness, Ellen, there is a tenderness which you may trust in, for though it may sometimes wound, it will never fail you." Penitent and subdued, I listened in silence to Edward's words. Earnestly and humbly I pressed his hand to my heart, and when we parted that night, I felt that though I feared him more, I loved him also with a more solemn tenderness and a deeper reverence than ever. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 18. "'Tis done, the fatal vow has passed my lips. Methought in those sad moments the tombs around, the saints, the darkened altar, and all the trembling shrines with horror shook." Tancred and Sigismunda. The following morning, when Henry came to breakfast with Edward previous to their departure, Mrs. Middleton had a long conversation with him. She proposed to him that Alice should come and stay with us during his absence. He gladly accepted this offer and wrote a line to his wife, recommending her to do so in a way that left her no option. Edward had left me in a state of mind which made Alice's society very acceptable to me. My spirits were subdued, and Henry's absence removed the restless irritation which I usually felt in his presence. My time was taken up in a great measure by the number of little occupations which my approaching marriage occasioned. Presents came pouring in daily from relations and friends. I had also to answer letters of congratulation, and all the business of that great change in one's existence was in the full tide of activity. The second morning after Edward's departure, I asked Alice to go with me to a shop in St. James's Street, where I wanted to buy a present for Mrs. Hatton. We set out together, but as the day was fine and not too hot for walking, we resolved to go first into Hyde Park. The dusty, burn-up grass was still pleasanter to tread upon than the broad flagstones, and there was a breeze that felt pure and refreshing to lungs that had been obliged for so long to inhale the foggy atmosphere of London. Alice was talking more eagerly than usual, and when she mentioned Henry, there was an expression in her lovely face which I had never seen in it before. As we were speaking of the probable day of Edward's return, she drew from her pocket the note which Henry had written to her that morning, and holding it out to me, she said, "You see he talks of coming back on Friday." The note was a kind one, and by the way in which she read it over, as I gave it back to her, and then folded it carefully and replaced it in her bosom, I could see the pleasure it had given her. As we entered the Green Park, I saw a man who seemed to me to be watching us. There was something in his figure and in the way in which his head was set on his shoulders which seemed not new to me, but I did not look back long enough to ascertain this, and only walked faster from the suspicion that we were followed. On turning out of the gate of the park into Piccadilly, I gave another glance, and saw the man in question standing by the side of the basin with his eyes fixed on the water. As we went on towards St. James's Street, I saw him once again, walking in a parallel line with us on the other side of the street. After a while he disappeared, and I concluded that the whole thing was accidental. We entered the jeweler's shop, and were busily engaged in examining several brooches, among which I was to choose one for my present, when on turning to show one which took my fancy to Alice, whose back was to the door, I saw against one of the panes of the shop window the face of the man who had followed us, and whom I now recognized as that cousin of Alice's, whom I had seen at Salisbury, and once again at Brandon, but who Henry had given me to understand had left England for America some months before. I gave an involuntary start, and turned my head away, for there was something very dark and unpleasant in this man's countenance. Alice perceived nothing, gave me her advice about the brooch, and when I had taken and paid for it, we prepared to go. I gave a hurried glance towards the window. The man was gone, and I breathed more freely. We walked out of the shop, and I debated with myself whether there could be any harm in questioning Alice about this person, and in telling her that he had been dodging us in this strange manner. While I was hesitating about it, we had arrived at the turning into Berkeley Street. Suddenly Alice drew her arm out of mine and turned abruptly round. She gazed intently for a moment down Piccadilly, and then turning to me, she said, "I thought I had seen my cousin Robert Harding." "It was foolish of me to imagine it," she added, smiling, "for he is at New York. What strange fancies one has sometimes." "Who is Robert Harding? Your cousin, did you say?" "Yes, the son of James Harding, my uncle." "What sort of man is he?" "I know him very little. I have scarcely spoken to him since we have both grown up. But he was very fond of me when I was a little girl, and I have always felt a kindness for him." "Were you brought up together?" "Oh, no. When I was about 8 years old, the scarlet fever was in our house, and I was sent to my uncle's for 2 or 3 weeks. Robert was then 12 years old. He was called a very naughty boy, and nobody liked him or said a kind word to him. The first day I came there, he asked me to play with him, and I was going to say yes, when my aunt called out, 'Don't play with him, Alice. Don't speak to him. He is in disgrace, and nobody must talk to him.' He scowled dreadfully and walked out of the room. In the evening I was dressing my doll in a room upstairs, where I was to sleep with Anne Harding, when I heard somebody sobbing in the next room. I went on tiptoe to the door and opened it gently. I saw Robert sitting on a bed and crying bitterly. Anne had told me he never cried, not even when his father beat him, but he was crying now, and I stood looking at him till I began to cry too. At last he got up, and climbing on the bed, he pulled off his handkerchief and tied it to the post. I did not know what he was doing, but he looked so odd and so red in the face that I felt frightened, and called out, 'Robert!' He turned round and said, 'What are you doing here? Go away, you must not see what I am about to do.' 'It must be something very wrong then,' I said, 'and I hope you won't do it.' 'Why not?' he muttered. 'What's it to you? I'm going to hang myself. But you must not tell, for they'd come and cut me down and punish me very much.' 'Perhaps they would,' I said, 'but not so much as God will punish you if you do such a wicked thing.' 'It isn't wicked,' he answered. 'Nobody loves me or cares about me. They won't let you play with me, and perhaps when I've hanged myself they'll be sorry for it.' 'But I'm sorry for you now,' I cried. 'And though I must not play with you while you are naughty, I will play with you and love you very much if you are good.' 'Are you sure you will?' 'Quite sure, Robert.' 'Well, if you do, I don't much care who doesn't. But mind, if you don't love me, I'll hang myself.' 'But I will indeed,' I said, and all the time I stayed at my uncle's Robert was very good, and we played every day together. After I went home again I did not see him very often. When he came to us he always brought me some little present of his own making, and he had a great turn for cutting things in wood with his knife. About 3 years ago he made my grandmother angry. I don't know how, but she would not let him come and see us any more." "And he is now in America?" I asked. "Yes," replied Alice. "My grandmother told me he was gone to New York a few days before I was married. I should have liked to have said good-bye to him. How like that man in Piccadilly was to him." We reached home just as Alice said this, and I felt glad that I had not told her that the man she had seen must have been the same who had dodged us, and that it could have been no other than this Robert Harding, whose countenance had remained indelibly impressed on my mind. But I resolved at the first opportunity to tell Henry of this circumstance, for I felt afraid of this man, and anxious to know whether his return to England was a secret to the rest of his family as well as to Alice. When the post came in the next morning, we received letters from Elmsley. Edward's to me was kind and affectionate, but short and hurried. He had written a long one to my uncle, full of all the details connected with his canvass, which promised to be very successful. One phrase in this letter particularly attracted my attention. Henry's exertions in my behalf and anxiety for my success are beyond what I could have expected even in the early days of our friendship. He is most amiable and agreeable, and when I compare his destiny to mine, much as it may have been his own imprudence that ruined his prospects, I feel that there is generosity in the warm attachment which he shows me. We shall be in town on Saturday, and I hope and trust that nothing will prevent our marriage taking place on Monday, as we must be here again at the beginning of the ensuing week, and 1 week at least I must have for Ellen and for Hilscombe before I plunge again into all the business and excitement of the election. Henry's letter to his sister was as follows. I have never known or understood how Mrs. Middleton came to give me this letter to read. She handed it to me with several others, which had reference to my marriage, and I imagine that it must have slipped among the rest unawares to her. I returned the whole packet to her without making any observation upon it, and she made none either. My dear Mary, can you understand me when I say that I retain a livelier sense of the loveliness of those scenes which are connected in my mind with acute sorrow, provided they be beautiful in themselves, than of those where I have only known happiness? Or does this seem to you nonsense? There is a spot in the world where I once stood for a quarter of an hour alone, suffering so intensely that even now, when I think of it, I wonder how at the end of that time I could meet the eyes of others as I did, and show no outward signs of the anguish I was enduring. Well, Mary, strange as it may seem to you, there is not another spot in the world, the natural beauties of which are so indelibly stamped on my recollection, or which seem to have so entered into my soul. I never feel so much the unalterable beauty and perfect harmony of the material world as when the moral world within me is shaken to pieces and leaves me not even a reed to lean upon. It is the same with music. Once, when a fearful struggle was going on within me, and no matter whether right or wrong, I thought myself very near death, an organ in the street played a Scotch air, which I had heard 1,000 times before, but then for the first time I understood it. Each note had a meaning, each modulation had a sense, which has never been lost to me since. Suffering and emotion are necessary, I believe it firmly, to expand our faculties in every line, and with our powers of comprehension increase our powers of admiration. I shall never feel the real beauty of military music, or the full sense of the muffled roll of the drum, till it leads me to battle, or marshals me to execution. Is it the same with my affections? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is not in my nature passionately to love, where I have never suffered. Perhaps if it had been my fate, after having from the days of childhood formed to myself an ideal image of what my soul could worship, after having met with the realization of that dream of my fancy, a realization as much more beautiful, as much more enchanting as life is superior in its most perfect form to the highest stretch of genius in the painter, if it had been my fate after having watched and followed and loved and doted on this woman during a year, which seemed to me but as an hour, so great was the love I bore her, had it been my fate to possess her, to call her mine, perhaps I should only have been, after a while, very fond of her, as men are of their wives, very glad to find her at home after a day spent in the House of Commons, at one time of the year, or in shooting at another. She might only have been one object to me among many others. It might have been so, though it is difficult to believe it. But we must believe what we see, nor dare to assert that the idol enshrined in our heart in hope, in fear, and in suffering, would have maintained its sway in the dull atmosphere of secure possession. We arrived at Elmsley on a lovely evening, and not a room in the house, not a spot in the grounds did I leave unvisited. While Edward and Lawson were engaged on the county registers and reports, as if their whole souls were bound up in them, I stood on the veranda, and looked on each well-known object in that lovely view till the whole was wrapped in darkness. That gradual obscuring of each spot which, when I first stood there, was glowing in the light of the evening sun, reminded me of my last conversation with you, when, in answer to the confession you extorted from me, you took up a book from your table and pointed to these lines, which I only read once, but have remembered ever since. Nay, rather steel thy melting heart, to act the martyr's sternest part, to watch with firm unshrinking eye thy darling visions as they die, till all bright hopes and hues of day have faded into twilight gray. Christian Year. But enough of all this. Our canvass has been eminently successful. Edward has exerted himself amazingly. On the nomination day he really spoke admirably. It is impossible not to be struck with his strong sense, his uncompromising rectitude, and steady moral decision of character. He is so animated, too, by all these subjects, quite enthusiastic in his way, about the interests of the people and the new field of exertion which his present prospects open to him. It is plain that he has a genius more fitted for active than for contemplative life, and so much the better for him, For a man this is the happiest of dispositions, and he will be happy, for there is nothing in his character incompatible with quiet enjoyment. No violent passions and feelings, no morbid sensibility. With him all is sober, practical, and rational. Goodbye, my dear Mary. I am happy to think that Alice is with you. Remember what you promised me. Watch over her as you would over a flower which a breath might sully or a breeze destroy. Thank God you and I are no longer strangers to each other's thoughts and hearts. Your affectionate brother, H. Lovell. Could Mrs. Middleton have intended me to see this letter? Had she perhaps promised Henry to show it me? No, this was entirely, utterly impossible. It must have been a mistake, and I would not inform her of it, lest it should agitate and distress her. Henry had evidently imparted to her the secret of his unconquerable attachment to me. Was this wise in his own interest? Did it correspond with his usual caution, and above all with his recent behavior? It seemed to me strange, but Mrs. Middleton was easily worked upon. She did not know Henry as I knew him. She thought him like herself, and because their minds were in unison, she fancied their hearts were alike. His power was so great over those who loved him, when he chose to exert it, that it seemed to me now as if he had taken up a new position, and through his wife and his sister meant to rivet the chain which bound us together. Never did two people know each other as well as Henry and myself. I always read his motives through the veil which he flung over them, and which perhaps concealed them sometimes from himself. He was a practical artist. His own life was the canvas on which he worked, and that was the reason why, with a selfish heart and an unprincipled mind, he possessed all the graces of emotion, all the charms of feeling. This letter, clever and well aimed as it was, for it touched upon the very wound which had been rankling in my heart during the last few days, failed in its object, if indeed he had hoped that it would meet my eyes. For as I read his account of Edward, as I felt the pain it was meant to inflict, as I acquiesced in the truth of some of his remarks, and indignantly repelled others, the cry of my heart as I threw it from me was in these words: "Rather be his slave than your idol." On the following Saturday they both returned to London, and when I found myself again with Edward, I forgot everything in the joy of the moment. But when I was told that the day of our marriage was positively fixed for the following Monday, it seemed to me as if it was the first time that I had really believed it would take place, as if I had never considered before all that that step involved. For the first time I thought of what it would be to one in my peculiar situation, not only to love as I had long done, but to be bound by irrevocable ties to one who, ignorant of all the circumstances of my miserable fate, would wonder over each inequality of spirits I betrayed, condemn every tear I shed, read every letter I received, and at the slightest appearance of equivocation or deceit would banish me from his heart, and overwhelm me with his just anger. But it was too late, I said to myself, too late to retract, too late to think. I mentally closed my eyes, and passed through the next 24 hours like someone walking in his sleep. On the next day, Sunday, I saw Henry for one moment as we were walking out of church. I told him in a low voice of Robert Harding's appearance in the parks on the last Wednesday, and of his following us through the streets. "You saw him," he exclaimed. "Then it was not Alice's fancy?" "No, no, I could swear to him. He had followed us, and stood at the shop window long before Alice observed him." Henry looked extremely discomposed, and muttered something to himself. Then turning to me, he said, "That fellow has been desperately in love with Alice for years, since she was quite a child. Her grandmother turned him out of the house on that account 3 years ago. Just before our marriage took place, he made some outrageous scenes. I threatened to give him into custody, and warned Mrs. Tracy that I should do so. 2 or 3 days after, she told me he had sailed for America, and from that day to this I had heard nothing more about him. But I must find out if she knows of his return. Perhaps she employs him as a spy. I shall let you know what I hear." After a pause, I said, with a great effort, "You must not write to me on any account. Remember that, Henry. Edward will read all my letters. He is already in the habit of doing so." "It was exceedingly foolish of you not to object to it. Pray, how am I to communicate with you if anything should occur to make it desirable? Is your maid to be trusted?" I colored with anger and with shame, and gave Henry a look of indignant reproach. "I really beg your pardon if this offends you, but it is not for my own sake that I ask the question. You yourself employed a third person when you required my assistance." "I was not married then, Henry, and deceit, contemptible as it always is, was not as guilty as it will henceforward be. For God's sake, spare me the shame of a secret correspondence. You need not be afraid of my being too happy, or of my forgetting that you hold my fate in your hands." Do not impute to me as a crime, Ellen, that unfortunately your safety depends on my conduct. I have exercised the greatest control over myself lately, and I had hoped that you would have done justice to my motives." As he said this, we had reached the door of our house, and anxious not to part with him in anger, I whispered to him, as we shook hands, "I do you justice, Henry. Forgive and spare me." He wrung my hand and walked away, without waiting for his wife, who had gone into the house with Mrs. Middleton. Mr. Lovell, who was at that moment calling on my uncle, took her home in his carriage. When I heard my aunt arrange with them at what hour they were to be at church the next day, and asked them to come home to luncheon afterwards, I stood by in a sort of stupefied bewilderment. I then went into the back drawing-room and wrote a note to Mrs. Hatton, to ask her to be present at my marriage the next day. As I was finishing it, my aunt came in, and tried on the wreath of orange flowers, and the veil which she had chosen for me. I walked up and down the room. I stood at the window. I wished that Edward would come. I was getting frightened at my own nervousness. I went to the pianoforte and sang Mrs. Hemans's Two Voices, that cry of alternate mournful depression and highly wrought enthusiasm, in which the words and the music seemed to be but the expression of one thought. My voice was unnaturally loud and thrilling. There was a sound in it which I could not bear. A moment afterwards I was desired to go to my uncle in the library. Edward was with him, and Lawson, the man of business. I was directed to sign some papers. I did so, and Lawson left the room. My uncle then said to me, "On you, Ellen, and on Edward, I have settled all my property. Since the day that I lost my only child, this has been my fixed purpose. I was anxious to live long enough to see it accomplished, and I am thankful that wish has been granted. I have one request to make to you both. Call your eldest girl Julia. Make her wear this chain. It was round my child's neck when she died. And if I live, let me see her often. Now go, and God bless you both." I don't know what I said or did. These words fell like burning lead on my soul, and I almost sank on the ground. Edward took me out of the room, and the only hour of relief which that day afforded was when, with his arm around me, and my head on his shoulder, he suffered me to weep in silence. Then he raised my head gently but forcibly. Then, with his sweet smile and his low, deep voice, he whispered to me that his happiness was unutterable, his love boundless, his soul mine forever. His words of passion from him whom I worshipped, at whose side I felt myself unworthy to live, at whose feet I would have been content to die, those words, those looks, those tones, thrilled through my whole frame, and wrought on my brain, turning remorse for the past, and fear for the future, into a delirious dream of joy, even as laudanum can change pain itself into ecstasy. I dreamed that night that I was in church, and that everything was prepared for my marriage. We stood before the altar, and the priest opened the book for the marriage service, but as he began, it was the burial service that he read. They stopped him, and he turned the pages, but ever as he began again to read, the same words came to his lips, and the book in his hands grew larger and larger, and the words, "For the burial of the dead," stood out in bloody letters, and seemed to rise from the page. I looked up into the priest's face, and that was changing too. I had seen those features before, but I knew them not till the thin lips moved and said, "Julia's murderer, Julia's murderer," and then the book and the altar were gone, and a coffin stood in its place, and the same voice said, "Open it," and the lid rose, and there was a corpse in its shroud. It lifted itself up slowly, and I could not see the face, but I cried out in terror, "Who is it?" And the grave clothes fell. It was Alice. I closed my eyes and shrieked, and the same voice said, "Look again, look again." I looked, and it was Edward. Over and over again during that night I awoke in speechless terror, and when I went to sleep again, the same dream, with slight variations, haunted me anew. The last time I woke, Mrs. Middleton was standing by my bedside, and as she pressed me to her heart, I clung to her convulsively, and repeated wildly, "Save me, save me." "From what, my child?" she whispered. "From what?" "Speak to me, Ellen. One word only, and at whatever cost it may be, it shall be done. Is it possible you do not love Edward?" "Oh, too much, only too much," I exclaimed, and burst into an agony of tears. Mrs. Middleton seemed relieved, assured me I was only very nervous, gave me something to drink, which calmed me, and stayed with me while I dressed. We sat down to breakfast, and Edward soon arrived. He remarked my paleness, and spoke to me with a tenderness which brought again into my eyes the tears which I had resolutely repressed during the last hour. The time drew near, and I was taken to my room to put on my wedding gown. By the time I was dressed, and the whole of the family were gathered together to look at me, and blessings were pronounced, and good wishes were uttered, and kisses were given, I had become quite calm again. I had gone through so much that the power of emotion seemed almost worn out, and I felt as if I had grown callous and cold. We drove to church, and I looked quietly out the window while my hand was locked in Mrs. Middleton's. I saw 2 or 3 acquaintances as we drove along, and read the names on the shops that we passed, with that kind of mechanical attention which fixes our eyes without occupying our thoughts. When we came into the vestry of the church, there were a number of people in it, all my relations and some friends. My eyes sought out Henry. He was speaking to Mrs. Brandon, and except that he was much flushed, there was nothing unusual in his appearance. Alice was standing by him. Mr. Middleton came for me, and the door of the vestry was opened. We walked up to the altar. The clergyman was already there, with the open book before him. I felt as if I was dreaming again. I trembled violently, and my teeth struck against each other. My aunt, Alice, and Henry took their places on one side of the altar, and the rest of the people sat down in the surrounding pews. The clergyman bent forward and beckoned to my uncle, who went up to speak to him. At that moment I heard a step behind us, and somebody passed on Edward's side. I looked up and saw a tall woman in deep mourning and with a veil over her face take her place in a pew which was nearly opposite to me. A vague terror seized me, and I could not take my eyes off this person. When everybody rose at the beginning of the opening exhortation, she remained sitting, till when the priest said these words, "Therefore, if any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace." She slowly rose, drew back her veil, and fixed her eyes upon me. Her thin lips moved as I had seen them move in my dream, and she seemed about to speak. I gave a hurried glance of despair at Henry. Our eyes met, and then mine were riveted to the ground, and my limbs and my heart seemed turned to stone. I felt that woman's gaze upon me. I knew that at the close of the exhortation she sat down, and that she rose again when the clergyman said, "Who gives this woman to be married to this man?" When Mr. Middleton took my hand and placed it in Edward's, the sound of a groan reached my ears, and when I raised my eyes, and for the second time fixed them by a kind of fascination on those malignant features and glassy eyes, they glared upon me with an expression which I cannot describe, and hardly dare to recall. The service went on, and when we knelt down to pray, while my face was buried in my hands, I heard the sound of receding footsteps. I looked up. She was gone, but I felt that she had cursed me as she went. The ceremony was concluded. I was Edward's wife. I rose from my knees and looked about me. Henry was gone. Alice was pale, and her eyes were full of tears. She, too, was like what I had seen in my dream. We went into the vestry and signed some papers. As I was stepping into Edward's chariot to drive home again, a paper was thrust into my hand. I took it mechanically, and held it unconsciously in my clenched hand. I smiled when Edward spoke to me, and looked at him with inexpressible affection when he drew me to him and called me his wife, his own beloved wife. We arrived in Brook Street, and I went to dress for the journey. They brought me some biscuits and wine and water. I drank some hastily, but could not eat. Mrs. Middleton gave me her last kiss, and my uncle took me down to the carriage. I stepped into it, and Edward after me. The door was closed. I opened mechanically the paper in my hand. It contained these words, "Your sin shall find you out." I crumpled it again and flung it out of the window. I talked fast and eagerly to Edward. After an hour or two, I fell into a heavy sleep. When we reached Dashminster, I awoke in a burning fever. Edward carried me upstairs and laid me on a bed. I grew delirious and raved all night. They bled me, I believe, and in 2 days I was better, and able to proceed to Hilscombe. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by littlemissclumsy. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 19. We take fair days in winter for the spring. Young's Night thought, "Oh, how this spring of love resembles the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the scene, and by a cloud takes all away." Shakespeare. Edward, I kneel to you in spirit while I write this record of our married life. by all the trembling hope I feel that a day may come, not of mercy, but of justice, a day when, though you will not forgive me, yet you will believe in me, when, though you will not open your arms to me, yet you will say, she was false, but not false to me. By this hope I gather strength to write. But as I pace up and down my narrow room, or lay my head on the marble slab, the only cold place it can find, dare I think of what has been, of what is not? Shall I not go mad, and in my madness shall I not accuse you, Edward? Shall I not tell God and man that you have shut your heart against me and broken mine? And on the day of judgment, will not God ask you what you have done with her, who, however guilty, was guiltless to you? Oh, deeply loved and deeply mourned, ever absent from my sight, ever present to my thoughts, Lord of my bosom's love, object of its idolatry, I do not accuse you. If a fallen spirit banished from heaven ever mourned over his fall, without a murmur for the past or a hope for the future, his feelings are like mine, when in my solitude I think that once you loved me and called me yours. Can it be that such things are, and pass away, and leave no traces behind them, save broken hearts and mental agonies? Does nature, while it rejoices with those who rejoice, never weep with those who weep? Does the sun shine as brightly on the forest glades of Ilscombe as when I wandered through them with Edward? Does the stream dash through them with the same reckless joy as when he helped me over its mossy stones? Is the thyme as sweet, is the ether as purple, as when by his side I scrambled over its wild moors? And thyself, Edward, thyself, art thou as strong, as beautiful, as stern as ever? Hast thou driven me from thy side? And when the first anguish of that hour was gone by, hast thou said, the bitterness of death is past, and raised again thy stately head in its beauty and its pride? Is joy more sacred than grief, or is it so strange to the human heart that, when present, we dare not scan its fleeting form, nor recall its image when it is past? One short dream of bliss was mine. It stands alone in a life which, though not long in years, has been long in sorrow. Once the cup has been raised to my lips, one draught I took of that for which my soul longs with a burning and quenchless thirst. Happiness, yes, happiness, one hour of which reveals to us what an eternity of bliss can be. For time and space, beginning and end, are as though they were not, in that intense life of the soul. For 7 days the sun rose in cloudless majesty. For 7 days he sunk to rest in one unclouded blaze of living light. Sunshine streamed on the grassy hills. It gilded the fields of ripening corn. It pierced into the depths of the forest. It bathed the world in light and gladdened the heart of man. And I, too, for a while was glad. In the fierce fever which for some hours had robbed me of my senses, the anguish of my soul seemed to have passed away. Nothing was changed in my fate, but I felt weak, and there is something in weakness which resembles peace, and in the love which we give to man, when it is entire and undivided, there is a power which is strong for good or for evil, as the hand of the Master wields it. We were alone. No familiar faces, no accustomed objects reminded me of myself, of that self which had so struggled, so sinned, and so suffered. I gazed on the beautiful works of God. I raised my eyes from the greensward on which we trod to the soft blue sky, and my soul was melted within me. I listened to Edward's words, and in that blessed solitude nothing disturbed the silent echo which his voice of music left upon my ear. As I closed my eyes in sleep, I blessed him. As I opened them again, I beheld him, and when he knelt in prayer, I knelt too, and said, God be merciful to me, a sinner. Ellen, my love, shall you be ready to set off at 9 tomorrow? We must be at Elmsley by 6. In tears, Ellen? What is the matter, my love? Now, really, this is childish. I cannot bear to go. I cannot bear to leave this place. I shall never return to it if I leave it now, in the murmur of the river, in the songs of the birds, in the rustling of the leaves. There has been all day a voice of lamentation which has haunted me, something mournful which has sounded to me like an eternal adieu. I have tried to exclude these thoughts, but they return in spite of me, and when you spoke of going, your words— My dearest Ellen, I really cannot listen to such absurd nonsense. You know how much I admire your love of the beauties of nature, how much I appreciate your eloquence in describing them. But when all this degenerates into sentimentality, I own I cannot stand it. Dearest Edward, for you everything in nature wears a smile, and I thank God that it is so. You have never had cause to shrink from what is pure and bright and beautiful with an aching heart and a self-accusing spirit. As I raised my eyes to Edward's face, I was startled at his expression. There was a sternness in it which made me tremble. Helen, he said, listen to me, and mark my words. Either a morbid sensibility, which I despise, or a mawkish affectation, which I detest, injures the tone of your mind, and the truth of your character. Never let me hear again of wounded spirits, and self-reproaches, and poetic sufferings. When you were a girl, you almost frightened away my love for you by these mysterious exclamations, and I hate the very sound of them. Do not let me hear that my wife cannot look upon the face of nature with a calm and hopeful eye, or on her past life with a self-approving conscience. I know there is no reality in such language. God knows I should not speak so calmly if I could suppose there was. But as you value my love, or dread my anger, never use expressions again which in your mouth are senseless. You are severe, I said, with an attempt at a smile, which made my mouth quiver. Your wife should indeed be perfect, for it is evident that her faults would meet with no mercy from you. You think me harsh, Ellen. Perhaps I am, but look here. There are 4 lines in this book, and he took up a volume of Metastasio's plays which was lying on the table, which make up, in my opinion, for all the sentimental nonsense it contains. He pointed to these lines. La gloria nostra è geloso cristallo e debil cana, ogni ora quinquina, ogni respiro campana. My feelings are perhaps exaggerated, but I own it fairly to you. I can't conceive that as a woman's reputation might suffer from trifles light as air, so a man's love might vanish from what would appear but a slight cause for such an effect. You were about to speak, Ellen, and you have checked the words that were rising to your lips, but I read them in your eyes, and I will answer them. It is not because my love is weak that a fault in you would seem to me as a crime in another. It is because to discover that you were not pure and good and true beyond any other woman in the world would be so dreadful to me that I doubt if in that overthrow of all my pride and my happiness my love could survive. My pride, I say, as well as my happiness, for I am proud of you, my beloved wife, when I look at your dark eyes, at your clear brow, at your curling lip, and feel that no word has ever passed those lips which an angel might not have uttered, nor any eye has ever been raised to yours but with respect and affection. They are glorious gifts, Ellen, precious treasures which you possess, an innocent mind and a spotless reputation. Beware, how you accustom yourself to talk, for effect, of remorse and self-reproach. They are too dark and too bitter things to be trifled with." "True," I answered, "they are too dark and too bitter subjects for us to discuss. You are right. Forgive me my folly. I shall not fall again into the same error." And back into the deepest recesses of a swelling heart were thrust regrets, fears, hopes, which were thus commanded never again to trouble the smooth surface of married life. Henceforward I was ordered to stand like a painted sepulchre in all the outward form and show of virtue, nor ever dare to utter in Edward's hearing that life was not always fair, its memories sweet, and its prospects bright. The dream was over, and its danger too, for in its happiness my soul had grown weak, it had pouted forth its love, and in the rushing tide of feeling the secret of its misery was escaping it. Now the barrier was raised again. Now the mental separation was begun, for, as we drove out of sight of Hillscombe on the following day, with that self-command which, while the heart is aching, teaches the tongue to utter some commonplace remark in an indifferent voice and careless manner, I turned to Edward and asked him some trifling question, while at that very moment burning tears stood in my eyes, and a passionate farewell was uttered in my soul. One of the strangest feelings in life is that of gliding into a new state of things with a kind of matter-of-course facility which we do not beforehand imagine to be possible. This struck me much when, on the day of our arrival at Elmsley, I found myself once more seated at dinner in that well-known dining-room, in which every bit of furniture, from the picture of a certain Admiral Middleton which stood over the chimney-piece with a heap of blue cannon-balls by his side, to the heavy sweeping red curtains in which I had often hid myself in a game of hide-and-seek, was as familiar to me as the face of a friend. Here, in the house where in despair I had once refused Edward, I was sitting as his bride, and bowing in return for the healths which were drunk in honour of my marriage. And Henry, who had so often threatened, upbraided, once almost cursed me, greeted me now with a smile, and the bridal nosegay of white camellias and jessamine which I held in my hand was gathered and given by him. Alice also, the child of Bridman Cottage, the tradesman's daughter, was sitting by Mr. Middleton in all the quiet dignity of her natural manner. For the first time she was dressed in an evening gown of white muslin, and a wreath of shining holly was in her hair. Mr. Middleton seemed particularly happy. He had obtained the great object of all his wishes. He had married me to Edward. Edward's return for the county was next to certain, and such was the softening influence of this state of things that he asked Henry to drink wine with him, and nodded to him good-humouredly as he did so. Mrs. Middleton, on the contrary, looked anxious and careworn, and once or twice I saw her eyes filled with tears as she turned them alternately upon Alice and me. In the evening Henry spoke to me but little, and nothing could be more amiable and gentle than his manner. He carefully avoided every subject that could have been painful to me, and whatever he said was soothing. He was out of spirits, but there was no bitterness in his depression. In trifles which will not bear recital, by some scarcely perceptible change of tone, by an answer given in the right place, by a look of assent when no word was uttered, he gave what at that moment I wanted: sympathy, and that silent, constant, unobtrusive sympathy fell like oil on troubled waters. "Does she like Elmsley?" I asked, as Alice sat opposite to us, earnestly reading a book which she had just taken out of the bookcase. I hardly know. The kind of life she leads here, quiet as it seems to us, is so new to her that I fancy it almost oppresses her. She has not been quite like herself since she came here. I cannot call it a cloud, but a shade has sometimes passed over her face whose expression formerly never used to vary. Do you remember the first day you ever saw her? Jaunt High, the old fountain and the blooming children, what a picture that was! But look at her now. Is she not like what our fancy, aided by the loveliest conceptions of genius, presents to our thoughts when we think of her whom all generations called blessed? I murmured in a low tone, more to myself than to him, the beautiful appellations of the Blessed Virgin, Lily of Eden, Mystic Rose, Star of the Morning. Henry added, in as low a voice and without looking at me, Notre-Dame de Bon Secours. I understood him and acknowledged to myself the truth of his prediction, that there was one share in my soul which nothing could ever rob him of, and that was that undefinable communion of thought and feeling which an extraordinary fatality of circumstances and a natural congeniality of mind had created between us. The next day there was nothing but bustle and excitement in the house and in the neighbourhood. The polling was to begin at 12 o'clock that morning, and at an early hour we all drove to the town to take up our quarters for the day in the drawing-room of the inn which belonged to my uncle, and the landlord of which was one of Edward's staunch supporters. The loud cries of "Middleton for ever!" the enthusiastic cheering as we drove along, the occasional groans and hisses which were too feeble to depress our spirits, the flags, the music, the bustle, Edward's heightened colour and animated countenance, the interest felt and expressed by all those about us, the eagerness of contest, the anxiety for success, the anticipated triumph over the enemy, all this together worked me up into such a state of excitement that I could hardly sit still in the carriage or at the window, or forbear to shout with the shouting mob. Henry seemed as much interested as any of us. He was continually going backwards and forwards from the pole to the inn. He won even my uncle's heart by the look of dismay with which he brought at one moment the news that our antagonists were unexpectedly getting ahead of us, and the bursts of joy with which, towards 1 o'clock on the second day, he dashed into the room with the account of Edward's triumphant return by a considerable majority. His face had worn a look of zealous anxiety during the hours when the result had been doubtful, and not my uncle, in all the gratification of party spirit and of successful influence, nor myself when I saw Edward cheered and cheered and extolled to the skies, were more intensely pleased or more wildly gay than Henry. I was bent upon hearing Edward speak in the town hall, and insisted upon going there with Henry and Alice. Mr. Middleton made some objections to this, but I overruled them all, and soon I found myself in a kind of gallery which had been hastily adorned with flags and ribbons of our political and family colours. As I bowed, in return to the bursts of cheering which greeted me, at once as a bride and as the wife of the successful candidate, as I looked upon that dense mass of human beings, who were all vociferating the name I loved, and calling for long life to him whom I adored, never before having witnessed a scene of popular excitement, I felt carried out of myself by the tumultuous agitation of that moment. I felt that the eyes of the multitude were upon me, and for the first time in my life I felt certain and glad that I was handsome. There ran a murmur of applause through the crowd. The air was rent by cries of "Long live Middleton's bride! Long live the bride of Ellerslie!" And as Edward walked into the hall and looked up at the gallery where I was, the smile that lighted up his features and the earnest gaze which he fixed upon me for an instant before he began to speak conveyed to me, more than any words could have done, that the beauty which had excited the enthusiasm of the mob reigned over his heart and captivated his proud spirit. He began to speak. I mechanically seized Henry's hand, while I listened with breathless attention. His first words were uttered slowly, but they were well chosen and well applied. Gradually he warmed with his subject, and in the summary which he gave of his political opinions there were that good sense and power of expression which indicate a high order of eloquence. Above all, there was in his countenance and in his words that consciousness of unsullied worth and integrity, the moral effects of which no flights of genius and no zeal of party can supply. When he spoke of responsibility and its duties, it was responsibility to God as well as to man. When he spoke of the welfare of the people and of the country, there was not a human being, private friend or political opponent, enemies he had none, who could not have borne witness that each day of his life was spent in unwearied efforts for the good of others. And, therefore, he had a right to speak of God, for he served him, of his church, for he honoured it, of his country, for he loved it, of virtue, for he practised it, of character, for his was unblemished, of honour, for his was unstained. And among all that assembled multitude, there was not one whose hand could point to a word or deed of his that had not made his light to shine before men, and glorified his Father in heaven, or whose voice could have named his name as connected with aught of shame or dishonour. Speak on, Edward, speak on, and let all who hear you and see you today feel for an instant what I spent my life in feeling, that if many have done virtuously, you excel them all. Aye, that's fine speaking for the husband of she has killed the child and got the property. Was that a voice from the lowest depths of hell? Had I heard those words, and did I not fall down upon my face and call to the mountains to fall on me and to the hills to cover me? No, I sat on and grasped Henry's hands, and saw his deadly pale face turned to the gallery over our heads. And I heard a scuffle above, and a row beginning, and a sound of voices like the hoarse murmur of the sea when the waves are rising. Then Edward's voice ceased, and loud deafening cheers rang through the building, and Henry dragged me through the crowd, and among that world of faces, and in that rushing noise, and in that hurrying to and fro, I felt as if I must eternally wander, and hear again and again those words which had curdled my blood and sickened my heart. "Oh no," I cried, as Henry carried me to the carriage and placed me by Alice's side. "Oh no," I cried, regardless of her presence, and almost wild with despair. "Now my punishment is greater than I can bear. I must leave him. I must fly. I must hide myself for ever. I am mad. Don't you see I am mad, Henry? Don't try to stop me. She must know it. He must know it. All the world must know it now. Let me go. Let me go." I sank back into the carriage, and the last thing I heard before I fainted was Henry saying to his wife, "The excitement has been too much for her. I fear the brain fever will return." End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 20. For now I stand as one upon a rock, environed with a wilderness of sea, who marks the waxing tide grow wave by wave, expecting ever, when some curious surge will in his brinish bowels swallow him. Shakespeare. When I opened my eyes again, my head was leaning on Alice's shoulder, and Henry was sprinkling water on my face. We were just arriving at the inn, and half supported, half carried by Henry and Mr. Middleton, who met us at the door, I reached my own room. At first, I had no distinct recollection of what had occurred, but gradually the whole of it came back to my mind. Dreadful is that return of memory, after nature has for a while suspended the consciousness of pain. I turned with a feeling that was almost like aversion from my aunt and from Alice, who were bathing my head and hands with eau de cologne and offering me sal volatile and water to drink. There seemed a want of sympathy in their very kindness. I almost felt to dislike them for their ignorance of what I was enduring, and for talking of past fatigue and present rest, while I was suffering so acutely. I should like to be alone, and to try and sleep. Should you, my love? Then we will go, and leave your maid in the next room in case you should want anything. For a few minutes I lay in silence, feeling cold and wretched, the throbbing in my head and the ticking of the clock in the passage seeming to keep time. The faint echo of some distant cries reached my ears, and I could distinguish the words of Middleton forever. I trembled and hid my face in my pillow. What would they cry out next? They shouted louder still, and my maid came in on tiptoe, and when I turned round and looked at her, she said, "I thought they would have woke you, ma'am. They are hallooing so, because Mr. Middleton is coming home, and they are cheering him all the way." Coming home? He, Edward, to me, the husband of her, who, had he heard those words? Had he noticed them? Would he repeat them? And as he did, would a sudden light flash on his brain, and the whole truth burst upon him at once? There had been a scuffle in that gallery. What was it? I must know, I must hear, I must speak to Henry. More shouting, more hallooing. "Mr. Middleton is coming in, ma'am." "Lock the door and say I am asleep." "What were you pleased to say, ma'am?" Nothing. Do I look very ill?" "Not very ill, ma'am." Edward came, and in a kind manner said, "My own love, I am so vexed to hear that you have been poorly. You ought not to have come. How are you now?" "Better, dearest." "Your aunt says you are not to talk, so now be quite still and try to go to sleep. I am going to dinner, where I shall have to speak again. Did you like my speech this morning?" I seized his hand, kissed it over and over again, and then pressed it upon my eyes as I answered, "Perfect, perfect as yourself." He drew me fondly to him, and I whispered in his ear, "Come to Elmsley now. Do not leave me. I am weak, I am ill. Give up this dinner. I shall be miserable if you go to it. Take me back to Elmsley now, immediately." "My dear love, what are you talking about? You know the thing is impossible. You can go when you like with your aunt. I shall come in the evening." "That will not do, Edward. I entreat, I implore you not to leave me. Have I no influence with you? Have those detestable politics already so engrossed you that my wishes, my entreaties are vain? For heaven's sake, Ellen, do not be so foolish. Again in tears, again a scene. This is really past endurance." He walked up and down the room, while I stood by the chimney, and with clasped hands and streaming eyes repeated, "Scold me, reproach me, but do not leave me. Do, I implore you. Come with me at once to Elmsley." At this moment my maid came in, and put a letter into Edward's hands. The direction was exactly in the same round, peculiar characters in which the threatening words that had been twice addressed to me were written. I felt myself turning as pale as death, and then the blood rushed to my head with violence. I darted upon the letter, and in a second I had snatched it out of Edward's hand and thrown it into the fire. He looked at me for an instant in silent astonishment, and, partly to implore forgiveness, partly because I trembled so that I could not stand, I fell on my knees and hid my face in my hands. "What is the meaning of this, Ellen? Explain yourself immediately. Speak, if you do not wish me to leave you in anger," he added, with his hand on the handle of the door. "Oh, for God's sake, for mercy's sake, do not go now. Do not leave me in this way." "Then speak," he rejoined almost fiercely. "Give some explanation of an act which I cannot understand or forgive." I fancied that letter came from some woman, a woman who has watched you, followed you. Forgive me, Edward, I was jealous, I was mad. Oh, have pity upon me, and do not drive me quite mad. As I said these words, I held my hand to my head and staggered towards the bed. Edward lifted me up, placed me upon it, and kissing my forehead, said, "God help you, poor child." I threw my arms round his neck and clung to him. When he disengaged himself and left me, I felt as if it might be for the last time. Other voices, other letters might reach him, and then all my previous conduct would rise up in judgment against me. What he might once have thrown aside as the scrawl of a madman would now appear to him in the form of an explanation. I rang the bell with violence, and when my maid came, I desired her to find Henry and send him to me immediately. "Shall I go and tell him in the drawing-room, ma'am?" "No, I will go there myself." I put on my bonnet and shawl, and answered all inquiries by assurances that I was well again, and ready to drive back to Elmsley. The carriages were ordered, and calling Henry to the window, I asked him in a low voice if he had anything to tell me, if he knew anything more. He put his finger on his lip and turned away. An instant afterward, he asked me aloud if I would give up my place in the close carriage to Alice, who had a slight cold, and go with him in his. I nodded assent, and when my uncle said, as I thought sternly, "This is a very foolish plan, Ellen. You had better come with us," I cried out that the air would do me good, and springing in by Henry's side, drove off to Elmsley. "What have you heard? What have you found out?" "In the first place, tell me, have you had a scene with Edward since you came home? Has he questioned you about anything?" "How do you mean? About what?" "Perhaps he will take no notice, but you must be prepared with an answer if he should, and we had better talk it over together. It makes me miserable to give you pain, but you must not be taken by surprise. A letter has been sent to him, and is in his hands now, whether he has read it or not as yet." "Who sent it? Who spoke in the gallery?" "I believe it was Robert Harding, but I cannot be sure of it. The moment after we brought you home, I tried to find out. All I could gather was that one of the servants struck the speaker, whoever he was, that he returned the blow, and that a scuffle ensued. The police interfered, and the man slipped away. I returned to the inn, and as I was standing by the window half an hour afterwards, I saw Harding walking down the street. I went downstairs and asked your servant at the door if he knew that man or had ever seen him before. He told me that he had just given him a letter for Edward, which he had requested should be delivered to him immediately. It must have been Harding who spoke in the gallery, and whom I saw in the street. Mrs. Tracy denied the other day all knowledge of his being in England, but I can swear to him. I asked your servant for the letter, which he must have thought strange enough, and I do not know what I could have done had he produced it. But as it was, he had given it an instant before to your maid to take upstairs, and I have been in cruel anxiety ever since. That letter is destroyed. How? What do you mean? I snatched it out of Edward's hand and burnt it. It is almost a relief to find from what this has saved me, for it was at a dreadful cost, as Edward was fearfully incensed. But for heaven's sake, Henry, tell me, what are we to do now? Harding will write again. There is no security, no hope. This cannot last. Something must certainly be done, and I must find out this Harding. I am enraged with old Tracy for having betrayed it all to him. But money, perhaps. Have you much at your disposal, Ellen? Some, not a great deal, but I can get more, perhaps. Oh, heavens! Is it come to this? Must I buy the silence of a set of wretches, as if I had indeed been a vile criminal? And what have I done, after all? Good God, what have I done? Nothing that I might not proclaim to the world, with regret and sorrow indeed, but without shame or remorse. You should, in that case, have proclaimed it sooner. It is too late now. So you say, and so you have made me act. If it had not been for you, if I had never known you, if you had never crossed my path, I should not be the miserable creature I am now. But I am driven to extremities. Sorrow and shame compass me about on every side. I can never look Edward, you, or the world in the face again, till you release me from the fatal oath which you extorted from me in an hour of weakness and of despair. It is from your own weakness, from your rash and foolish despair, that in spite of yourself, I will guard you. Oh, heaven, deliver me from such guardianship as yours. God, save me from your counsels and rescue me from your power. Go, then go, and tell your husband that you killed your cousin by mistake. Tell him that you are on the point of marrying me by mistake, that you married him by mistake, and have deceived him and me and everyone you have had to do with, all by mistake. Go and break the most solemn engagement which you called upon God to witness. Heap fresh guilt and fresh remorse on your head. But if Edward should not give credit to your story, and should hint at separation, remember that there is a man in the world who loves you in spite of all your scorn and your violence, and who would kneel at your feet if the rest of the world contemned and deserted you. Another word of this kind, Henry, and I never speak to you again. You forget yourself, Ellen. Poor, weak woman. What could you do without me? Look at this letter, which in your difficulties you once wrote to me, when you dared not marry Edward without my consent. It never leaves me. There in my bosom I keep it as a charm to recall softer thoughts and better feelings when an evil spirit takes possession of me and urges me to drive you to desperation. Have mercy on yourself and on me, Ellen. Your present position is far more awful than it then was, but if you will be patient and trust in me, all may yet be well. I will find this Harding out, and take some means to stop his mouth. Think of all you would forego, if in one rash moment I suffered you to disclose the truth to Edward. I solemnly swear to you that I speak the truth when I assert that from what I know of him and of his character, and something of his past history too, I am certain that he would part from you if these circumstances were to come to his knowledge. And do you know, Ellen, what I save you from? No, you do not know what it is to part. You do not know what it is to give up love and hope and joy, never to see the face, which to see is in itself happiness, not to hear the voice, which to hear is to be blessed, and to feel that there is life before us, life to be gone through, and no light to gild it, no music in our souls, no hopes, nor even fears. And oh, how wretched is that state, where even fear would seem a blessing. No, no, do not part from him you love. Never feel what I have felt, but feel for me sometimes. And when you wake tomorrow, and remember that but for me your eyes would not be gladdened by the sight of your husband, treasure up that thought against the next time that harsh words and cutting reproaches are rising to your lips against one who seeks to save you from the anguish he himself endures. I returned the pressure of Henry's hand, and we drove on in silence for some time. He had, as usual, subdued and reconciled me to a return to the ordinary state of things between us. He went on to advise me strongly, and apparently with great good sense, not to oppose a speedy return to London, and to promote, instead of discouraging, the interest which Edward took in politics. "Your spirits are naturally unequal," he said, "and you have often causes for worry and anxiety. It is easy enough to command oneself for an hour or two in the course of the day, and the very joy which you will feel in Edward's society during those intervals which he will devote to you will enable you to keep from him those alternations which must affect him in a disagreeable manner. It is impossible to say what stories this Harding may have spread in the neighborhood. Until they have died away, you will feel much more comfortable in London, where Edward will have constant occupation, and you yourself resources of all sorts for interest and amusement. A quiet life may be a good thing for those who have no cares or troubles, but when, to use a common expression, one has anything on one's mind, it is the worst possible plan of existence. It is equally difficult to shake it off oneself or to conceal it from others without the aid of external excitements. In this manner, Henry talked on till we reached Elmsley. Late that evening, Edward returned. He had made another excellent speech, and in order to prevent any allusion to my conduct in the morning, I questioned him about politics, and listened with apparent interest to explanations about divers party questions and details relative to the measures expected during the next session. During a pause, however, he said to me in a low voice, "I have made inquiries about the letter which you destroyed in so rash a manner this morning. Your groundless jealousy entirely misled you. It was left for me by a man whom nobody knew, and must have been some petition, I suppose. I ought not to have forgiven you so easily, for it was unjustifiable to destroy a letter in that way from some absurd suspicion, but you owned your folly so frankly that it disarmed me." I sighed deeply, but made no answer. The next morning at breakfast, Edward asked Henry if he knew how the row had begun, which took place in the gallery during the conclusion of his speech. "Someone called you names, I believe," Henry carelessly answered, "and one of our people resented it, that was all." "Do you know who it was that took up my cause in that way?" said Edward. "Old James, the coachman, I believe," answered Henry. Old James had known me from a baby, had taught me to ride. He had always been much attached to me, and I could easily understand his anger at the horrible imputation cast upon me. But I trembled, from head to foot, at the idea that in his very indignation he would spread the report, and above all, that if Edward spoke to him he would repeat it. I did not feel courage to speak to him myself on the subject, and therefore, as usual, I turned to Henry for assistance. I whispered to him a few words, and he immediately left the room. "What have you sent Henry about?" my uncle asked. The question was a simple one, but at the moment I could not find an answer to it, and as Alice fixed her large, calm eyes upon me, I colored and stammered out something unintelligible about ordering the horses. She looked at me steadily for an instant, and then taking up her knitting, she worked on in silence. I was copying out some music, and for a quarter of an hour there was no other sound in the room but the scratching of my pen and the rustling of Mr. Middleton's and Edward's newspapers. When Henry returned, I felt to color again, and breathed more freely when he took up a third newspaper and sat down by the fire. After a few minutes were elapsed, I went to the pianoforte and began playing. Henry got up and joined me. "All is right," he said, "about James, but the sooner you leave this place the better. There are all sorts of stories about. They will soon die a natural death, but your absence would be very desirable." "Heaven knows I do not wish to stay here, but how can I make Edward and my uncle go?" "I will try to persuade my sister what is in fact true, that if they are going abroad for this winter, they ought to be setting out now. You will naturally accompany them to London. Indeed, you can make a point of it with Edward, and then once in London, you can easily contrive to stay there. As Parliament meets at the beginning of November, your coming back here would probably be out of the question." "Edward will wish to shoot next month." "Then go to Hilscombe, anywhere but here." "Have you seen that man?" "Not yet. I shall ride to Bridman this afternoon and find him out." "What is he doing there?" "I don't know, but James tells me he has been staying at the inn there for the last 3 weeks. Oh, that I were gone from hence, that I had the wings of a dove to flee away and be at rest. Henry, shall I ever know again what it is to be at rest? Rest would not do for you. You have too keen a spirit, too strong a will, and too much genius to know what rest is. A good thing in its way, I grant, but neither for you nor me was it ever decreed. We can be intensely happy, we can be intensely miserable. We tremble in the midst of joy, for we feel that it is too exquisite to last. In anguish we hope on, for we cannot conceive life without something to brighten its dull course, and we would rather die than live without a fear, a hope, an emotion of any sort." As he said these words, he fixed his eyes on his wife, who was still apparently absorbed in her work at some distance from us. She got up at this moment and came towards us. She had a letter in her hand, which she held out to Henry, and at the same time she said distinctly and slowly, "This letter was found at the bottom of our carriage. It was brought to me, and I return it to you." The delicate color of her cheek was slightly heightened, but her voice was perfectly calm, and she walked slowly out of the room. It was my letter to Henry, the only one I had ever written to him. He had shown it to me the day before, and now she had seen it. At least, she must have recognized the handwriting. Henry bit his lip, tore up the paper into fragments, and threw them into the fire. He returned to me and said in a low voice, "Would that my love, my guilty love for you, could die away like those fragments in the flame. But, Ellen, it is too late. We have sown the whirlwind, and we must reap the storm." When I came down to luncheon, I hardly dared to look towards Alice. Never had I feared anything so much as to meet those calm and gentle eyes. She came up to me as we were leaving the dining room, and with her sweet voice asked me if I would drive with her. I gave a hasty assent, although I dreaded beyond expression to find myself alone with her, and I was much relieved when my uncle volunteered to accompany us. It was a fine October afternoon, and as we were driving out of the gates of the park, Mr. Middleton turned to Alice and asked her if she knew the drive by Shirley Common and back by the woods of Bridman. "No," she said. "I have often walked through Bridman Woods, but I do not know the drive you mention." "Then we will take it today. Drive to Shirley Common, stop when you come to Euston Gate, and come back through Bridman Woods and home by the village. There seemed in truth to be some fatality pursuing me. I could not take a common drive without some fresh cause for anxiety, and as we proceeded in the appointed direction, I thought of the day when I had so much annoyed Henry by persisting in visiting Bridman Cottage. As we drove along the terrace where I had seen Alice for the first time, I saw her eyes fixed on the broken fountain, and her lips moved as if she was repeating something to herself. She suddenly turned to my uncle and asked him if he would put her down at the corner of the terrace and wait for her a few minutes while she went to look at the house where she had once lived. "I want to see Bridman Cottage myself," answered my uncle. "I have had the offer of a tenant, and shall be glad to go over it." He desired the coachman to drive there. As we passed the inn, I saw Henry's horse standing in the yard. I instantly turned Mr. Middleton's attention to an old oak on the other side of the road, and this circumstance escaped unobserved. When we reached the cottage, the door was opened by an old woman, who had had the care of it since Mrs. Tracy had given it up. She threw open the shutters, and the slanting rays of the evening sun shone through the casement on the dusty brick floor. When we followed her into the back parlor, she opened the door into the little garden, the neat and gay appearance of which contrasted with the dirty and forlorn aspect of the cottage. A spade and a rake were lying on the grass plot in front of it. Mr. Middleton inquired of the old woman how she managed to keep the garden in so good a state, and who she got to work in it. "Why, sir, if you had come some 4 weeks ago, you would have hardly said the same, for it's nothing as I can do myself, and my son as comes home from a Saturday to a Monday, it's not much that he can do either. But last month, a man from London who lives at the Crown, he came here and asked me to show him the house, and when he'd seed the garden and the condition it was in, he asked me to let him set to work in it and put it to rights, and a deal he has done in it, to be sure, for the time. He got Madge, the washerwoman, to come over one day and tell him how it all was when them people as lived in it last were here, and a power of work he did to put up that arbor there, as she told him it was afore the neighbors' boys had got it and pulled it to pieces. But what is that man doing here? What is he?" "I'm sure I don't know, sir. He does jobs for the carpenter sometimes, and turns a penny maybe that way." "You should not let people into the house whom you know nothing about." "Lord, sir, what harm can he do? There's nothing to take in the place, and sure he has made the garden look gay to what it did." Mr. Middleton went to look at the cowshed, and the old woman, turning to Alice and myself, continued, "Madge says as how he has written a name with them flowers out in that corner, but I can't say I reads it myself. It's a queer sort of print enough." We both moved in that direction, and saw at the same time under the wall, traced in the delicate lilac flowers of the Virginian stock, the name of Alice. She looked steadily on the spot for a few seconds, and then turning to the woman, asked her the name of the man whom she had spoken of. "Robert Harding, ma'am." Alice only said, "Poor fellow, I understand it all." She turned away and walked into the house. I leant against the wall and remained buried in thought till my uncle returned. He was in a hurry to go, and desired me to go look for Alice. Not finding her in the rooms below, I went up the narrow staircase, opened the door of what had once been her bedroom, and looked into the closet within. There was the view of the church, such as she had once shown it me from that window. She was on her knees, and her head was resting on her hands. The sound of a deep sigh caught my ear. I looked at her kneeling in that bare and empty room where I had seen her once before with her books and her flowers, her sweet and pleasant thoughts, her bright and quiet smiles. I looked on this picture and on that, and something whispered to my soul, "Who has done this?" And conscience answered, "Thou, even thou." I heard my uncle's impatient step below, and I said, "Alice, will you come?" She rose from her knees, and there was in her face that peace which passeth all understanding. She looked into mine, and doubtless saw in it the storms which swept over my soul, for her meek eyes looked kindly upon me. She drew from her bosom a small wooden cross, which hung by a black ribbon round her neck. She held it to her lips and then to mine, and said, "Born for us and by us." Dinner was half over that day before Henry came in. His face was flushed and his brow clouded. He answered roughly and abruptly his sister's questions as to the cause of his lateness, drank a great deal of wine, and maintained a gloomy and sullen silence. Partly from a kind of utter discouragement, partly from the fear of giving pain to Alice, instead of eagerly watching for an opportunity of speaking to him after dinner and learning the result of his interview with Harding, I avoided Henry, and even left the drawing-room, and going up to my own turret sitting-room, I raked up the embers of the fire and sat before it in gloomy contemplation. At the end of about half an hour, Henry burst into the room, and as I looked at him in astonishment, he exclaimed bitterly, "Pray be so good as to dispense with forms for once, and receive me graciously if you can, for my patience is exhausted, and I would recommend you not to trifle with me. Do you imagine," he continued with increasing violence, "that I am to submit to the most painful and humiliating interviews, and at my return to be treated as a footman whom you have sent on an errand? If you hate me, conceal it at least. Act the hypocrite once more, and to good purpose, for I am weary of the part you play, and make me play. Leave me this moment, and oh, that I might never set eyes on you again." "So you said once before, and did I not tell you then that all was not over between us? Are you not bound to me by a tie so powerful that nothing can sever it? Has not your heart softened to me in spite of all I have ever done or said to make you hate me? And is it not because you know, you feel, that whatever I may do and say in ungovernable anger, I love you ardently, passionately, unspeakably? For God's sake, for mercy's sake, go! That is Edward's voice in the hall. He is coming." Henry rushed to the door and locked it. At the same moment the handle was seized and turned outside. I grew very pale, but sprang forward to open it. Before I had reached it, Henry had seized my hands, and in a whisper he said, "As you value your future peace, do not open it." I would die at his feet rather than not let him in. I disengaged myself from Henry's grasp and flung open the door, but whoever had been there was gone, and I heard the one that led into the hall slammed with violence. I returned into the room, burning with shame and indignation, and throwing myself down on the chair before the fire, I hid my face in my hands and refused to listen to Henry. "Calm yourself, I entreat you," said Henry. "After this, it will not do to appear again with red and swollen eyes. Besides, I must speak to you. I must tell you about Harding." I got up with the courage of despair and the recklessness of a nature that was growing hardened, and listened in silence to his recital of the scene he had had with that wild man, who seemed careless of all ties and considerations, save the one feeling which overruled all others in his strange nature, his unconquerable and hopeless attachment to Alice. "I have borne much for your sake today, Ellen. It is well for us both that I have more self-command than you have. That coarse and vulgar lout knows my secrets as well as yours. He almost threw into my face the money I offered him. He almost called me a villain, and I was forced to bear with it all, and even to let him depart with nothing but a silent curse when he said, "Make Alice happy, and I will hold my tongue, and only thank God that though I'm a blackguard, I'm no thief, and though I've knocked down many a man, I've never killed a child. But if you bring tears into her eyes and break her heart, my name is not Robert Harding, or there are no clubs or knives in the world, if I do not give you a taste of mine." Now you know why I came home with the spirit of a demon and the temper of a fiend, and vented upon you the tortures I had been enduring. Oh, Ellen, we cannot bear this life much longer. If you could but— Ellen! Ellen! Where are you? The Brandons are arrived, and have been asking for you over and over again. Mr. Middleton and Edward wish you to come down directly. I rushed down the steps of the turret stairs, at the bottom of which my aunt was standing, and went with her into the library, and had to talk and to smile and to be told that I looked a little pale and tired, and to be asked by Edward if I knew where Henry was, and to deny all knowledge of it, and to feel as if myself and all about me were acting a heartless play with fevered cheeks and breaking hearts. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rowan Scott. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 21. There was a laughing devil in his sneer that raised emotions both of rage and fear. And where his frown of hatred darkly fell, hope withering fled, and mercy sighed farewell. The Corsair. From this day forward, Henry's manner and conduct lost that degree of gentleness and consideration which had marked it since the moment that I had thrown myself on his mercy, at the time of my hasty engagement to Edward. Whenever I was alone with him, he spoke of his attachment as of a matter of course, and with alternate bursts of anger and of tenderness, met every attempt I made to check or resent this. Sometimes, with bitter scorn, he hinted that I had lost all right to do so, and asked, with a sneer, if I supposed that he was to be treated like any presumptuous admirer who happened to make love to me. In 100 trifles he contrived to make me feel his power. He engaged me in a course of petty deceits and contrivances. He humbled me in my own eyes, and practically pointed out to me the degradation of my position, and the deterioration of my character. He held me now, indeed, completely in his power, for if I made the slightest attempt to struggle against his tyranny, he threatened to abandon Alice, and to seek absence and change of scene, relief to the sufferings which his hopeless passion caused him. He knew well that such a project must drive me to despair, on her account as well as my own, and one evening, about a fortnight after the conversation I last recorded, when I had turned abruptly from him, and refused to accede to his usual threatening offers of reconciliation after a very violent scene, he wrote to me to announce his determination of carrying this resolution into effect. His letter was as follows: "Do not upbraid me. Upbraid yourself for the step to which you drive me. You must foresee what it is, and you probably rejoice at the prospect, which it holds out to you, of escape from an attachment which, though it has often stood between you and danger and disgrace, you treat with contempt when not forced to have recourse to it. My self-control is at an end. My powers of endurance are exhausted. I can struggle no longer. And if I leave my wife at a moment when she should most require the support of my presence, and such comfort as it would afford her, it is because the discovery of all which I have hitherto labored to conceal would be a more severe blow to her than my absence will prove. I shall endeavor to give as plausible an appearance as I can to the step which I am about to take. It is madness to hazard it. But you drive me mad. I cannot trust myself to take leave of you. By the time you awake tomorrow, I shall have left Elmsley, unless I receive from you some token of regard, some expression of regret, some promise that for the future you will have patience with me. Is it much to ask that my love should be endured? Would not others in my place exact more? My fate, yours and Alice's, are for a second time in your hands. I am still near you, near her. She is sleeping quietly, unconscious of the fate of my life and of hers, is at this moment deciding. Write to me one word of kindness, and I am still ready to conquer my stormy feelings, to subdue my selfish impulses, to be to her a kind and constant protector, and to you a friend. I shall wait here and count the minutes till your answer reaches me, and each will seem to me a century. But do not imagine that I write this only to frighten you into a reconciliation. I solemnly swear that if you do not bid me stay and bind yourself to a patient, constant, and generous indulgence to feelings, which, if concealed from others, must be appreciated and respected by you, if you do not send me such an answer, I swear that I have seen you and Alice for the last time, and that the misery which may in consequence befall her, and you, my sister, and Edward himself, is your doing, and not mine. Ellen, decide. I read this letter in my dressing room, with my maid waiting in the passage, and in momentary expectation of Edward's coming up the stairs. Bewildered, I stood with it in my hand, unable to think or to decide. In 5 minutes there was a knock at the door, and my maid said, "Mr. Lovell is waiting for the answer, ma'am." The clock struck 12, and the door of the billiard-room opened, and I heard the voices of the men preparing to leave it. I snatched a bit of paper on the table and wrote hastily in pencil upon it, "Do not go, I implore you. I forgive and will bear with you." I sealed and gave it, and the instant afterwards would have given worlds to recall it, but it was gone. And when we all sat down at breakfast the next morning, and everything went on as usual, and when, for a few days at least, Henry seemed to take no advantage of my cowardly concession, I did not feel its folly or its guilt as I ought to have done. I could not find out by Alice's manner how far her suspicions had been awakened, or her feelings wounded. By the discovery of my letter to her husband, she was certainly a different person from what she had been in the early days of her marriage. She had altogether lost the childish artlessness with which she used to communicate her thoughts, and relate the incidents of her daily life and innocent occupations. But on the other hand, she no longer avoided those subjects of conversation, or those books which related to the actual state of society, or the history of the human mind. She read a great deal. Book after book I saw her carry up to her own room, and the intense interest with which I watched, without daring to question her, made me closely observe her course of reading. Her mind seemed to feed upon it, and her intellect to expand. But at the same time her cheek grew pale, and in the expression of her countenance, what once was peace became composure, and in her character, what had only been simplicity had grown into reserve. Her eyes were often riveted upon Henry, with an expression not of love or of fear, but of deep and painful interest. It was at the end of the 3rd week in October that we moved to London, and that I took possession of my new house there. Alice's confinement was near at hand, and so was the departure of my uncle and aunt. This was a pang which some time before would have been inexpressibly painful to me, but now I grieved over it, more from the recollection of what had once been my happiness with my aunt, and of the manner in which that happiness had passed away, than from the actual grief of separation itself. Since my marriage, her manner to me, without being cold, had grown constrained, and she had often been on the point of giving utterance to something that seemed to agitate and distress her, but which had, however, never passed her lips. I fancied it might have reference to Henry and Alice, and I dreaded so much her speaking to me on a subject on which, alas, I could give no explanation, nor in any way change my own conduct, that instead of seeking her society during those last days in London, I, on the contrary, avoided it, and shrunk with nervous dread from being alone with her. They went, and she took leave of me. She folded me in her arms, and whispered in my ear, "God guide thee, God bless thee, my beloved child." I hid my face in her bosom, and the burning tears which I shed there were my only answer to a blessing which seemed to heap coals of fire on my head. I turned from the window whence I had watched their departure, and a sense of desolation took possession of me. I had never opened my heart to her. I had never told her that I was wretched, but if at any time the cup was too full, and my heartstrings stretched to bursting, I could turn to her and say, "My soul is heavy within me," and she never said, "Why is it thus with you?" She never told me that life was fair, and my share of its blessings great, and that I ought to be happy. She did not know that I was miserable, but she felt it, and to me, young, strong, and blooming as I was then, to me, the idol of the man I adored, the spoilt child of fortune, she had in those moments the heart's instinct to say, "Earth, my child, has a grave, and in heaven there is rest." We went for a few days which intervened between Mr. and Mrs. Middleton's departure and the meeting of Parliament to the moors at Hampstead, and I enjoyed more quiet there than I had done since we left Hillscombe. Rosa was absent, and the society might have been reckoned dull, but to me it was a time of comparative peace, and sometimes almost of happiness. Edward was in good spirits, and the emotion which he evinced on seeing again the spot where our destinies had been sealed was a proof how truly he loved me, and oh, with what tenderness, with what affection I regarded him, but how I feared him too, and with what moral weariness I strove to keep up before him, in very fear, the appearance of that character which he fondly supposed me to possess. He sternly reproved me for each act, for each word, that fell short of that standard of perfection which his imagination had drawn. He attributed to me merits and qualities which I did not possess, but on the other hand, he looked upon me as a spoilt and fanciful child, who must be taught to see life as it is, and to fulfill its everyday duties. His praise and his blame depressed and discouraged me alike. I was idle, for repose was a strange luxury to my weary spirit, and Edward gave me books to read, and plans to draw, and subjects to discuss, and called me severely to task when my eye was abstracted, and my manner listless. As long as he spoke to me of his affection, as long as he listened with fond delight to the words of love which I addressed to him, I forgot every painful thought, every fear, and every regret in the happiness of the moment. But as soon as my attention was forced away from ourselves and directed to abstract subjects, it wandered to the 1,000 objects of alarm and disquietude which compassed me about. When Edward spoke to me of establishing family prayers in our house, I tremblingly objected. I went to church as often as he did, but always let him draw near to the altar alone, for, unforgiven, unabsolved, unreconciled, I dare not approach it. On the Sunday which we spent at Hampstead, and on which this occurred, I wandered about the churchyard in solitary wretchedness, as if a spirit of evil had possession of me and kept me away from mercy's inmost shrine. When Edward joined me again, he was low and depressed. There was a struggle in his countenance, and we walked home in silence. In the evening, as I was sitting writing in my own room, he came in. There was a deep shade of gloom in his face, and when I knelt by his side and threw my arms round his neck, he disengaged himself from me, and, leaning his head on his hand, said with a voice of emotion, "I little thought when we married that on the most sacred of all objects we felt so differently." I drew from my bosom a paper on which I had been writing the following lines, and held it out to him. Self-banished, self-condemned, I stand alone, and the closed doors between us seem to rise. In judgment and in wrath, a dull hard stone is in my breast, a cloud before my eyes. I kneel, but my clasped hands are raised in vain. They sink, weighed down by memory's spell again. My soul is mute, no melodies arise, no sacred accents from her shattered chords, and speechless prayers alone in broken sighs struggle for utterance and find no words. But is there not a strange, mysterious cry, a mute appeal in each unconscious sigh, a silent prayer in every secret tear, which man discerns not, but which God will hear? Edward gave me back the paper and said coldly, "Poetry is not religion, and sentiment is not piety. But they may lead to them, Edward." "They mislead you, I fear." He turned away and took up a book. So did I. It was the Bible, and as I opened it, my eyes fell on the following passage. "Hadst thou know, even thou, in this thy day the things which belong to thy peace, but now they are hid from thy sight." How long, my God, how long? Upon our return to town, I found how much truth there had been in Henry's remark, that for the present London would suit me better than any other place. He had foreseen and calculated upon what, in fact, did happen. I felt an involuntary relief in the way in which Edward's time was taken up, and his attention engrossed by a variety of affairs relative to his estates, as well as by a diligent attendance upon the House of Commons. When he came home to a late dinner, or took a short ride with me in the park, there was in those brief moments so much to talk about, so much to interest us both, such intense enjoyment in each other's society, that there was no opportunity for Edward to find fault with me, or for me to show him anything that wayward and gloomy abstraction which irritated and displeased him. The echo of his step, the sound of his voice, was like music in my ears, and as I rushed to meet him, with a bright smile and an eager welcome, he received me with a tenderness which was too often changed to severity, when, in an hourly association, he had to observe the 1,000 faults which marked the course of my daily life. There is no existence much more lonely than that of a woman just married, whose husband is constantly engaged in business or in politics, and happens to have no near relations or intimate friends about her. This was the case with me. I had formed none of those intimacies which fill up so large a portion in a woman's life, and the love of reading and of study, which had been strong in my girlish days, had latterly completely given way to the necessity for constant stimulus and excitement. I found it, unfortunately, in Henry's society. As a matter of course, he was admitted to me whenever he called, and he assumed that the order or the prayer, whichever it was, that had prevented his leaving us, gave him an indisputable right to maintain, in their fullest extent, those privileges of intimacy which the nearness of our connection, as well as the ties that had bound us to each other, had established between us. I had so often vainly struggled to assert my independence, that I felt afraid and ashamed of entering into further contests with him. There seemed to be more dignity in submitting, to a certain extent, to his demands, than in renewing those harassing scenes which we had so often gone through. I allowed him, day after day, to sit for hours alone with me, to read to me the most exciting books, to discuss with me subjects of the deepest interest, and to talk about his attachment to me in a way which I now never attempted to check. Nothing could be more baneful to my character than such a state of things. The very struggle to appear better than I was in Edward's eyes, wearisome as I often found it, kept up a certain degree of straining after better things, and some remorse at the contrast which the reality presented to the outward appearance. With Henry, on the contrary, there was no necessity to conceal the evil that was in me, and the more I gave way to the waywardness and impetuosity of my undisciplined character, the more he fed me with the most insidious of poisons, the constant homage of a blind and passionate admiration. The beginning of that winter in London was one of those periods of false peace which sometimes occur in our lives. My hardened conscience, like the guilty prophets of old, prophesied peace where there was no peace, and spoke smooth things while destruction was hovering around me. Now and then I made an attempt not to repulse Henry. In very pride I dared not begin another contest with him, but to see more of Alice, and to re-establish between us our former habitual intercourse. But there were dangers and difficulties in this which I could hardly surmount. As the time of her confinement drew near, she would seldom leave her own house, and her grandmother occasionally visited her there, which during the preceding year she had not done. I therefore never paid her a visit without previously ascertaining from Henry if there was any chance of meeting with this old woman, which I dreaded beyond expression. And while I was there with her, I could not command a restless nervousness, which she evidently attributed to another cause. She was neither unkind nor repulsive in her manner to me, but a shade of coldness and reserve showed me that her eyes were, to a certain extent, opened. With regard to Edward, Henry practiced the degree of caution which, though I did not dare counteract it, disgusted me at times with him and with myself. His self-command was complete, and his presence, no word or look, ever betrayed that devotion, which in his absence was so constantly displayed, and his visits were so skillfully conducted that Edward never suspected their frequency or their length. To remain passive in such a system of deception, and when practiced with regard to Edward, was sometimes more than I could do, and it occasionally happened that, in a moment of irritation, I exposed him in some artifice, or betrayed him in some scheme, in a way which required all his presence of mind to meet, and his consummate skill in dissimulation to carry off. After this had occurred, he generally left me in anger, and the nervous feeling which such an abrupt separation caused me, the means of revenge which were constantly in his hands, the helpless ignorance in which I remained, and in truth, I must add the way in which I missed the excitement of his society, made me eagerly welcome, and sometimes even seek, a renewal of intercourse. One day that Henry called at the usual hour, and that Edward happened to be at home, I saw that he was put out and annoyed at the impossibility of speaking to me alone. He gave me various hints that he had something important to say, and at last, as he was standing behind Edward, he wrote on a bit of paper, which he contrived to give me, the following words. Alice asks to have her grandmother with her during her confinement. What can I do? It had often occurred to me that this would happen, and as much as it complicated and aggravated all my difficulties, I was not heartless enough to urge him to refuse such a request, made at such a moment. I conveyed this to him by a few words, and soon after he took his leave. I did not see him again till 2 days afterwards, when he joined us at the play. Mr. Escort was in our box. Edward had met him in the lobby, and had asked him to come in and renew his acquaintance with me. I received him coldly, but civilly. My heart beat quickly each time that the door of the box opened, at the idea of meeting between him and Henry. I did not know if they were on speaking terms, and after the insolent manner in which he had alluded the year before to Henry's devotion to me, I felt my cheeks flush as I thought of what would pass through his mind when he should see him take his place by my side. When he did not arrive, to my great surprise, I saw them shake hands and exchange a few words with perfect civility. How strange it is to those who are in some sense new to the world, to see the way in which time can scar these wounds, which we should have imagined that nothing else could have healed, wounds which we should have expected to see blood afresh at the sight of the inflictor, as it was said of old, that those of the murdered did at the approach of the murderer. Sometimes we almost feel as if nothing was real in that singular existence called the world. Like the performers who laugh and talk behind the scenes after the close of some dreadful tragedy, we see around us men who have ruined the fortunes and destroyed the happiness of others, women who have betrayed and been betrayed, whose existence has perhaps devoted to misery and to infamy by the first step they have taken in the path of guilt, and whose hearts, if they did not break, grew hard. We see the victims and the destroyers, those who have loved and those who have hated, those who have injured and those who have been injured, mixed together in the common thoroughfares of life, meet even in social intimacy, with offered hands and ready smiles, not because, blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy, not because, to those who forgive shall must be forgiven, but because what is genuine and true, what is deep and what is strong, takes no root in that worn-out soil on which we tread, thrives not in that withering air which we breathe, in that fictitious region which we live in, and which we so emphatically and so presumptuously call the world. I started when Edward turned to me and said, "How very grave you look, Ellen. One would imagine by your face that a tragedy and not a farce was going on." I smiled and shook my head. "Mrs. Middleton looks like the muse of tragedy herself," observed Mr. Escort. "Have you ever acted, Mrs. Middleton?" "Never." "Indeed, I think you would excel in it. Such a countenance, such a play of features. Your thoughts speak in your face. Mr. Lavelle, would not Mrs. Middleton make an admirable actress, where the part suited her? That would be no test of talent. I would pledge my existence that she could act to the life the most contrary characters, and enchant us in each. Which of the passions, of love or of hatred, would seem to you most difficult to represent, Mrs. Middleton?" "Scorn would be easier than either." "To my mind, a sudden transition is finer than anything. An instantaneous change of expression, for instance, from scorn to fear. It is one of the most striking pieces of acting that can occur, and most interesting to observe." He stopped and fixed his eyes upon me. I riveted mine upon the stage. In a minute, with a totally different manner, I heard him say, "Pray, Mr. Lavelle, do you know anything of my new gamekeeper, Robert Harding?" I did not start. I did not move an eyelash. I heard Henry answer in a husky, uncertain manner, "Very little." I felt that he had lost his self-command, and by a strong effort I restrained mine. I made 2 or 3 remarks in an indifferent tone, and then asked Edward to change places with me, alleging that the light was in my eyes. Mr. Escort left the box and seated himself in one exactly opposite a moment afterwards. Some friends of Edward came in, and while he was speaking to them, I whispered to Henry, "Does he know? Is it all over with me? If he does, I destroy myself. I have lived through much, but to be in that man's power, never, never." "Hush, take care. Do not get excited. I am sure he does not know. Harding may have dropped some obscure hint, and I see clearly by his manner what he suspects. He thinks Harding was a messenger, and something of that sort between us. It is all better that he should think that. But I must try to get Harding away from him. Ellen, my home is insufferable. The old woman has come, and watches me like a lynx. Alice looks miserable, and she sees it." "But then, for heaven's sake, exert yourself. Make her happy. Do not neglect her as you do. Oh, Henry, is she unhappy? That is worse than anything. Would to God I were dead. You would all be at peace." "Hush, do not talk so wildly. I will exert myself, if you promise never to be harsh or cold to me again. Do not turn away. I do not ask you to love me. Don't I know that you adore him? Don't I see it in your eyes? Don't I hear it in your voice 20 times in the day? Would you not have been mine long ago, but for that cursed attachment to Edward? The curtain has dropped, Ellen. Don't you intend to go?" I hastily got up, put on my cloak, and taking Edward's arm went downstairs with him. When we got into the carriage, I knew by the determined silence which he had maintained that he was displeased with me. As we were waiting for some tea in the drawing-room, he said to me abruptly, "Pray, why do you treat Escort in the way you did this evening?" "I have a bad opinion of him, and I cannot endure him." "On what is that bad opinion founded?" "I have been told that he is thoroughly unprincipled." "Who told you this?" I did not feel courage to name Henry, and as I hesitated, Edward went on. "If you think that a sufficient reason for not treating a person with common civility, I own I cannot understand your strict and intimate friendship with Henry. I feel a regard for him, founded on early association, and his many captivating qualities, on the same grounds, and as Mrs. Middleton's brother, it is very natural that you should feel the same. But there is a wide distance between this kind of regard and the confidential and intimate footing you are on with him, and it is, to say the least, in very bad taste, that at home and in the world you should neglect my friends and acquaintances, in order to sit for hours gossiping with Henry. It seems to me extraordinary that he should devote so much time to society when Alice is unwell, and so near her confinement. Have you seen her today?" "No, not today. Her grandmother is with her." I said this supposing he would think it a sufficient reason for not going there, as none of the family had seen Mrs. Tracy since the marriage, or had had any communication with her. "You do not mean that you intend not to see Alice while her grandmother is with her?" "Neither my aunt nor any of my family have met that woman." "They may do as they please about it, but I shall suffer no such ridiculous pride to stand in the way of your being of as much use and comfort to Alice as you possibly can. She is only too good for Henry, and he ought to bless the day on which she married him. Go there tomorrow, Ellen. Behave civilly to Mrs. Tracy." "I really wish, Edward, that you would let me judge for myself on this subject. I love Alice dearly, but I cannot go there now. Henry himself does not wish it." "Is it Henry's opinion to be followed rather than mine?" "No, dearest Edward, do not take it in that way. But pray do not insist upon my doing this." "I do insist upon it, and beg to hear nothing more said against it. I desire you to go there tomorrow morning. I am sorry you have not right feeling enough to do it of your own accord, but whether you agree with me or not, you must obey me." I was going to persist, but Edward's countenance was so stern that I dared not utter another word, and all night long I lay awake, racking my brain to find out some expedient, some pretext, some excuse for eluding this order, which it seemed to me equally dangerous to obey or to resist. End of chapter 21. Recording by Rowan Scott.
Chapter 22 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Balmer. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 22. I know not what I said. I've said too much unless I could speak all. You've raised the storm, will sever us forever. The rugged hand of fate has got between our meeting hearts and thrust them from their joys. Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again. I have a faint, cold fear thrill through my veins that almost freezes up the heat of life. The following morning, I got up with that jaded feeling which an anxious and sleepless night produces. As I went into my dressing room, I saw a note lying on the chimney and recognized Henry's handwriting. I darted upon it and tore it open. The few words it contained gave me the sincerest pleasure and put an end, for the moment, to the difficulty under which I labored. This was his note. Alice was confined a few hours ago of a small and delicate, but I hope healthy boy. They are both, I am happy to say, doing as well as possible. Ask Edward if I can come and dine with you today. On a separate paper in the same cover were written these words: You need be under no fresh apprehensions from what occurred last night. It is as I thought, but you had better be civil to Escort. He is a dangerous enemy. I burnt this last note and carried the other to Edward. He read it and put it down without making any comment upon it. Shall I send an answer directly, or wait to call there in the carriage after breakfast? Just as you please. Is Henry to dine here? Of course, as he proposes it. I sat down to write a note, an acknowledgment of Henry's, and to tell him that we should expect him to dinner. In the afternoon, when I drove out in the carriage at the usual hour, I went to his house to inquire after Alice. He came down to the door of the carriage and gave me a good account of her, but he looked gloomy and preoccupied. How long does she stay? I inquired with a timid glance at the window. 10 days, I believe, 10 mortal days. It is hell upon earth to play the hypocrite from morning to night. If you have any good feeling, you ought to be happy today. Are you come to preach to me too? Are you going to talk of the duty of being happy? But come, I will be happy if I can. Take me a drive, Ellen. I want air and change. My head aches horribly. Before I could answer, he had made a sign to the servant to let down the step, and had seated himself by my side. We had often driven alone together, and though, after what Edward had said to me the night before, I should very much have wished to avoid this display of intimacy, I knew it would have the appearance of caprice if I refused so simple a request. And Henry did not seem in a humor to be trifled with. I said, however, in a whisper, and glancing at the windows, "Do you think this judicious?" "She is out," he answered in the same way, "and when we come back, you can put me down at the corner of the street." I could not repress a sigh, but desired the coachman to drive towards the King's Road. If I had known that she was out, I should have gone upstairs to see your child. Poor little thing, answered Henry. I am more pleased with it than I should have thought possible. It is quite pretty, as white as wax, and has Alice's small, regular features. It was pleasant to see her smile again as she used to do when she kissed it this morning and held it to her heart. Do you know, Ellen, that this child will be a great blessing to her, and to me too. He will fill up her thoughts, occupy her time, and engross her affections. He will be a link between you, I said. It is impossible that with such a wife as Alice, and a child to love and educate together, you should not end by finding happiness in your home. Do not deny it, Henry. Do not tell me I am wrong. You only talk for effect, that is all. You know perfectly well that happiness, in the sense in which you mean it, can never be mine. Well, then, the less is said on that subject, the better, I interrupted impatiently. And now, may I know why there is nothing to fear from Mr. Escort, except his general ill nature? I must tell you that I had an explanation with Mrs. Tracy this morning. She was in tolerable good humor with me, I suppose because she had not found me quite such a brute as she expected. I mean that I showed some natural anxiety about Alice, and some joy at her safety, which was indeed what I felt. When she is not angry, I have a great deal of power over her, and I got her to tell me everything about Harding. She confessed he knew a great deal of what concerns us, partly from his father, and partly from herself. For one day that he brought her home some account of my proceedings, she was so exasperated that, in her anger, she betrayed to him the whole history of Julia's death. It seems that a short time ago, Escort met him accidentally in the street, and asked him if he was not James Harding's son, and Mrs. Lovell's cousin. He had known something of his father for many years, and after one or two more interviews with him, he offered to engage him as a gamekeeper. Harding, who had no situation, and had given up carpentering, jumped at the offer. Just before Mrs. Tracy left Broomley, he came and told her this. She warned him not to let out what he knew, for half from fear of me, half, I believe, from some vague hope that I am growing attached to Alice. She seems anxious to keep her promise in the spirit as well as in the letter of it. She seems at last to understand that she cannot do you a mischief without injuring Alice at the same time, and she has taken pains to inculcate the same idea on Harding's dull brain. In the course of the same visit, he confessed to his aunt that Escort had often questioned him about Alice, and on one of these occasions had made some coarse allusions to our intimacy, which drew from him, Harding, the boast that he could, any day, get you turned out of your husband's house. This, then, explains sufficiently Escort's manner last night, but he will not get anything more out of Harding, or I am much mistaken. I own that I do not understand or share that confidence. The fact is that Harding has found out, or thinks he has found out, that Escort has taken a wonderful fancy to Alice. He is just the sort of man to be taken by that innocent, placid kind of beauty. Now I am next to certain that his game is to get me out of the way by pushing on matters to an extremity between Edward, you, and myself, and to accomplish this by means of Harding's knowledge of what he calls our intrigue. Good God, I exclaimed, with painful emotion. If Edward was to hear the words you use, the things you say to me, and which are said of me, by such men as those, no woman has ever been so deeply degraded, so cruelly insulted before. I threw up my veil and pushed back the hair from my cheeks, which felt burning with shame and indignation. It is useless to think what Edward would feel or say if he were to be acquainted with all these things, but he must and shall be kept in ignorance of them. If you will learn a little self-command, if you will only be reasonable, Henry, do you know these lines? Go to the raging sea and say, be still. Bid the wild, lawless winds obey your will. Preach to the storm and reason with despair, but tell not misery's child. I could not finish the line. An overpowering sob shook my whole frame, and I threw myself back in the carriage, weeping passionately. Alan, what are you doing? Put down your veil and sit up. Here is the very man we have been speaking of. I gave a violent start, but did as he bid me, and looked up in time to see Mr. Escort riding with 2 other men and taking his hat off as he passed me with the lowest possible bow. I returned it haughtily, and then turning to Henry, I said, with the utmost bitterness, this is the consequence of your selfish determination to force your society upon me at all times and in all places. Edward is on the point of suspecting me. I have no doubt that before tomorrow it will be all over London that I was met driving alone with you and drowned in tears. This is your doing, your work, and you expect me not to hate you, not to curse the day on which, no, I do not mean all I am saying. I do not hate you, Henry, but it is hard to suffer as I do and not to grow wicked. Stop the carriage, I implore you, and walk home. My dearest Ellen, this will only make matters worse. It will seem as if you were ashamed of being seen alone with me. Now, considering the closeness of our connection and our old friendship, any appearance of that sort would have a much worse effect than anything else. Drive straight to your own house, and I will walk home from there. It is much better that Edward himself should see how little you dread observation. I gave way in silence, but as we drew near home, I looked anxiously at the windows, for I felt that after Edward's remark on the preceding evening, to drive in that way with Henry was very like braving him. I felt relieved at not seeing him, and as I walked through the hall, I inquired if he was at home. No, ma'am. Mr. Middleton called an hour ago to say that 2 gentlemen, beside Mr. Lovell, would dine here today, that I was to tell you so when you came home. I went up to the drawing room and sat down at the pianoforte. I tried to get over the time till Edward's return as well as I could. I was bent upon mentioning to him the drive I had taken with Henry, as I quite agreed with the latter that any attempt at concealment would fatally endanger my future peace, and I had made the firmest resolution that nothing should ever lead me again into an unnecessary act of deceit. It was dressing time, and still Edward was not come home. I walked impatiently up and down the room, and at last it grew so late that I was obliged to ring for my maid and to begin dressing. While I was doing my hair, Edward rushed into the room in a great hurry and said, as he held the door open, Ellen, love, dress as quickly as you can and go into the drawing room. Sir Edmund Ardern and escort are arrived. Changing into French, he added, I should not have asked escort, as I know you do not like him, if it had not been that when I pressed Arden to come, he said before him that they were engaged to dine together at the club, which obliged me to invite them both. I was inexpressibly annoyed, especially at having had no opportunity of informing Edward of my drive with Henry. As soon as I was dressed, I went to his room, but he desired me so impatiently to go to the drawing room that it took away my courage to tell him all I had intended to say. Pride enabled me to make a strong effort over myself and to meet Mr. Escort without embarrassment, but turning immediately away from him, I entered into conversation with Sir Edmund. He took up a newspaper and read it assiduously till first Henry and then Edward came into the room. We went down to dinner, and nothing passed for some time but conversation on general subjects. I could not conquer my uneasiness. Whenever I heard the sound of Mr. Escort's voice, or felt his eyes fixed upon me, A kind of shudder ran through me, and the dry, cold manner in which I answered his questions, though each time I repented of it, still reoccurred the next minute. I knew that this was bad policy, and that it made Edward angry. But much as I had deceived in my life, I had never been able to dissemble, and the effort to do so in this case was beyond my strength. After one of those pauses during which everybody wonders who will speak next, and which had been brought on by some short answer I had given to a question of Mr. Escort, he abruptly turned to me and said, "By the way, Mrs. Middleton, you could decide a bet we made this morning, Ardern and I. Did you happen to observe if it was Mrs. Ernsley that we passed a few minutes after we met you on the King's Road this morning?" "I don't know. I did not observe." "Did you, Mr. Lovell?" It struck me that it was Mrs. Ernsley. "Then I am afraid I have lost my bet, unless Mrs. Middleton would try to remember the contrary. Come, Mrs. Middleton, make an effort in my behalf. Did Mr. Lovell turn to you and say, 'Is not that Mrs. Ernsley?' Or did he positively say, 'There is Mrs. Ernsley'? A great deal would depend upon that." My mouth quivered while I repeated, with what must have had the appearance of ill humor, that I remembered nothing about it. In vain I tried to turn the conversation. He continued to appeal alternately to Henry and to me about the gay appearance of the nursery gardens we had passed, and the style of architecture of the new church at Chelsea, until he had succeeded in plainly establishing the fact that we had been that day taking a long drive together. While this was going on, I had not ventured to look at Edward, but when at last another subject was started, and I had heard him make some indifferent remark in his natural tone of voice, I raised my eyes to his. He was pale, and his lips were firmly compressed, but he exerted himself and talked a great deal. I was so entirely occupied in watching him that when Henry bent forward and said to me, "Sir Edmund is asking you to drink wine with him," I gave a violent start, and my hand shook so that I could hardly hold the glass. I left the room soon after, and as I walked into the drawing room, its very look of brightness and comfort made my heart ache. It would have been a relief to cry, but I dared not give way. It would not do, that phrase which Henry was eternally repeating to me. It would not do to be found in tears. I would not think. I tried to play, but whether the tune was sad or gay, it seemed equally to affect me. I took up book after book from the table, but whether it was Macaulay's Reviews or Southey's Poems, a volume of Shakespeare, or a book of sermons, there was in each page some passage or expression which, by its eloquence or its simplicity, its gaiety or its grief, touched the spring of sorrow which was swelling up to the brink, and that was only kept down by a sort of passive resistance. I took refuge in an annual, and page after page of short tales and addresses to Finden's beauties I glanced over successfully, till the following lines by Miss Landon caught my eye as I was rapidly turning over the leaves. "I see the clouds pass o'er the moon, and my spirit grows dark with the terrors that round it are thrown. O Surrey, whatever my lot may inherit, I care not, so suffering but reach me alone." I do not know that they are good lines, very likely not, but they burst from the heart and from the lips like a groan or a sob, and they gave words to what I had felt since I had looked upon Edward's face, and seen in it for the first time since our marriage. Not anger, not sternness, but suffering. I shut the book hastily and snatched up a newspaper as I heard the door of the first drawing room open. Henry brought me some flowers, which I had left in the dining room, and said to me in a low voice, "For heaven's sake, don't look so miserable. Exert yourself. This will never do." There are sometimes particular phrases which try one and jar upon one's feelings, and this last was of that number. I darted upon Henry a look of angry reproach and said in a hurried manner, "It will never do to be goaded in this way. I cannot answer for what I may say if you stay here. Your presence and your advice are insults which drive me mad, and if you do not go, I feel that I shall lose my head." As I spoke, I tore the flowers in my hand into pieces, which I flung one by one into the fire. "Have mercy upon your bouquet, Mrs. Middleton. You are beheading those beautiful camellias in the most cruel manner," exclaimed Sir Edmund. "The organ of destructiveness must be strong in you, fair lady," observed Mr. Escort, with one of his blandest smiles. Again an icy chill ran through me, but I hated this man so intensely that not even terror could subdue me. And when Sir Edmund asked me if I had courage to kill an insect, I answered, "There are insects so loathsome and contemptible that to crush them is a pleasure." I felt that I was making an odious speech. I saw in Edward's face an expression almost of disgust. I felt that I was sinking every moment in his opinion, perhaps losing ground in his affections. I felt that this was the work of those men who, one under the cover of a devoted attachment, the other of playful gallantry, were ruining and exposing me. A spirit of reckless defiance took possession of me, and I completely lost my head. A torrent of words burst from my lips, of which I hardly knew the meaning as I uttered them. I said there were crimes worse than murder. I said that to torture was worse than to kill, to make life a curse worse than to take it away. I pointed to the insect that was crawling on the table and asked if it would not be mercy to kill it, and cruelty, damnable cruelty, to tear off a wing one day and a limb the next, and so on, till nothing remained of its tortured frame but the quivering pulse of life. I spoke of men who die on the scaffold, or who drag on existence in jails and hulks, and whose hearts are not so hard, whose spirits are not so brutal, as those of others who come into our houses, who sit at our tables with smiles on their lips and poison in their tongues, whose language is refined and whose thoughts are devilish. Strange and terrible words they were which I spoke in that hour. There was eloquence and power in them, for what is so eloquent as the pent-up agony of years, when at last it finds a vent? What is so powerful as the outpouring of the soul, when it breaks down the barriers it has long respected? They quailed before my glance, those two men whose victim I was. Mr. Escort's pale cheek was flushed, and Henry's grew pale. He trembled for himself and for me. The fabric which he had raised by his cunning and maintained by his arts was tottering to its base. Like to Samson in the temple of the Philistines, strength had returned to me in the hour of abasement, and I was dragging down upon him and upon myself the ruin which had so long hung over my head. I would advise you to choose another theme for the display of your eloquence than the apology of murder. A convulsive shudder seized me as Edward addressed to me these terrible words. If he had charged me with the guilt of murder, I could not have trembled more violently. "You are ill, Mrs. Middleton. I am sure you are ill," exclaimed Sir Edmund, springing forward to support me. I felt myself falling and stretched out my hand to take hold of Edward's. When I grasped it, it was as cold as ice. He led me out of the room, and when he had placed me on the sofa in my dressing room, he rang the bell. As soon as my maid came in, he left me without a look or a word. I did not attempt to recall him. I was stunned and exhausted. I felt an inexpressible longing to forget the anguish I was enduring, and, while my maid was for a moment out of the room, I hastily took a large dose of laudanum, which first stupefied and then sent me to sleep. When I woke again, it was with that sense of complete bewilderment which that sort of sleep produces. The shutters and curtains were closed. The candles were lit on the dressing-room table, and my maid was sitting on a chair near the fire. I called her and asked in a drowsy voice what o'clock it was. "It is near 9 o'clock, ma'am." "Why is it so dark? Why are the shutters shut? Have I been ill?" "You have been sleeping a long time, ma'am. The doctor thinks you must have taken a little too much laudanum." "Laudanum? How? When?" Gradually the recollection of the scene of the preceding evening returned to me, and of the sedative I had so rashly taken. I held my head with my hands and asked where Edward was. "Mr. Middleton desired to be told when you should awake, ma'am, and he wishes the doctor to see you too." She went out of the room, and I felt as if some new form of misery was hanging over me. Why had Edward desired to be informed of my waking instead of watching over me himself? If my long sleep had been alarming, ought I not to have awoke in his arms? I now remembered all that had occurred during the last 2 days, and I felt as if a crisis was approaching. The door opened, but instead of Edward, Dr. Harris came in, and after hoping I felt pretty well and feeling my pulse, he asked me some questions about the quantity of laudanum I had taken. I named a certain number of drops at a guess, for I had hardly measured the quantity. He left me, and a moment afterwards I heard him speaking with Edward in the dressing-room. I sprang out of bed, glided to the door, and listened. "Indeed, I can assure you," I heard him say, "that you need to be under no alarm about Mrs. Middleton's health. The quantity of sedatives she has taken can produce only temporary inconvenience if she keeps quiet. It cannot affect her materially. I would not tell you so if I did not feel convinced of it. Indeed, the very fact of being under its influence will make the intelligence you have to communicate less likely to affect her in an alarming manner than at any other time." "Then I shall go to her at once." I hurried back into bed, my teeth chattering with cold and my heart throbbing to suffocation. An instant after, I heard his step, and he walked up to the bed. His face was as pale as death, and he wore his traveling fur coat. I uttered a faint scream and clasped my hands. "Do not agitate yourself, Ellen." I burst into tears, for although he had not said one word of kindness, he had called me Ellen, and that was something. He went on in a dry, broken, and hurried manner. "I have, indeed, bad news to tell you, but I hope and pray that the case may be one of more alarm than of actual danger. Your uncle has sent an express for me. He believes himself to be dying, and he charges me not to lose a minute in hurrying to him. The carriage is at the door, and I must take leave of you. Here is your aunt's letter, and one from the physician at Hyères. This last affords considerable hope that Mr. Middleton may yet be spared to us. Oh, should I not go to him too? The state to which you have reduced yourself by your imprudence makes it impossible. For God's sake, let me go with you, Edward. I took his hand, but he drew it abruptly away. I mentally cursed the day on which I was born. Calm yourself, said Edward sternly. I cannot speak to you now. I shall write to you. A new state of things must begin between us. But this is no time for an explanation. No, no, you cannot. You shall not leave me with so horrible a doubt, so dreadful a fear. Have you forgotten that your uncle is dying? Is this a moment for theatrical display? For the exhibition of a feigned tenderness? Feigned? Good God, is it come to that? Have you no message to send him, no pardon to implore of him as well as of me? Edward, what are you saying? Edward, Edward, do you know? Have you heard? Do you forgive? I am innocent. On my knees I swear that I am innocent. Innocent. Yes, I believe you are what you have learned to call innocent, and may God keep you so. I dare not trust myself to say another word. I have struggled to be calm. I have prayed earnestly for strength against myself, strength not to cast you off, and it has been given me. God bless you and forgive you. I shall write to you soon and often, and, I hope, send better accounts of Mr. Middleton. Write to me and to your aunt. He coldly held out his hand to me, and I felt as if I was dying. I opened my arms wildly and cried, Kill me, but do not leave me so. A convulsive emotion passed over his face. He bent over me and kissed me. I threw my arms round his neck and clung to him. Oh, did not all the love of my soul pass into his in that one last embrace? As my throbbing heart was pressed to his, did not each pulsation tell all its passionate tenderness? For an instant he seemed to feel it, for he drew me closer and closer to him. But suddenly he started back, as if he recoiled from my touch, and almost flung me from him, and disengaging his hand from mine, he left me abruptly. I heard his steps down the stairs. I heard his voice in the hall, and there was a moment during which I heard nothing. And then there was the sound of the carriage wheels, and then the hall door was shut, and then all was over, and I wrung my hands and thrust the bedclothes into my mouth to stifle my groans. I felt as if my head would burst. Sob after sob rose in my chest and shook my frame, and all night the doctor was by my side, and he and my maid gave me draughts to drink, which I took eagerly, for my mouth was parched and my lips burning, and towards morning I fell asleep again. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Balmer. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 23. Oh, there's a fatal story to be told. Be deaf to that as heaven has been to me. How wilt thou curse thy fond believing heart? Tear me from the warm bosom of thy love, and throw me like a poisonous weed away. Can I bear that? Here to be cursed and torn, and thrown out of thy family and name like a disease? Can I bear this from thee? I never can. No, all things have their end. When I am dead, forgive and pity me. I must be patient till the heavens look with an aspect more favorable. I am not prone to weeping as our sex commonly are, the want of which vain dew perchance shall dry your pities, but I have that honorable grief lodged here, which burns worse than tears drown. The next day I did not attempt to get up. It seemed to me that Edward's absence and his last words had taken from me all energy, all power of thinking or acting. It was as a dream that I could not shake off, though at the same time I felt all its dreadful reality. I dared not stir in body or in spirit. The quiet of a sick room, the silence around me, the exclusion of light and noise, harmonized with the extraordinary state in which I was. Strange delusions haunted me. I often saw figures pass and repass before my bed, and when it was Edward's form that I discerned, I held my breath and prayed that the illusion might last. But sometimes they were dreadful. The visions I had, the voices I heard. I dare not think of them now, for the night is coming. My room is dark, my sight is weak, and my brain is on fire. On the third morning after Edward's departure, a letter was brought to me. The direction was in his handwriting, and a mist obscured my sight. I pressed it to my heart and closed my eyes for an instant. Now I should know all. Now I should know my sentence. Alice's rival, Henry's accomplice. I stood condemned by my own heart, and as I broke the seal of Edward's letter, I felt as if I should read my death warrant. Calais, Saturday. This is the first time I have written to you since our marriage. This is better for yourself and for me, and makes it easier to write now in the way in which henceforth we must act and feel towards each other. I will not upbraid you. God has visited upon me the sin of my heart, and I pray to him that yours may never find you out. To save you from the last step in guilt and all its misery is now my only object. I shall return to you as soon as the sacred duty I am now engaged in is fulfilled. I shall return to you, for I wish your reputation to be preserved. The only request I make is that you will never again attempt to act the part which you have hitherto so ably performed. I shall expect from you respect and submission, for without them, how can I save you? But one of those looks, one of those words which once made my happiness, would now drive me from you forever. Attempt no defense, offer no explanations. If you repent, mourn over the past in silence, and silently resign yourself, as I do, to the life which lies before us. Write to me, but do not answer this letter. That you may not be tempted to do so, I will go through the painful task of explaining to you the manner in which my eyes have been opened to what I might have seen long ago, had it not been for the deep hypocrisy of your life and of your character. I said I would not upbraid you, but the simple mention of facts must become the most cutting reproach. When I look back to the last 2 years and remember the many proofs I have had of your secret and powerful interest in Henry's fate and of the tenacity with which you have clung to his society, I ask myself how you could ever have deceived me as you have done. But when I recollect what you have professed, the way in which you have acted, all that you have said to me, I almost doubt the evidence of my senses. Vague but painful doubts had latterly shot across me, and had I believed it to be in human nature or in woman's power to feign such love as you seem to feel for me, I should have feared what I now know. From the moment when, in accidental conversation, I heard that in defiance of my advice, you had spent the day alone with Henry, to that in which I received anonymously the notes I now send you, the truth was gradually disclosed to me. I saw you change color, I saw your lip quiver, and heard your voice tremble. I saw you in ungovernable passion upbraid the man who you fancied had betrayed you, and then in the excess of your agitation, you fainted at my feet. When I went to your bedside and gazed on your pale face, with the faint hope that I had been mistaken, that I had not read right your uncontrollable agitation, even then your lips opened and uttered a passionate adjuration to Henry not to leave or forsake you, which drove me from your side with thoughts and feelings that time and prayer alone can subdue. When on the following day, in a cover directed by an unknown hand, I received the confirmation of what was already too sure, in the first agony of grief and indignation, I resolved to part from you forever, and it was not till I had gone through the severest struggles with myself that I came to my present determination. The summons I received a few hours afterwards to your uncle's deathbed confirmed it. I would not carry to his dying ears the intelligence of your guilt and of its results, nor would I load my conscience with promises which, had I discarded you, could never have been fulfilled. You have not yet been criminal save in thought and in heart. You have sworn it, and I believe you. God have mercy upon you, if in this too you have deceived me. But if you are not perjured, if you have not called upon God Almighty to witness a lie, then kneel to him each day of your life and bless him that he has saved you. And now listen to the commands I lay upon you, and obey them strictly, as you value. What shall I say? What have you ever valued? What have you ever respected? You have profaned the most sacred feelings, the holiest emotions of our nature, and I know not by what tie, by what hope, or by what fear to adjure you. If you would not become a mark for the finger of scorn to point at, if you would not die of a broken heart, or live with a hardened one, if you have any horror of the lowest depths of vice, or any lingering sense of duty, weigh the importance of this moment of your life, and throw not away this last hope of salvation. I have written to Mrs. Moore to propose to her that as soon as you are well enough to move, you should go to Hampstead and remain there till my return. I forbid you, in the most positive manner, to receive a single visit from Henry, or to open a letter from him. I not only request, but command you, neither by letter or by word, to make any answer to this letter, or to allude to the subject of it. By your strict compliance with these injunctions, I shall judge of your desire to enter upon a new course, and, save in the secret penitence of your heart, to discard the remembrance of the past. E. Middleton. Enclosed in this letter were the following notes. Do not go, I implore you. I forgive and will bear with you. Thursday. You left me in anger 3 days ago, and I feel a nervous dread of what will happen next. I cannot bear this suspense. Write or come. Sunday. I shall have no rest till I have seen you. Since that woman is arrived, I feel as if all would be discovered. Friday. The chain of evidence against me was overpowering, and I clasped my hands in silent despair. I read Edward's letter upon my knees, and murmured blessings were choked in their utterance by the convulsive emotion which mastered me. At that moment it seemed to me agony past endurance, that he should accuse and judge me falsely, that he should call my love hypocrisy. I thought I would rather die than meet him in the way he prescribed, as life could have no greater misery in store for me than this. But by degrees, I grew conscious that there was not so heavy a load on my breast, so racking an anguish in my brain, as I had known in those hours when, tortured with anxiety, I had been commanded to smile when, degraded in my own eyes and condemned by my own heart, I had been placed by him on a pinnacle from which I dreaded each moment to be hurled. His praises had often run like daggers into my heart. But now his reproaches, his upbraidings, were answered by the mute consciousness of a love which, in the midst of guilt and misery and bitter humiliation, had remained pure, sacred, and entire. Then flashed for an instant through my mind, like a ray of light and hope, the thought of confession, full, ample, and complete confession. What depths of repose in that word, what pledge of peace, what renewal of confidence, what possibility of happiness! I rose suddenly and threw the window open, and as the cold air fanned my cheek, I felt that I might be happy still. Again I seized his letter, and as I opened it, my eyes fell on the passage where he said, "If you are not perjured, if you have not called upon Almighty God to witness a lie," it froze in its current the source of hope, which for an instant had sprung up in my breast, for it reminded me of the oath by which I had bound myself never to reveal the truth to Edward. It was as if a hand of ice had chilled the warm blood that had begun to circulate freely about my heart. I set my teeth together and muttered to myself that I would break that fatal oath. But even while I said it, I felt I dared not do it. I needed all my strength, all my courage. I needed God's help and God's mercy even now to confess to Edward the dreadful secret of my life, the horrible trials, the bitter humiliations I had gone through. And in the face of a broken oath, with the guilt of perjury on my soul, how could I hope for mercy or for peace? I struggled with my conscience. I bade it be silent, but in vain. This new form of crime staggered and confounded me. I dared not add fuel to the flame, or a new kind of remorse to the dark visions that already haunted my days and visited my dreams. I gazed upon those blotted scraps of paper before me, the records of weakness and misery, but not of guilt, and the veins of my temples swelled, and my hands were clenched with powerless rage as I thought of the part which Henry had throughout acted by me, and of which this was the close. He had either betrayed me himself, or by a cruel carelessness, a heartless negligence, he had failed to destroy the proofs of our fatal intimacy, and had left them in the power of my relentless enemy. A servant came in, and putting down a letter on the table, he said, "Mr. Lovell has been very often to inquire after you, ma'am, and he begs to know if he can see you now, or if he shall call again this afternoon." I would have given worlds to have admitted Henry, to have poured forth in words the burning anger of my soul, or implored a release from my fatal oath. But Edward's command was before my eyes, and his letter was in my hand, and I said, in as calm a voice as I could command, "Tell Mr. Lovell that I am engaged now, and that I shall not be at home this afternoon." I glanced at the letter on the table, and saw that it was not from Henry, but from Mrs. Moore, who, with 1,000 regrets and apologies for having been suddenly obliged to leave home for the seaside, put her villa at my disposal, and hoped I would stay there as long as might suit me. This opened a new source of embarrassment to me. I could not resolve with myself whether to accept this offer or to refuse it. If Henry was determined to force his visits upon me, I felt that I should be more unprotected at Hampstead, less able to exclude him there than in town, and yet I was afraid that Edward should suppose I was not prepared in everything to follow his directions. I determined at last to write to him that Mrs. Moore had left Hampstead, and that I should therefore remain in town till I heard from him again, or till the blessed moment of his return. As I looked over my letter, I seized the pen and scratched out the word blessed, which he would have branded with hypocrisy. Never did a letter of a few lines cost such painful labor or such anxious thought as that I sent to Edward in return for his. Many and many a foul copy I wrote, in which protestations and prayers, self-accusations, and passionate justifications succeeded each other with frantic vehemence. But as I read over these bursts of feeling, these impassioned appeals, I tore them up and gave them to the flames. For to disobey him now was to endanger the frail tenure by which I clung to him, and as he had set himself to drive him from me, and yet to accept the conditions of pardon, to submit humbly to the terms held out to me, was a tacit admission of the truth of his accusations and of the justice of my condemnation. At one moment I resolved to brave his anger, boldly and earnestly to declare to him my innocence, not from crime only, but from a feeling or a thought inconsistent with the truest and most ardent affection that ever woman felt, or man inspired. And, in defiance of his orders, but in the strictest integrity of heart, to seek Henry, and by prayers, by reproaches, by upbraidings, by all the power which a strong will and the consciousness of his unconquerable passion for me could give, to obtain from him a release from my oath, and liberty to kneel at Edward's feet, and to clasp his knees with a confession of every sin but that of not loving him. But then, again, I shrank from the rash efforts, from the fatal risks which this plan involved, and it seemed to me best to submit in humble resignation to his will, to accept his mistaken severity, his coldness, and his scorn as a just expiation of a course of sin and deceit, and to trust that, in a life spent by his side, in compliance with his will, in submission to his dictates, in absolute devotion and unremitting tenderness, which my lips would never express, but which my conduct would reveal, I should at last have my reward, his belief in that love which could bear, believe, endure, and hope all things. Tossed by these conflicting thoughts, jaded by this incessant and racking anxiety, at last I sent a few lines which I had copied out several times, for sometimes a word had seemed to me too cold or too abrupt, too like or too unlike those which were struggling to escape from my heart and from my pen, or else my tears had stained the paper. In conclusion, I said, if on his dying bed my uncle names me, do not ask him to say, God bless her, but God forgive her. I also wrote to Mrs. Middleton, and when these 2 letters were gone, I felt relieved. The state in which I lived during the next few days was strange. In the midst of London, I was in perfect solitude. Rather than forbid the servants to let Henry in, I gave a general order to deny me to everyone without exception. Early in the morning, I drove into the country for some hours, and the rest of the day I spent in my back drawing-room buried in thought, and alternately giving way to the gloomiest anticipations or the most vague and groundless visions of future happiness. Every day I sent a servant to inquire after Alice, and the report of her continued to be favorable. On the 3rd day after Edward's departure, and after Henry had made several fruitless attempts to see me, a letter was brought to me, and I immediately felt it was from him. My first impulse was to seize a cover and enclose it back to him, without a word of explanation, but, on cooler reflection, I determined to write to him. Edward had not forbidden me to do so, and to explain my present conduct was the only chance of keeping up that power over him on which so much depended. I therefore wrote as follows: The crisis of my fate is come. Henceforward, if I take one more step in the downward course in which I have been so cruelly entangled, I am lost forever. If you feel any of that regard for me which you have so long professed, I need not make any comments upon the fact which I now disclose to you. The notes which at different times I have sent you, and which so fatally misrepresent our relative positions, have been sent to Edward, and this letter, of which I enclose you a copy, is the result. I will not attempt to make you understand what I have suffered, what I suffer. I dare not see you, I dare not receive a letter from you, and yet, before Edward's return, I must, for there is an oath which you once imposed upon me, which must be cancelled. You must absolve me from it, if you do not wish to drive me to despair, to perjury on the one hand, or to a life of hopeless misery on the other. Henry, you who have been my best friend and my worst enemy, have pity upon me. Do not condemn me to fresh remorse, to further struggles, to eternal hypocrisy. Do not write to me any sophistry on this subject. Do not try to blind my eyes again, to deceive me to my ruin. If you have the cruelty to steel yourself against my prayers, against my earnest supplications, then leave me to myself, and take with you the consciousness that you have filled up the measure of your iniquities, and heaped upon my head all the miseries which the most savage hatred could devise. Would to God that I could find words to touch you. Would to God that I could reach your heart and carry to it the conviction that you would be happier yourself by giving way to my entreaties than by maintaining a tyranny which is as criminal as it is cruel. By all that you hold sacred, hear me, Henry. In the name of your sister, in the name of your child, hear me. As you would not bring misery upon them, hear me. My whole soul is in this prayer. The fate of my whole life is in its issue. Have mercy upon me, as you ever hope for mercy yourself. Yours, Ellen Middleton. This was my letter, and day by day I watched and trembled each time that the sound of the bell or a knock at the door roused a hope that its answer might come. During that period I received 2 short and hurried letters from Edward, dated from the towns where he stopped for an hour or 2 on his way to Hyères. The solitude of my life became at last intolerable. I began to feel an impetuous desire to change something in the course of my days, to see someone, to speak to someone, and yet I shrunk from the sight of a common acquaintance or of a commonplace friend. At last, one morning, a note was brought to me, but the direction was written not by Henry, but by Alice. It only contained these words: My dear Ellen, I wish to see you, and I beg of you to come to me. Yours, Alice Lovell. I knew not whether Mrs. Tracy was gone. I knew not whether I should see Henry. I was in total ignorance of what this visit might produce. But it was a relief to do something, to change something in the order of my day, and as Edward had not forbidden me to visit Alice, I felt justified in going to her, and prepared to do so. As I arrived at her door and walked upstairs to her, for the first time I felt a sensation of bodily weakness, which gave me a sudden apprehension that my physical strength was giving way under such protracted mental suffering. The door was opened, and I found Alice alone. As I looked at her, I felt one of the severest pangs I had ever yet experienced. Never in my life had I seen anybody so altered. There was not a single speck of color in her cheek. Her eyes looked unnaturally large, and the black under them was deeply marked. She came to meet me, but did not offer to kiss me. She held out her thin, pale hand, and, slightly pressing mine, made me sit down by her. She inquired about Mr. Middleton, and after I had answered her questions, there was a pause, which I broke by saying in a trembling voice, "How is your child, Alice? May I not see him?" She opened the door of the next room and showed me the cradle. The child was asleep, and as I gazed upon it, the tears which I struggled to repress almost choked me. "He is beautiful," I said. "Yes, he is beautiful," she murmured, as she knelt down by the cradle. "He is beautiful, but he does not thrive. He is not strong." She took the tiny hand and pressed it to her lips, and then she rose, and we returned to the drawing room. "How you must love him, Alice," I said with a sigh. "I do," she answered, and then she put her hand to her forehead, and a sudden flush overspread her face, her brow, her neck. Her breathing was quick, and she added in a voice of intense emotion, "But if you think I do not love his father, you are mistaken. Alice, I never thought—" "Oh, yes, you did, and you were right to think so. For when I married him, I loved him as a child, not as a woman loves, but real love and real sorrow came in time, and strength and courage are come with them. Ellen, I love him, and I charge you not to stand between him and me. I suppose I am doing a strange thing now, but it seems to me right. I have none to help me, none to counsel me but my own heart, and the sorrow which has long been secretly buried within it. I married, and the world before me was a blank, but a blank in which the Spirit of God seemed to me to move, as it did in the beginning of time, on the face of the waters. All was outside then in my life. Inside in my brain and my heart, there was nothing but peace and joy. Joy that the sky was bright, and the earth gay with flowers in the summer, and white with pure snow in the winter. I learnt what life and love are in the books Henry gave me. I felt what they were the first time I saw him with you. I shut the books. I shut my eyes. I was a coward. I was afraid of my own heart, afraid of the life I saw before me, till strength was given me to encounter it. I saw that mine was Leah's and not Rachel's portion, and I prayed for grace not to shrink from my cup of sorrow. I do not shrink from it now, but for Henry's sake, for the sake of my child, I must struggle with you and with your strange power. And God will be with me, Ellen, for you seek to put asunder what he has joined together. Alice, Alice, spare me, for I am miserable. Spare me, for your sorrows are no more like my sorrows than the martyr's sufferings resemble the dying criminal's agony. Let me hide my face on your knees. Cover me with the hem of your garment, and let the tears that fall on my head plead for me to the God whom you adore. For they are like those which the angels in heaven shed over a sinner who repents. Pray, pray that his heart may be softened. Pray for him, for yourself, for me. Pray that I may prevail or die. God forgive me, I dare not die, but I cannot live as I have lived. Ellen, do not talk so wildly. I dare not speak words of hope or of comfort if you do not cast this weakness from you, if you do not struggle with a passion begun in sin and which can only end in destruction. Alice, I swear by all that is most sacred, I swear it as I would on my dying bed, that I do not love your husband, and that now, oh, then you have done wickedly. You have never loved him, and yet you have sought his love, and worked on his feelings till his nature, which was kind, has grown fierce, and his pale cheek has grown paler still. You have never loved him, and yet you have made him forget every duty and every tie. You have taken his heart from me, from his child, from his home, and you value it not. In wantonness you have taken his love and my happiness away. You have played with it and destroyed it. Oh, Ellen, God have mercy upon you, for you are very wicked. I have been guilty, I have been wicked, Alice, but not in the way you think. Believe me, there is a mystery in all this which I dare not explain. Oh, yes, there has been a mystery in the air we breathe, in the words we have all spoken to each other, in our lives and in our hearts. My grandmother trembles and turns pale when you are named, or when your carriage drives by in the street, and even now the color forsakes your cheek, and your lips quiver as I speak of her. Henry married me, an ignorant child, as I have learned since that men wed brides who are rich and noble, for their rank and for their riches, without loving me or trying to make me love him. He hates Robert Harding and curses him in a low voice when we meet him, and yet he speaks to him civilly and offers him money which he spurns and presents which he refuses. You say you do not love Henry, you swear it, and yet day after day you spend hours with him, and when he has been absent from you, you have called him back. You have written to him in secret and turned pale when your letters have been discovered. Oh, there is a deep and terrible mystery in all this, and we have walked in darkness till we have almost forgotten what light is. I hid my face in my hands, overcome by the force of Alice's words, and unable to meet the searching power of her glance. There was a long, deep silence between us, and then I rose to go, and said to her as I did so with my eyes fixed on the ground, "You pray for your enemies, pray for me. You pray for those who suffer in body and mind, pray for me. You may never learn how right and how wrong you have been today, but you cannot be wrong in praying to God for me, for he has vexed me with all his storms, all his waves have gone over me, and I am well nigh overwhelmed. My only hope is in the mercy of one who has never yet showed mercy either to you or to me." I left her, and never again have I seen that angel face, that pale and blighted form, or heard the accents of her low and solemn voice. But if there is a saint who pleads for me on earth, or an angel who intercedes for me in heaven, it is she whose life I have blighted and whose heart I have broken. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Aimee Vandenberg. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Chapter 24. Some saddened flash of lightning strike me blind, or cleave the center of the earth that I may living find a sepulchre to swallow me and my shame together. The Guardian Messenger. So the struck deer, the arrow at his heart, lies down to die in some sequestered part, there stretched unseen in coverts hid from day, bleeds drop by drop, and pants his life away. Pope. I went home, and as I walked into the house, I saw a letter in Henry's handwriting lying on the table. I took it, and having locked myself in my dressing room, I opened it with trembling fingers and read as follows. You do not choose to answer my letters, and I am sent away from your door like a troublesome beggar. My sister is in the deepest affliction, and I vainly inquire of you what accounts you have of her. You are playing a desperate game, if you imagine, by such heartless insults, to rid yourself of my love. They change its nature, I own. I get weary of suffering alone, and life is not long enough to waste it in the burning strife and heart-consuming agitations in which we live. There is an end to all things, and if for 24 hours longer you trifle with me, you will repent it to the day of your death. Have I not told you that the time must come when, if you have not learned to love me, I shall make you hate me? My last letter to Henry had been intercepted. I saw it clearly and with despair, for I had written it with that intensity of supplication, that strength of appeal which must have reached his heart. I had built all my hopes upon it, and now the apparent scorn and unfeelingness of my conduct had brought him to that hard and reckless mood which I most dreaded. I felt that at any cost I must pacify him, and in the explanation I sent him there was more of self-defense than accusation, more entreaty than reproach. I addressed him rather as an injured friend than as a cruel enemy. It was late in the day before I had satisfied myself that the tone of my letter was calculated to soothe and pacify him, and then I dared not trust to chance for its delivery. With an unsteady hand I gave it to the servant, and desired him to deliver it to Mr. Lovell's own hand, and then the night came with its long hours of darkness, of restless sleep, and of waking misery. How was it that when I woke on the next morning, and felt that the air was heavy and the atmosphere dark, I did not see in it a sign of what that day would bring forth? How was it that when I went into Edward's room, and gazed on every familiar object which seemed to bring his image before me, I did not feel more wretched than usual? I did not long for his return, or dread it with more intensity than the day before, and when I pressed his picture to my lips, the tears that dimmed my eyes did not flow more bitterly than usual. The post came in, and there were letters for me. Letters from abroad. A black seal was upon one of them, and as I saw it, at once I felt that my uncle was dead. A gush of purer and more sacred sorrow than had ever yet sprung from my eyes or wrung my heart overcame for a while the selfish fears and sufferings of my soul. But even my grief for him, the kindest though the sternest of friends, was not unmixed with dark and bitter associations. It was a strange fear that seized me. I was weakened by suffering, and a superstitious dread took possession of me. He was gone, and he had been deceived to the end. He had mourned over his child long and deeply, and had died in ignorance of my share in her death. But now his disembodied spirit seemed to haunt and accuse me, and that first link which connects us with the unknown world by the loss of one we love, was to me a dreadful as well as a solemn thought. His last words, thus wrote my aunt, his last words were of you. He raised himself with difficulty in his bed, and with a strong effort pronounced your name, and then, after another struggle, he added, "Tell her to make Edward happy." After this, he held my hand in his for a few minutes. Once he pressed it, a change came over his face, and then he died in perfect peace. Oh, my Ellen, to die must be a dark and dreadful thing to those who have lived without God in the world. But to die as he did is not terrible, for his life had been void of offense and irreproachable as far as a human being's can be, and his death was indeed the death of the righteous. Edward, a voice from the grave calls upon me to make you happy. Where are you, that I may be at your feet and fulfill my dying charge? Where are you, that I may die in peace, nor close my eyes forever without a word of pity or of pardon from you? Twice I read over my aunt's letter, and then I opened Edward's. He had not reached Shires before my uncle's death, and had met Mrs. Middleton on her way back to England. He was travelling home with her, and meant to precede her by a few days to London, which he intended to reach by the 23rd of the month. He said she was powerful and deeply affected by the loss she had sustained, but that she was calm and composed, and only intensely anxious to be with me again. He said he had received my letter, and concluded his with an earnest request that I would take care of my health. I might then expect him in 2 days. I should see him again whom my soul worshipped, him whom I loved with a strength of passion and a fervour of devotion which absorbed every feeling of my heart. And yet no faithless wife, no guilty woman, ever looked to the return or anticipated the presence of the husband she had betrayed with more nervous terror or more deep depression than I did Edward's. His letter was in my hand, and I was gazing intently upon it when the door opened and Henry came in. The blood forsook my cheek, and I gasped for breath. Mr. Middleton's death, his sister's grief, his pale and haggard expression of countenance, a vague hope that he was come, at last, to set me free forever, kept me silent and subdued. He sat down opposite me and said, "I have forced my way in and brought you this letter." Glancing at the table, he added, "You have received the last account, I see. Has my sister written to you?" I could not speak, but I took her fetter and put it into his hands. He read it, and then laid it down with a deep sigh. He used me hardly, and hated the sight of me, but I respected him, and would fain have seen his life prolonged for Mary's sake. There was a long pause after this. We were afraid of each other, and of what each might say next. It was now 3 weeks since we had met, and eternal separation was at hand. It rested with Henry to decide how we should part. Would he break the chain with which he had bound me, or would he leave upon me forever the mark of my abhorred slavery? I stood before him, and fixed my eyes upon him. "Henry, the moment is come when we must part." "Part!" he exclaimed. "Do you think I am come to part with you? Do you imagine that I will leave you and Edward, whom I now hate as much as I once loved him, to exult over my despair, and to banish me from your house after mine has been tamed into hell? What words do you dare utter? Do not blaspheme. Your house is sanctified by the presence of an angel." "It is haunted by a fiend, Ellen. That woman who betrayed us, the woman who, in one of her paroxysms of rage, broke open my desk and drew from it those fatal letters which she sent to Edward in the vain hope of separating us forever. She it was who intercepted and destroyed the letter you wrote to me a fortnight ago, and she had the audacity to admit this iniquity, when last night I charged her with it. She gloried in the act, and cast back in my teeth the reproaches I addressed to her. Then, in my fury, I spoke out. I tore aside the veil from Alice's eyes. I broke my promises. I told the mother of my child why and how I had married her. I saw her tremble with horror and turn from me with sudden aversion, when I proclaimed in her pure ears my guilty passion for you, and my resolution, strong as death, never to give you up. I have broken every tie, I have renounced every duty, and now you must be mine, you shall be mine. I have long been your slave, but I knew it must come to this at last. You have struggled in vain, you cannot escape me. My love must be the bane of your life, or its joy, its ruin, or its glory, and unrequited as it has been, it yet has stood, and will stand, between you and your husband to the day of your death, and turn your wedded joys into deadly poisons. Your power is gone. Your threats are vain. I defy your vengeance. I scorn your hatred. Denounce me to the world and to Edward. Tell them all that it was not love, but terror that made me tremble before you. Tell them that you have tortured me, and that I have writhed in agonies under your secret power. Tell them that my soul has been wrung, that my heart has been bruised. Tell them that you have changed my nature and made me what I am, and then let Edward and the world and heaven itself judge between you and me. You defy my vengeance, you scorn my hatred. Am I not here, weak and imprudent woman? Have you not written me letters of frantic entreaty? Have you not broken the commands of your despotic and jealous husband? You have not been wise in your anger, or prudent in your wrath. You have no power against me if I confess the whole truth to Edward, if I kneel at his feet and perjure yourself. Oh, talk not to me of perjury, talk not to me of crime. You have steeped yourself in guilt and iniquity, and be my sin what it may, upon your head it shall rest, if you drive me to this act, if you refuse to release me. A dreadful smile curled Henry's lip, and he said with a sneer, What an admirable got-up story this will be for Edward. It is a pity you did not think of it sooner. It would have appeared more plausible than it will now do. An accidental homicide, carefully suppressed for 4 years, and confessed at last for the purpose of accounting for our intimacy. Your husband will admire the fertility of your powers of invention, which, by the way, he seems, from the tenor of his letter, to be pretty well acquainted with. Henry, your malice, your wickedness, cannot extend as far as this. You are not a demon, and it would be diabolical to refuse your testimony to my confession. Besides, there are other witnesses, in your interest, no doubt, retorted Henry with another sneer. I shall certainly not admit that I allowed Edward to marry a woman whom I saw with my own eyes murder his cousin. Murder! Murder my cousin! Is it you that speak? Is it I who hear you? Are there no limits, merciful heaven, are there no limits to this man's wickedness? There are no limits to despair. I struggle for life and death. You think of nothing but the misery you suffer. You have no mercy for that which you inflict. If I give way to you now, I lose you forever, and— He stopped, and hid his face in his hands. His breast heaved with convulsive emotion. I felt he was softened, and I flung myself on my knees before him. You lose your victim, but you gain a friend, who, though she may never see you, will bless you every day of her life, and, as she kneels in penitence before God, will mix your name with hers in every prayer she breathes. I clasped my hands in supplication, and sought to read into his soul. Never to see you, never to hear your voice. No, no, you must love me, you shall love me, and even if you hate me, you shall be mine. Your fierce beauty, your pride, your scorn have not subdued me, nor shall your streaming eyes and trembling accents avail you now. I love you more passionately in your grief than in your pride, and prostrate before me, I adore you as I never adorned you before. I could kill you if at this moment you named Edward, and the curse of a broken oath, the mysterious guilt of perjury, be upon your soul if you play me false and place the last barrier of separation between yourself and me. Oh, do not go with such words in your mouth. Do not leave such a curse behind you. It will fall upon your own head and follow you to your deathbed. Henry, cling to your feet. I implore you mercy. Was it the angel of death? Was it the vision of judgment that passed before me? Was it Edward I saw? Or did I live over that hour? I must have seen him, for never since that day, in dreams or in thought, have I beheld him without the dreadful expression which haunts and pursues me. It deprived me of my senses then. It has been killing me ever since. When I came to myself, I was in my own room. and all the women in the house were about me. They looked frightened and curious, and spoke to each other in a low voice. "Who is in the house? Who is here?" I asked with a trembling voice. "There's nobody here, ma'am. Mr. Middleton is gone out, and the carriage, which had driven to the door, is gone to the Clarendon Hotel." "Give me my bonnet and shawl. Make haste." I attempted to get up, but my strength failed me. "Bring me some wine directly." I drank a large glassful and stood up. As I was tying on my bonnet with trembling hands, a servant knocked at the door, and put a letter into my maid's hands. I turned faint at the sight of it, but took it from her and bade her leave me. There are moments which we live through, which we cannot speak of. I read these words. I read them every day. This is the last communication I shall ever make to you. I shall not return to my house till you have left it. I will never see you again, or hear your name pronounced as long as I live. Your own fortune, and any allowance you may desire out of mine, will be remitted to you by my solicitors in the manner you will direct. Should you address any letters to me, they will be returned to you unopened. I did not faint again. I did not shed a single tear. A dreadful weight oppressed my limbs and checked my breathing. The source of tears was dried up within me. I groaned in spirit. I expected nothing. I hoped nothing. I did not dare to take a step forward. My eyes were fixed on those words. "Leave my house forever. I will never see you again." If I stirred, it was to go forever. If I could not be, it must not be. I had not seen him for the last time. Life was not over with me. I was not condemned to that death of the soul, an endless separation, nor sentenced to a living grave, with a heart still throbbing with ardent and passionate affection. Would no one help me? Would no one have mercy upon me? Was there no voice that he would listen to, no appeal that would reach him? There was one whom I had wronged, but those images rose before me in that hour of despair. There was one whom I would seek, and who would plead for me. With Edward on earth, and with God in heaven, I would go to her. And if her cold, pale hands were laid upon my burning brow, if her voice, like a moist, refreshing wind, passed through the fiery furnace of my affliction, I should not die but live. I should weep at her feet, not writhe and agonize alone. I rose from my knees, I smoothed my hair, and drew my shawl round me. I had lost my gloves, and opened a drawer to look for them. The only pair I could find was one which Edward had made me put aside because he disliked their colour. What his letter had not done, what the horrible sufferings of the last hour had not done, this trifling circumstance did. I cried bitterly, and the pressure on my brain subsided. I walked rapidly through the hall, and as the porter opened the door, he stopped me and said, "Shall not John go with you, ma'am?" I shook my head and darted on, but before he could close the door, I came back to say, "I shall be home again in an hour." Why did I do so? Oh, because in its anguish the heart is weak, and I needed to tell myself that I was not going forever. To walk through the crowded streets with a horrible grief in one's heart and a dizzy aching in one's head, to push by happy, careless, busy creatures and have a dreadful question shot across one's brain of eternity, of infinity, which is answered by nothing but a vague though acute sense of suffering, to meet the vacant stare or the bow of recognition, when the head is splitting and the heart breaking, who is there that has known all this? I have. And dreams have not pierced anything worse, though mine have been dreadful enough. I walked fast, but the flagstones seemed to extend under my feet, and each carriage that whirled along might be bearing Edward away. Once a travelling chariot dashed past me. I uttered a faint cry and rushed towards it. The bystanders looked around in astonishment, and, as it turned the corner, I saw Mr. Escort's face. He smiled and bowed. I reached the house at last and rang the bell. I waited long, and the maid who opened the door stared at me in silence. I ran by her and up the narrow stairs. She followed me and laid hold of my arm. "You cannot see her. The child is dead." I staggered and leant against the wall. Before me, pale as a sheet, but with eyes which flashed fire, like an apparition, stood Mrs. Tracy. Her withered features were convulsed, and the sound of her voice was horrible. Darken not these doors with your presence. The curse of Cain is upon you, his mark on your forehead, and the vengeance of heaven shall overtake you. The voice of the murdered child calls it down upon you from her watery grave. The last convulsive struggle of the babe who died this morning cries out against you. Tremble and turn pale and fall on your knees, for your turn shall come at last. You shall weep who have made others weep. You shall be trampled upon who have trampled upon others. Your husband shall discard you. Your vile lover shall forsake you. And when my Alice is dead, Alice, good God, is Alice in danger? In danger? Do you think that, betrayed, insulted, forsaken, with a child at her breast and a dagger in her heart, my flower, my treasure, my child would live? You have murdered her. Go to Henry Lovell. Tell him that his child is dead and that his wife is dying, and the curse of a bereaved mother, the agonies of long-lingering years of remorse, the hatred of life, and the terror of death be upon you both, and may the Almighty, to whom vengeance belongs, pour down upon you, your guilty heads, the full vials of his wrath. I closed my eyes and murmured, God forbid. When I opened them again, she was gone. The maid was holding the street door open, and I walked out of the house. As I got into the street, I grew dizzy, and caught hold of the railing. A hand was stretched out to me and supported me for an instant. I recovered myself and saw that it was Robert Harding, on whom I was leaning. I stared back and looked into his face with wild affright. Shall I call a coach for you? He asked, gently. I bowed my head in assent, and he went to fetch one. When it came, he let down the step and put me in. As he did so, I pointed to the window and said, Will she die? God only knows that, he answered in a gruff voice. You seem like to die too, and well you may. I bade the coachman drive me home, and all the way I repeated to myself in a low voice, Home, home, and when we reached it, I hardly dared to enter again that house from which Edward had banished me. The porter put into my hand some notes and letters. I took them and, for the last time, went up to my own room. It was getting dark, and I rang for candles. I looked at the letters in my hand with a sort of vague, groundless hope that something in them might alter the dreadful certainty of my fate. The servant swept the hearth and put on fresh coals, and then asked, Do you expect Mr. Middleton home to dinner, ma'am? I could not say no. I could not speak. I shook my head and made a sign to him to go. When the door was closed upon him, I flung myself with my face on the ground and wept in anguish of spirit. Then, for the first time, I asked myself what I should do, where I should go, to speak to any one I had ever known before, to justify myself to any one but to Edward, to leave his house for that of any friend or acquaintance was impossible. Condemned and discarded by him, I had no other thought, but as a wounded animal to creep to some corner of the world and die there in silence. I glanced at the letters before me. One was an invitation for the Wednesday in the following week. My name and Edward's were joined together, as they never would be again. The details of that everyday happiness of life, which was forever destroyed, rose before me, and my heart rebelled against its fate, and murmured against God. I opened the next. It was from Henry. The image of his dying and childless wife was before me, and I shuddered as I read these lines. Your character is gone, your reputation is lost, you are forever parted from Edward. Nothing remains to you now but the proffered devotion of my whole life. I have not returned to my detested home since the last scene that drove me from it, and never shall again. As long as you live, I shall be at your side. Wherever you go, I shall follow you. There is a wild joy in my heart, for our destiny is accomplished, and henceforth we must be all in all to each other. Ellen, idol of my soul, you shall be mine. The excess of my love must win back love at last. Write me one line. Tell me where you go, what you do. Life has not strength, language has not words, for this tumultuous fever of agitation, for this hour of love and terror, of anguish and of joy. I tore open the next letter, and read as follows. My blessed child, I shall see you tomorrow, and I can feel almost happy in that prospect. You and Edward occupied your uncle's last thoughts, and on you both he pronounced his last blessing. The sight of your mutual happiness, your devotion to each other, will seem to me a tribute to his memory, and a consolidation to my own sorrows. Edward has been as a son to me in my affliction, and I like to think that in you he possesses the greatest blessing that my grateful tenderness could desire for him. I wish I could feel happy about Henry and Alice. I had hoped that the birth of their child would have made him more domestic, and drawn them more closely together, but, except a few hurried lines in which he announced the fact to me, and another short letter since, I have heard nothing from him, and I have received a strange one from her grandmother. She insists upon seeing me immediately on my return to England, and speaks of communicating some dreadful secret to me. If I did not think her mad, this would frighten me, but her language and conduct ever since the marriage have been so strange that I must suspect she must be out of her mind. I shall go to Henry's house at once on my arrival tomorrow, and by the middle of the day I hope to be once more with you, my beloved and precious child. The past is sad, the future is gloomy. I have many fears and disquietudes, but you are my light in darkness, my bird of peace amid the storms of life, and in your happiness I shall forget my own sorrows. Give my best love to dearest Edward. Ever your most affectionate, M.M. The cup was full at last. I was drinking it to the dregs. What wonder if it turned my brain? Banished forever by Edward, persecuted by Henry's fatal passion, denounced to Mrs. Middleton, accused of murder, what was I doing here? Could I not walk out and, in the black, cold depths of the river, still forever the passionate beating of that heart which had throbbed so long? Could I not swallow poison and, in the agonies of death, send for Edward? Death? No, I dared not die. I was afraid to die, but I would seek a living grave. I would fly from the face of those who loved, and of those who hated me. Edward had forbidden my name to be uttered before him. Never again should it be uttered as the name of a living creature. I would take another, and bury myself in a seclusion, where I might linger through the increasing symptoms of that illness which, during the last few days, I had detected and recognized by the hectic spots on my cheeks, by a racking cough and nightly sweats. There I should live alone, suffer alone, and die alone, and when the record of my death, if recorded at all, should casually meet the eyes of those who once loved me, it would pass unnoticed, and my own name, my fatal name, if ever pronounced by them, would sound as the knell of blighted joys, of hopes gone by, as the memory of a mysterious shame and of a nameless sorrow. My eyes turned accidentally to a painting of the cathedral which hung over the chimney-piece in my room. A superstitious and nervous fancy took possession of me. I felt as if my fate directed me there. I turned my eyes away and tried to think, but could not. A vague terror pursued me, and still, as I fixed my eyes on this picture, I felt as if I was there. Among those solemn arches and those aisles I should be safe. I felt as if a mountain would be removed from my breast as soon as I had reached a place where my name and my fate were unknown. There Henry would not pursue me. There I should never be told that Alice was dead and that I had destroyed her. There I should never hear that Mrs. Middleton had learnt to hate me, and there she would never ask me what I had done with her child. And miles would lie between me and him, whom I so helplessly loved and so wildly feared. The hours went by, and each time the clock struck I startled with affright, but I grew calmer as the night advanced. I had something to do, for my strange vague fancy was changed into a settled resolve. I fetched a small portmanteau, and put into it some linen and some money, Edward's miniature, and a small prayer book which he had once given to me. My cough was dreadful, and shook me to pieces, but I listened to its hollow sound with a terrible joy, and as I counted the banknotes in my pocket-book, I wrote with a pencil on the back of the last, "For my burial." The clock struck 5, and I put on my bonnet and my cloak. The light was faintly dawning. I opened with a trembling hand the door of the adjoining room, and unclosed the shutters to look once and for the last time on Edward's full-length picture. The light was so faint, and my swelled and burning eyes were so dim, that I could hardly discern its features, and I saw nothing before me but the vision of that dreaded moment when I last beheld him. I knelt before it, and breathed a prayer for him, which will be heard at the throne of grace, if prayers can avail from the lips of those who cannot and dare not pray for themselves. A noise in the room above my head startled and hurried me. I took up the portmanteau in my room, and carried it with difficulty down the stairs. I reached the hall door and pushed it open. I closed it behind me, and if ever there was a pang which baffles description, if ever there was an act which resembles suicide in all but the apparent suspension of agony which death seems to yield, it was mine. When I closed that door, and with a weakened frame, an aching head, and a broken heart, dragged myself with difficulty along the street, and stood shivering and burning at once, to wait till the first hackney coach appeared on the stand. I called one, and drove to the place from which I had seen that the stage coaches set off. I saw the name on one of them, and secured a place. An hour afterwards we started, and as I drove out of London, it was snowing hard. After a few hours traveling, the burning fever which had supported me subsided, and the horrible solitude of the future appalled me. Nothing like a hope before me, nothing but the cold chill of despair in my heart, nothing but strange voices and faces about me. A dark, heavy, speechless grief weighed like lead on my soul, but wrought like fire in my brain. Late that night I reached this place. From that moment to this, a night of horror has gathered around me. No tidings have reached, no enemy has pursued, no friend has discovered me. I am alone, and I am dying. I watch day by day the progress of the disease which is killing me. In reckless despair, I accelerate in progress, and then I tremble and shudder at the approach of death. I drag myself to the cathedral, and in its awful silence, or in the low chanting of the choir, I find a soothing power which acts at times as a spell over the dark visions and secret terrors of my soul. But I cannot pray when others pray. My brain is confused and my spirit weary. I cannot kneel in mockery before God while my soul rebels against him. The voices of the dead and of the dying mingle with the rise and fall of the organ. Sometimes a note vibrates on my ear like a death cry. The sound of rushing waters besets me, the curse of Cain follows me, and his words of complaint are ever upon my lips. My punishment is greater than I can bear. Is there no balm for such sorrows, no refuge for such despair? Tell me, ye who know, for verily my soul is in great agony, and there is none to comfort me. I am passing through the valley of the shadow of death, and God is not with me. End of chapter 24. Recording by Aimee Vandenberg.
Section 25 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Balmer. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Section 25. What angel shall bless this unworthy husband? He cannot thrive unless her prayers, whom heaven delights to hear and loves to grant, reprieve him from the wrath of greatest justice. Shakespeare. Love her, Angelo, I have confessed her, and I know her virtue. Shakespeare. Une vie à bien faire, uniquement passée, d'innocence, d'amour, d'espoir, de pureté, tant d'aspiration personne, Dieu répété, tant de foi dans l'amour, tant de vertu jetée, engage à l'immortalité, tant d'années sans sommeil, pour éveiller la souffrance, tant de pas rétréchis, pour nourrir l'indigence, tant de plaies, toujours prêts à s'unir à du pleurs, tant de soupirs brûlants, vers une autre patrie, et tant de patience à porter une vie, dans le courant étayé la matin. On a cold evening in February, Mrs. Middleton was sitting alone in the library of Elmsley Priory. The wind was howling round the old house in that mournful key which stirs up in the soul a vague emotion. The roaring of the swollen torrent was audible, and the low, distant barking of the keeper's dogs chimed in with it. Mrs. Middleton was dressed in the deep mourning of a widow. She was not more than 40, and yet her hair was prematurely gray, and the heavy listlessness with which one of her hands hung by her side, and the other struck repeatedly and unconsciously the table on which she leant, told that the spring within was broken, and that suffering, and not time, had done its work upon her. An embroidering frame was near her, and after a while she drew it to herself and began to work. When she had made a few stitches, she let the needle fall, and her head sank upon the support of the frame, And there she remained buried in thought till the door at the end of the library was softly opened. She looked up eagerly and gazed in silence on the beautiful being who was approaching her, and who, after kissing her on the forehead, sat down near her and employed herself with the work she had given up. And that lovely vision, what was she like? What did that pale, smooth brow, those earnest eyes, that bloodless cheek and delicate form resemble? A lily shattered by the storm? A dove scared from her nest, but faithful in her fear? An expression wholly at variance with the features that wear it is a startling thing. Tears in the eyes of an old and iron-featured man. Laughter on a pale and dying face. Care and deep-seated sorrow in the round lineaments of childhood make us wonder and grieve, but more at variance than any of these was the expression of Alice Lovell's beautiful features with the character they seemed made to bear. Intense and anxious watchfulness marked it now. A tremulous quiver shook her hand as she drew the threads through the canvas, and though her large eyes were calm and her attitude was composed, the least sound made her start. "How is he now?" inquired Mrs. Middleton, in a voice scarcely above a whisper. "Sleeping, thank God, and quietly too. Oh, Mrs. Middleton, hope is strong within me yet, and strength will be given us never to forsake him. Hope, strength, Alice, where are they to be found?" Alice pointed to the sky, and then to her own heart, and said, "There and here, in quietness and in confidence shall be our strength." After a pause, she resumed, "You were with him some time today. Did he speak to you?" Mrs. Middleton grew paler still at this question, and bowed her head in assent. "What did he say?" continued Alice. "Oh, do not spare me. Do not think of me. What did he say?" Mrs. Middleton joined her hands together and exclaimed, "Where is she? Where is she?" was what he said. Again and again he repeated these words in a tone of indescribable anguish, and I was almost thankful when his mind wandered again and I could leave his dreadful question unanswered. "Alice, my child, I am so weak, and you are so strong in your faith, in your hope, in your boundless charity, that I must give way before you, and for once ask you in mercy to let me speak of her. I could kneel on her grave and pray to be resigned, but now, as it is, I grow wild with terror. Oh, let us speak of her and let us pray for her. Let us never have another secret fear, another unspoken terror. Let us pray that in this world she may still be blessed, or in a better, she may have been mercifully received. You do not understand me yet, Alice. He does. The same horrible fear has darted through his mind, darkened and clouded as it is. Her own deed, her own hand, Alice, you never guessed the extent of his misery or of mine. Never guessed it, Mrs. Middleton? I have been with him in his hours of fierce delirium. I have been with him when he has taken me for her and addressed to me words which have made my blood run cold, words of guilty love and of horrible remorse. I have lived between you and him during these days of darkness and agony. I have seen your hope die and your terror grow. And do I not know what your fear is? Suicide. Yes, let me speak the word at once. Let me dive into your inmost thoughts. and let me carry consolation even into that extremity of misery. Who can declare the point where despair becomes madness? Who shall judge? Who shall condemn? Who can tell the secret things of the soul, save the God who made it? He has set no limits to our prayers. And shall we say to his mercy, so far shalt thou go, and no further? They knelt together, these two women. They poured forth their souls in prayer. And when they rose from their knees, and the elder of them leaned her forehead against the breast of the younger and wept in silence, she blessed her in her heart, and she was right to bless her, for nobly and tenderly had Alice Lovell borne her part through the heavy trials that had assailed her. We heard of her last on the bed of sickness, and death was drawing near to her, but youth and strength of body and mind carried her through. And when she rose from her couch of weakness and of pain, it was to hurry to the bedside of the husband who had forsaken her, and who, after some days of agonized search, after the victim of his relentless passion, maddened by the conviction that he had destroyed her, and haunted by an indescribable remorse, had lost in a brain fever all consciousness, save of some intolerable anguish, and of that endless remorse. For many days he hovered between life and death, while his pale wife stood by his side and held his burning hand in hers, even while he raved in dreadful delirium of his love and his despair, and with frantic cries called upon the grave to give up its dead. She was indeed a ministering angel in that house of mourning, for there was another fierce but now subdued spirit, who, without daring to approach the bed of suffering, was undergoing all the anguish of the blow she had struck, and which had recoiled upon herself. It was a fearful sight to see that old woman crying like a child over the ruin she had made, wringing her hands in despair, and with straining eyes and blanched cheeks, listening at the door of the room where the being whom she had nursed as a child and idolized as a man, whose passions she had fostered, whose life she had saved and embittered, to whom she had confided her child, and whom she had at last ruined by her blind and furious revenge, was raving, cursing, and dying. Between them stood that child whom she had sacrificed and he had betrayed. With words of peace and holy confidence, passing from one to the other, Alice spoke of hope and pardon, and turned the agony of the aged sufferer into penitence. By degrees she learned from her lips all the secrets of her soul. From her she gathered the knowledge of that dark cloud which had hung over Ellen's life. And while she trembled and wept, in her heart there rose, as Mrs. Middleton had said, an immense pity, a boundless charity. Day by day she watched and prayed by Henry's side, and at last discerned a ray of light through the gloom. The fever left him, and one day that she had supported his head for several weary hours, he opened his languid eyes and said, "Alice, is it you?" She pressed upon his cheek a kiss, like a mother's to a rescued child. But when he whispered in her ear the terrible question on which his life and his reason depended, her face was as pale as his, and her tears fell like raindrops on his brow. Gradually his strength returned, but still at times his mind wandered. For hours he would remain with his eyes fixed on vacancy, and his lips would move as if unconsciously, and form the fatal words of inquiry, which never received an answer. Sometimes he took Alice for Ellen, and kneeling at her feet, he would implore her pardon, and curse and upbraid himself as her murderer and destroyer. With heroic patience, but with a sickening heart and a shuddering frame, she listened to these ravings, and met his wild and involuntary confessions with a silent appeal to heaven for mercy for him and for strength for herself. After a while, she went with him to Elmsley, and there continued her work of love and endurance. Her strength seemed to increase with the demands upon it. Mrs. Middleton's broken spirit and helpless despondency needed her support almost as much as Henry's weakened mind. Her grandmother had returned to the cottage at Bridman, and nothing cheered the solitude of that melancholy abode but the occasional visits of that angel who moved amidst all these various sufferings and dark associations like a messenger of peace. It was as a hard task, and many a martyr's palm has perchance been more easily won. She became identified with all their sorrows, almost with the remorse she witnessed. Perhaps she suffered more than any of them, for she knew more than anyone else of that terrible history which had driven Henry to madness, and Ellen, as she supposed, to self-destruction. Through her grandmother's tardy and unavailing misgivings, she learnt the details of that obstinate belief in the lost Ellen's guilt, which had led her to hate and persecute her. She heard from her lips how that sentiment had grown into a passion when fostered by a bitter and burning resentment. How, under the influence of that feeling, she had one night made her way into the house at Elmsley at dusk, with the intention of upbraiding Henry and denouncing Ellen. She had found her alone and asleep before the organ on which she had been playing. A savage hatred filled her soul, and she bent over that sleeping form with a fierce impulse to revenge upon her at once the death of Julia and Henry's desertion of her own child. Conscience and terror alike checked her uplifted arm. She withdrew in silence, but left behind her the first of that series of mysterious threats by which she haunted the mind and scared the peace of that wretched and deeply tried being. She confessed to Alice how she had employed and excited Robert Harding to act the part of a spy, to dodge the steps and watch the actions of her faithless husband and of the unhappy object of his fatal passion. A superstitious belief in a mysterious call to denounce and to visit the crime she had witnessed, constantly counteracted by the influence which Henry possessed over her, and an intense anxiety for the innocent girl she had committed to his reckless hands, had kept her in a state of mind bordering on distraction. Harding was one of those men who, dogged and obstinate in one respect, was weak and manageable in all others. He blindly followed her dictates, as long as she persuaded him that her aim was to protect or to avenge Alice, whom he loved with an instinctive, faithful, and humble devotion. He shared her hatred of Ellen, and on the day of her marriage had mixed with the crowd at the church door, and thrust into her hand that warning which had been so awfully realized at the time of the election. He had watched from the gallery where he stood, with a strange mixture of grief and rage, Alice's altar countenance and her husband's open and shameless devotion to her rival. He had in his possession one of those letters which Mrs. Tracy had so often written and then recalled. He resolved to deliver it at once, and thus bring sudden disgrace and misery upon that guilty pair whose destiny was in his hands. When he had done the deed and retired to his solitary abode at Bridman, he felt frightened at what he had hazarded, and trembled like a child at the idea of Mrs. Tracy's anger. It was therefore a relief to him when Henry sought him out, and humbled himself before him. He was released from an awful responsibility, and returned to his post, supported by his aunt's bounty, obedient to her orders, and with a dog-like, self-denying fidelity, ready to die at Alice's feet, to kill her husband, or to save his life at the expense of his own, according as he was told that she willed it, that she required it. During the time he was in Mr. Escort's service, he might have been betrayed into more active steps, had he not detected with a keen and instinctive jealousy the motive which dictated his patron's sharp investigations, and the object he had in view, which, with a singular mixture of cunning and honesty, he contrived to defeat. Mrs. Tracy described to Alice in tones and with looks that made her shudder how her spirit was moved, even at the altar where Ellen's ill-omened marriage was solemnized, to denounce that pale, stern bride as a homicide, and to proclaim aloud that the trembling hand which one man bestowed and another received with such loving trust was stained with blood. She had risen to speak. The words were upon her lips. Frenzy to her heart was given to speak the malison of heaven, when she met the full and glaring force of Henry's flashing eyes. She could not withstand their dark and dreadful power. Alice, her helpless child, was by his side, and she sunk back in her seat, overcome and subdued. On the day of Alice's confinement, her hopes had been raised, and her heart softened, by some indications of sensibility on Henry's part. The reaction was violent when he returned after an absence of several hours, which she knew had been devoted to Ellen. She reproached and upbraided him, and he answered her by a careless and brutal avowal of the nature of his feelings, and he left the house again at dinner time without even visiting his wife. Then, in her fury, she resolved at all risks to separate him from Ellen. She broke open his desk, where she found notes which excited her hatred and anger to such a degree that she determined to send them at once to Edward Middleton, and thus place an eternal barrier between the guilty pair. The result of that fatal act she now deplored with a ceaseless and bitter sorrow, and day after day, with tears and groans, entreated the forgiveness of her thrice injured child. Patiently and mercifully did Alice listen to that misguided and unhappy woman's confessions. She abstained by a reproachful look or a severe word from heaping fresh misery on that aged and humbled head. But she pondered over these things in silence, and when she returned to Henry's side, and he held out his hand to greet her, hers was cold and nervous, and her heart sunk within her as she fished her eyes on his, and in their wild and restless expression read that fearful retribution which sometimes falls on those who have walked in their own ways and defied the justice of an almighty judge, till the light that was in them has become darkness, and his awful vengeance has overtaken them. Great indeed was that darkness in Henry Lovell's case, greater still from the light that had once been in him. Sparks of genius, touches of feeling, relics of the high capabilities of mind that had once been his flashed through the night of his soul and made its present darkness more sadly visible. Alas for all that God gives and man destroys! Alas for all that might be and is not, genius and intellect, which should subdue and regenerate worlds, and with noble thoughts and words of fire carry the truth from one hemisphere to the other. Where are ye? What do ye? Consumed upon the altar of a withering selfishness, cramped and debased by the bonds of a narrow skepticism. Man has prostituted you to vile uses, slaves of his passions, and ministers of evil he has made you, and where God had said, "Let there be light," has too often answered, "Let there be darkness." Henry's gloomy and wayward depression increased every day, although his intellect was not wholly obscured. But at the times that it was clearest, he seemed to suffer more than during its hours of partial aberration. He gave way less than at first to fits of violent irritation. The terrible expressions he used to utter, and the murmurs and curses which rose to his lips with such frightful bitterness, were at an end. He even ceased to ask that fatal question with which he had been wont to torture his wife and sister. He listened in silence to what they said, and once made a faint attempt to smile when Alice spoke cheerfully to him. He often gazed on her in silence and watched her intently as she moved about the room. Once, when she was sitting at her work opposite to him, she heard him say in a low voice, "Notre Dame de Bon Secours." She looked up with tears in her eyes. He rose wildly and cried, "Your tears shall not avail you." And then he turned away and did not speak for some hours. One morning that the sun was shining brightly and the mild air forestalled the spring, Alice had thrown open a window that looked upon the flower garden. A bird was chirping a few shrill notes near it, and Henry listened to them with an appearance of pleasure. When the bird flew away, he went to the window and gazed earnestly on some early spring flowers, which were just coming into blossom. Alice opened a book on the table and read aloud the following lines. Sweet nurslings of the vernal skies, bathed in soft airs and fed with dew, what more of magic in you lies to fill the hearth's fond view? In childhood's sports, companions gay, in sorrow on life's downward way, how soothing in our last decay, memorials prompt and true. Henry held out his hand for the book and read over these lines in silence. Then he glanced at the title page, shuddered, and flung it from him. Alice picked it up and looked anxiously at him. Was not Dr. Dodd hung for forgery? He exclaimed. She turned very pale. He saw it and said, "You need not be frightened now. I am not mad. In that very book I forged the first link of that infernal chain with which I bound and destroyed her." Alice knelt by him and whispered, "Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow." He drew fiercely back and cried, "There may be mercy for others. There can be none for me. Look into your Bible. You will see in it what I have done. Turned her body and her soul into hell. God alone should do that. I have done it. Alice, if you believe, you must tremble. Aye, the devils do so too. Poor angel, God has turned thee into an earthly hell. Pure spirit, chained to a fiend, thy fiery trial draws to an end." He sank back into his chair and muttered, "The worm that never dies. I understand it now." One day that Alice had been walking before breakfast and was returning home with that heaviness of step and abstraction from outward things, which prolonged and acute mental suffering produces, the porter's wife stopped her as she passed the lodge, to tell her that half an hour before a gentleman had come to the gate in a post-chaise and had expressed an anxious desire to see her, that on finding she was out, he had hesitated a moment as to what he should do, but that at last he had stepped into the lodge and written a letter which he had desired her to deliver to Mrs. Lovell as soon as she returned. Alice took it with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The only conjecture she could form was that it came from Edward Middleton. The unbroken solitude in which he had lived, the obstinate silence which he had maintained when Mrs. Middleton once ventured to address a few lines to him, implored him to aid her in the search of his guilty but unfortunate wife, made her break the seal of this letter with nervous anxiety. She glanced at the signature, and, at once relieved and disappointed, she saw it was not from him, and then read as follows: Madam, as one who in his ministry has received from dying lips a solemn confession, as a man who has witnessed a deep repentance and a great affliction, I address you. There is one who has been for a while as if she had been dead to you and yours, but who is yet alive, although her life is passing away like a morning cloud. In his name, who never broke the bruised reed, I ask you to smooth her pillow and to bring peace and pardon to that weary spirit. She has made the sacrifice of her life to God, and her only desire is to be forgiven by those whom she has trespassed against, and to forgive those who have trespassed against her. I dare not say more. Just, it is hardly possible that you can be. Merciful, I am certain that you will be. Mrs. Edward Middleton she is in the last stage of a rapid consumption, and before many days are gone by, her spirit will have returned to the God who gave it. She has confessed to me the sins and the sorrows of her short and troubled life. One heavy trial she has been spared, in the knowledge that your life, madam, has been saved, and if she could receive from you, from her aunt, and above all from the husband whom she has offended, a token of forgiveness, her life might still close, I use her own expression, with one untroubled hour. I heard her murmur these last words to herself, as, out of a nosegay which had been in kindness sent her, she selected a passion flower, the sight of which affected her strangely. I have undertaken this journey for the sole purpose of informing you of Mrs. Middleton's present residence. I shall await your answer at the inn at Ilmsley. My reason for addressing this letter to you, madam, was the fear of causing Mrs. William Middleton too sudden an emotion in her present state of health. To your hand I commit the task, and I pray that you may be guided and blessed in the performance of it. William Lacey. Alice had begun to read this letter as she was walking towards the house, but as soon as she had read the first few lines, and that the sense of them burst upon her, she staggered to a bench, and a great faintness came over her. She read on, however, and as the letter ended with that prayer for her which had been so fervently put up, she closed her eyes for an instant and said, Amen, with her whole heart. The letter had rolled at her feet, and as she stooped for it, her husband suddenly joined her. He picked it up and asked whence it came. She trembled and turned pale. He saw it and guessed it all. He seized her hands and looked wildly into her face. "Is she alive?" "She is, Henry, she is." He fell with his face to the ground, and for the first time in his life, his soul spoke to God. When he arose, he was very pale, but he took the letter from Alice's hand and read it through in silence. Not dead, but dying. He hid his face in his hands and wept convulsively. "Alice," he cried at last, as his wife bent over him in speechless sympathy. "Alice, my guardian angel, never forsake me, never leave me. Teach me to live, teach me to die. Teach me to see her die, and not to blaspheme and to curse. Put your hand on my forehead and drive away the dreadful thoughts that come over me. She is dying. She is alone. What are we doing here? Alice, I must see this man, this priest. Quick, quick, send him to me. There is no time to lose." There was a wildness in Henry's countenance and manner which alarmed Alice. She walked fast with him to the house and dispatched a groom to the inn with an earnest entreaty to Mr. Lacy that he would come to them directly. She then went to Mrs. Middleton, and with tenderness and caution informed her of that glad, mournful news which relieved her worst fears, only by summoning her to the deathbed of that Ellen whom she so passionately loved, and whose name vibrated in her ear and thrilled through her heart with a strange and undying power. She rose as from a deep sleep and prepared to go to her, but there was no gladness in the revival of her fainting spirit, and no hope in the pilgrimage before her. An hour afterwards, Henry Lovell received Mr. Lacy in his room. He had spoken kindly and tenderly to Mrs. Middleton. When Alice met him, overcome by the sense of all that they two alone as yet knew and felt, and by an instinctive dread of the interview about to take place with Henry, she fell on her knees before him. He laid his hand upon her head and said, in a voice which trembled with emotion, "The blessing of an old man be upon you, my daughter, and may the God whose servant I am never forsake you in life or in death." Alice rose and fixed her earnest eyes on Mr. Lacy's venerable countenance, and said slowly and solemnly, "You have brought us tidings of mournful joy, and you will carry back with you tidings of peace and of hope to poor Ellen's dying spirit. Oh, Mr. Lacy, have you not a blessing to leave behind you? Have you no words of peace to speak to him, even to him who is now waiting for you? I know not in what spirit he will receive you. Dark shades sweep over his soul, and his sufferings are terrible. He is recovering slowly from a brain fever." Henry opened the door of the adjoining room. The color of his face was changed. He looked quite unlike himself, and Alice started at the strange sound of his voice when he said, "Do not detain Mr. Lacy, Alice. My time is short, and I have much to say to him." Mr. Lacy followed him into his study. He shut the door and begged him to sit down. He looked at him steadily for a minute and then said, "You know all my history?" "Some parts of it," Mr. Lacy replied. "You know, then, that you speak to a man who has destroyed by a series of iniquitous persecutions a woman whom he so devotedly loved that even now—" "Mr. Lovell, I am not come here to listen to the avowal of an unholy passion. I am come to bring you that forgiveness which you so much need, and to claim from you a confession." "Stop, Mr. Lacy. You must listen to me, or you will drive me mad," said Henry, with a terrible laugh. "And then what confession will you get? Listen to me. I love Ellen Middleton so passionately that were I not dying myself, I could not even now do her justice. Though 2 hours ago I fancied I could have given my existence only to know her alive and in her husband's arms, even though I might never see her again, yet now that I have heard of her, that I see you who have seen her face and heard her voice, the dreadful struggles I go through only leave me life and sense enough to prove to you that I was in my right mind when I wrote this. He held out a letter to Mr. Lacey, who took it in silence. Take that letter to Edward Middleton, Mr. Lacey. You may read it first yourself. If, when he reads it, he forgives his wife and curses me, I shall be satisfied. Tell him then that I am mad or dead. I shall be so by that time. When you see her again, tell her not to look so pale or stare so wildly when I dream of her. Tell her not to hang over me or stand by my bedside and moan so piteously. Did you say she was dead? No, she is dying, and she is prepared to die. She prays, she hopes, she submits, and God will receive her, for his mercy is infinite. A ministering angel she will then be, while I lie howling. A gulf between us. What am I thinking of? Where have I read that? There is something very wrong here. I beg your pardon, Mr. Lacey. I will not detain you a moment more. Perhaps you will be so kind as to let me know the result of your interview with Edward Middleton, and give my love to Ellen. I shall call upon her tomorrow. There was something so horrible in the familiar tone with which these last words were spoken that Mr. Lacey shuddered and breathed a mental prayer for the wretched man whose senses seemed to have failed him after the strong and persevering effort he had made to collect them for one important object. In a few brief words he warned Alice as he left him of the wild and sudden manner in which their conversation had been broken off, and strongly urged her to send for instant medical advice. She did so, and after taking leave of him and murmuring in an almost inaudible voice the words, "Pray for us," she returned to her post with that sinking of heart and strength of spirit which those only know who feel acutely and never give way. She did not inform Mrs. Middleton of the alarming symptoms which indicated the return of what they most dreaded. She would not, by rousing her fears, detain her from the deathbed of Henry's victim. She sent her there as to a mournful refuge from the terrors she herself anticipated. When she had seen her take her departure, she knelt alone for a few minutes in her room before a picture of the crucifixion which hung there. She offered to God in a few brief words the agony she was about to endure, and then with a steady step and a calm countenance, she walked into the room where Henry was and sat down quietly to her work at a small distance from him. She saw by his eye and his countenance that he was struggling with the delirious fever which was coming upon him, and while she kept her hand near the bell, which at an instant's notice was to be answered, and her eye upon the avenue through which she could see the doctor arrive, she spoke now and then in a quiet tone, and gently and firmly answered the wild questions he addressed to her. Once he called loudly and fiercely for music. He muttered something about David and his harp. He bade her drive the evil spirit from him. He began to speak rapidly and incoherently, and to chaff at her silence. She could not play. She had never sung to him before. For the first time, she did. Her voice was pure and sweet and loud. It rose in the silence of that twilight hour with a strange and awful harmony. She sang the airs of those sacred chaunts which fall on the ear like dreamings of eternity. 2 old servants who were in the outward room fell on their knees and listened. For more than an hour that solemn, mournful song continued. It thrilled through their very souls and affected them more deeply than the most passionate cries of grief or of terror could have done. It only ceased when the doctor arrived, and Henry was persuaded, in a moment of gloomy and indifferent abstraction, to retire to bed and yield himself to his care. But no remedies, no treatment availed to check the progress of the fever, which increased every hour, and which was accompanied by the fiercest delirium and the most frantic ravings. His struggles were fearful, his attempts at self-destruction frequent. 3 men could hardly hold him down. Towards morning, in one of those paroxysms of delirious fury, he broke a blood vessel, and Alice, who had never left his bedside, was covered with blood. She stirred not even then. She saw in the doctor's face that the danger was imminent, for the prostration of strength which followed the accident was sudden and awful, and one of those indescribable changes which announced the approach of dissolution was apparent. She whispered to one of the servants to send for the clergyman, and then she knelt by the bedside and gazed with an agonizing intensity on Henry's deathly pale face. His eyes were closed in the helplessness of utter exhaustion, and his breath hardly dimmed the mirror that was held to his lips. After a few minutes of that nameless anguish which thought dares not dwell upon, nor words describe, she saw his eyes open and turn to her with an expression of intense inquiry, full of the consciousness of death, of the sense of a coming eternity, and of that question deferred too long and asked too late, "What shall I do to be saved?" She bent over him in speechless sorrow. His dying eyes caught sight of the cross which hung from her neck. She saw it. She held it to his lips and whispered, "None ever perished at his feet." He heard her, and his lips moved, and his hand grasped hers. He looked at her, raised his eyes to heaven, and he died. On that murmured prayer, on that expiring glance, she built hopes which we may not scan, which we dare not judge. We dare not break the bruised but not broken reed on which she leaned, nor quench the uncertain light which its memory threw upon the remaining years of her earthly pilgrimage. End of section 25. Conclusion Part 2 of Ellen Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Balmer. Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton. Conclusion Part 2. When the clergyman arrived, he found her still on her knees by the bed of death, still covered with the blood of her dead husband. He has often since said that when she rose from her knees and silently held out her hand to him, it was with a reverence mingled with awe that he took it. He felt, this was his expression, that she had drawn very near to God in the prayers which she had poured forth in that chamber of death, during its first and solemn hour of silence and of loneliness. It was an irksome and trying task which Mr. Lacy, from a sense of duty and of profound interest and pity, had undertaken, and the part of it which he most dreaded was now at hand. For those he had left behind, he felt the sincerest compassion, and for Alice the highest admiration. When he had drawn near to Elmsley, he had formed beforehand a tolerably just idea of the situation and state of mind of its inmates. He had expected to find a woman bowed down, with grief, worn out with sorrow, and by her side another, more like an angelic than a human being, and such were those he had seen. He had expected to find a man with a mind weakened, torn by a keen remorse, and still struggling with unconquered passions. He had heard with his own ears the confirmation of his anticipations, and he had left him sinking under that delirious agony which he had struggled with long and mastered for one moment, but which had subdued him at last. He had sent one of these sufferers to the bedside of his dying penitent, and had left the others in God's hands, and had prayed earnestly for them, as he foresaw the dark and troubled scenes on which they were entering. But now, as he traveled from Elmsley to Hillscombe, he felt quite uncertain as to the character and the state of mind of the man whom he was seeking. Ellen's journal had given him a clear idea of every individual connected with her history, save of that husband whom she had so loved, so feared, and so offended. Whether a strong principle of duty or an implacable strength of resentment characterized him, he could not exactly discern, and he felt the difficulty of obtruding himself, a perfect stranger, into those sorrows which dignity or pride, wounded affection, or stern implacability had shrouded from every eye, and buried in that solitude which he was now on the point of disturbing. With intense anxiety and curiosity, he opened the letter which Henry Lovell had placed in his hands, and, according to his permission, proceeded to read it. This letter will be placed in your hands by a clergyman, who will at the same time inform you that I am dying, and that as a dying man, I solemnly address you and charge you to read the whole of this letter. Your wife is not dead, and on my deathbed I desire to do her that justice which I withheld from her so long, while she vainly sought for it at my hands. I have loved her passionately and for years, and if she had returned my affection, she would not be dying now of a broken heart, and I should not be on the brink of madness. Do not imagine that I am mad now. I am in the full possession of my senses, and if I could or dared thank God for anything, it would be for this interval of reason, which allows me to declare with all the force of a deathbed assertion that the woman whom you have turned out of your house as my mistress is as pure as she was on the fatal day when we both first saw her, and loves you with a passion which has made the misery of my life, which has baffled every effort I made to destroy her virtue, and which she dies of at last, blessing you, and hating me as a woman, but perhaps forgiving me as a Christian. Not quite 3 years ago, a dreadful accident, an extraordinary train of circumstances, threw her into my power. I saw her in a fit of almost childish passion strike her cousin Julia. The child was standing in a dangerous position. Her foot slipped, and she fell down the cliff. You know the rest. Had you known it sooner, you might now be the happy husband of the woman whom I adore. You, too, will know the meaning of those horrible words, too late, which I have repeated to her in malice and to myself in despair, till I feel as if they would ring in my ears through an eternity of misery. She wanted courage. She wanted opportunity to accuse herself of the involuntary act which resembled murder in its results, and which, in the secret cogitations of her restless soul and excited imagination assumed a form of guilt and of terror which nothing could efface. I kept her secret. I forced Mrs. Tracy, Alice's grandmother, who was in my room on some matters of business at the time, to keep it too. I devoted myself to my victim. I watched her continually. I read each motion of her soul. I soothed her terrors. I flattered her. I made her believe by a series of artful contrivances that you were the possessor of her secret, and thus sought by fear, by distrust, by every pang which that belief occasioned, to crush that passion, the dawn of which I had detected with rage and despair. Under that impression, she saw you depart with a resigned and sullen indifference, and for some months I thought myself, if not loved, at least liked, to a degree which justified my hopes and my designs. They were cruelly disappointed. A fatal engagement, an entanglement in which guilt and folly had involved me, prevented my offering myself to her in any way but that of urging her to a secret marriage, which I proposed on the score of her uncle's implacable opposition. She steadily refused to yield to my passionate entreaties, and we parted with threats and upbraidings on my part, and contempt and defiance on hers. I was, of course, banished from Elmsley, and soon afterwards, for the purpose of saving myself from a threatened and disgraceful exposure, of a nature needless now to detail, I made a victim of that gentle and perfect Alice, who has almost as much reason as Ellen herself to curse the day on which I crossed her path. When I met the latter again in London, some time after my marriage, I began to use that power which accident had given me. She had then found out that you were not, as she had imagined, aware of the event which had so fearfully blighted her peace. I then avowed myself the possessor of her secret, and alternately as a friend and as a foe, by devotion one while, and by threats another, I forced her to endure my presence, to tolerate the expression of a passion against which her heart revolted, but which she dared not peremptorily repel. I employed every art which cunning can devise to entangle and to bind her. In Mrs. Tracy's knowledge of her secret and violent enmity against her, I held an engine which I skillfully turned to my purpose. I bound her by an oath never to reveal to you the history of Julia's death. She pronounced it, but even while she protested that she would never marry you, she declared to me with the accents of intense passion that though she had refused, she adored you, and that she would rather die at your feet than live by my side. After betraying her feelings in a moment of extraordinary agitation, she found herself almost involuntarily engaged to you. She wrote to me and threw herself on my mercy. My feelings and my conduct at that time appear strange to myself. I was excluded from her uncle's house, and that intercourse with her which was dearer to me than existence was interrupted and thwarted in every way. By one effort, one great sacrifice, I regained her confidence and re-established myself in that forfeited intimacy, at the same time that I bound her by fresh ties of fear and obligation. Perhaps I was also touched by her terrible situation, but be that as it may, I allowed her to marry you, and by some concessions on my own part to her inveterate enemy, that old woman, whose vindictive malice has ruined and undone us all, I bought her silence, and once more shielded Ellen from disgrace and exposure. I need not go into further details. You now can trace for yourself the whole course of my relentless persecution, and of her long and bitter struggles. From first to last, from the hour she pledged her faith to you at the altar, to that in which you surprised her at my feet, she has been true to you. I say it even now with jealous rage, for the fierce love with which I have loved her is still smoldering in my breast, and will only die when I die. I say it with the agony of death in my soul, with the vision of an approaching eternity before me. She has been true to you. She has loved you as I loved her. And when she clung to my feet and vainly sued for mercy at my hands, it was to implore that I would suffer her to reveal the truth to you, the acknowledgement of which might then have saved her. She is dying now, and I have not long to live. She has never loved me, and I have loved her. And I am sometimes mad, not now. If you do not believe me, send for the woman who saw her strike the child. Speak to Robert Harding, curse me, and forgive her. Alice has forgiven me. Shall you forgive Ellen and go to her? I have nothing more to say, and I sit writing to you as if the end of all things was at hand. Henry Lovell. With a deep-drawn sigh and a steady gaze on the calm, pure sky before him, Mr. Lacy folded and put up this letter. During the rest of his short journey, he meditated in silence on the sorrows he had left behind him and those he was going in search of, and as he fixed his eyes on the blue and boundless arch over his head, his lips unconsciously repeated that sublime passage in the prophecies of Isaiah, "My thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." On his arrival at the lodge of the Park at Hiscombe, his inquiries after Mr. Middleton were answered by a positive assurance that he was not at home, and it was only after stating that the business he was come upon was of the highest importance that he could induce the porter to dispatch a note from himself to Mr. Middleton, requesting an immediate interview, and reminding him of some circumstances connected with his late uncle, which gave him an especial claim upon his regard and respect. After a while, the servant returned, and requested Mr. Lacy to proceed to the house. As he drove through those grounds, as he entered that house, the scene of poor Ellen's brief dream of happiness, as he prepared to meet her husband, he felt nearly overcome by his anxiety for the result of this important interview. He was shown into the library, and at the end of a few minutes Edward Middleton came in, and requesting him to be seated, alluded briefly to the circumstances which Mr. Lacy had mentioned, and begged to be informed as to the object of his visit. As Mr. Lacy looked on the pale, stern countenance before him, and in its inflexible expression and deeply marked lines read all he feared, he murmured to himself, "Unrelenting," and his heart sunk within him. "I am come here, Mr. Middleton, to perform a great duty, and to clear up a great mystery. As a minister of God, I claim from you a patient hearing, and that you will read a letter which I bring to you from one deathbed, and hearken to a dying appeal from another. Sir, I respect your character, and I revere your office, but if what you have to say relates to me, and not to yourself, let us break off this conversation at once. There are subjects, there are names which I never suffer any human being to allude to before me, and the sacred character which you bear gives you no right to force them upon me. It has given me the right to receive from your dying wife a confession." Mr. Lacy stopped and hesitated. A convulsive emotion had passed over Edward's face, and he turned frightfully pale. But in an instant his features resumed their iron rigidity, and he waved his hand impatiently. "And it gives me the right," continued Mr. Lacy, "to tell you that you are committing a fearful injustice, that you are under a fatal delusion." "She will die then as she has lived," exclaimed Edward with violence. "She has lied then to God as well as to me." "Beware, beware," returned Mr. Lacy, "how you speak of one whom God has absolved, whom he will receive, for he shows great mercy where man has none." "There are crimes," rejoined Edward fiercely, "there are crimes which God may forgive, but which man cannot." He glanced at the letter which Mr. Lacy held, and as he recognized the handwriting, the blood rushed violently to his face, and then, forsaking it, left it as pale as ashes. "Is he dead?" he asked faintly, as he pointed to it. "Life and reason are both forsaking him, but by a last effort, he gathered strength to write what you must read. You must read it, for a voice from the grave calls upon you to do so. You must read it, for your wife is dying, and she must be justified in your eyes. She must be forgiven by you before her spirit returns to him who gave it. Listen to me, Mr. Middleton, as you fear God and hope for heaven. It is not the cause of a faithless life I plead. It is that of a deeply injured and much belied woman. She has sinned indeed, but not against you. God has, through my mouth, absolved her at his altar. He has received her, and shall you, whom she has loved too much, too fondly, too tremblingly, with a worship due to him alone, shall you refuse her that hearing which, with dying accents, she craves, that justice which, in her name, I demand from you?" "God forgive me," cried Edward wildly. "God forgive me, for I cannot forgive her. She has made her peace with heaven, you say. So be it then. Let her die in peace. She has told you that she loved me. Did she tell you how I loved, how I worshipped her? What is the punishment for those who betray, if those who are betrayed suffer, as I have done? She has told you she is innocent. She has told you she is belied. Has she told you that I found her prostrate at the feet of that man who you say is now mad and dying? That man who it has almost maddened me not to kill, whom it has almost killed me to spare? Go, Mr. Lacy, pray for her, pray with her, but do not ask me to forgive her. Have you not heard me, Mr. Middleton? Have you not understood me? I repeat to you, solemnly and earnestly, with all the conviction that a minute acquaintance with the sad history of her life can give, that your wife is not guilty of the crime which you impute to her, and that she has only loved you too passionately, only feared you too much. The pride, the sternness of your character acted fatally upon a nature like hers. Beware that, even now, God does not look down upon you both and judge you the betrayer and her the betrayed. 1 hour's indulgence, 1 moment's confidence might have brought her to your feet to confess not a crime, but a fact which has been a covering to her eyes all the days of her life, an accident which, in a fatal hour of weakness, she concealed, an accident which threw her into the power of those who, in hatred or under the impulse of a guilty passion, sought to blight her peace and ruin her virtue. That love which you doubt, in the place of a higher principle, saved her from guilt and only left her a prey to the most protracted agony. Read this letter. It is from the man who vainly sought to gain her love by wringing her heart. Read this journal. Read this confession of many sins, of many fears, of much sorrow. But own, as you read it, that her love to you was wonderful, and passing the common love of women. And then come to forgive and be forgiven, ere God takes to himself the being whom you once swore at the altar to keep, to comfort, and to cherish until death parted you. Edward Middleton made no answer to this solemn address. He appeared stunned and bewildered. He stretched out his hand in silence for the papers which Mr. Lacey held. He wrung his hand and took leave of him. He watched his carriage out of sight, and then locked the door and remained alone for many hours. A fearful communing with himself took place that night. He was a calm and a stern man, but bursts of passion shook his frame, and terrible words sprung from his lips in the solitude of that night's watch, and tears, those dreadful tears which nothing but agony wrings from manhood's eye, fell on the pages before him. Who can tell what he suffered? Who can tell how he struggled? What curses rose to his lips? What mental prayers recalled them? What fierce anger burned within him? What returning tenderness overcame him? At 7 o'clock the following morning, an express from Elmsley brought the intelligence of Henry Lovell's death. An hour afterwards, Edward Middleton was on his way to the cathedral town of... It was on a mild day, as the sun was shining brightly on the leafless groves of Hilscombe. Its slanting rays gilded the lawn on which the house stood, that a carriage drove slowly up the avenue. When it stopped at the door, and the step was let down, Edward Middleton sprang out, lifted his wife in his arms, and carried her into the library. Once before, a few months ago, he had led her into that room, his bride, his idol, his flower of beauty, the pride of his soul. Now he had brought her back to it to die, for there was death in that marble forehead, death in those painfully bright eyes, death in those transparent hands which held his, in that hollow voice which murmured as he laid that weak frame and weary head on the pillowed couch. Home, home once more. He had sought her, he had found her dying. He had taken her in his arms. He had pressed upon her fevered lips such kisses as their hours of hope and of joy had never known. He had hoped against hope when she had clasped her thin, weak arms round his neck and whispered, "Take me home, Edward, to die." He had answered in the words of Scripture, "Thou shalt not die, but live." And verily, in her deep love's excess, she found a short renewal of life. She gathered strength to rise from her bed of weakness and of pain, and with her head on his bosom and her hand in his, to breathe again the free air of heaven, and gaze with a languid eye on those beauties of earth and sky, which have such a deep meaning, such a strange effect on those who are about to die. For she must die. She feels it. She knows it, but not at once. She thought to die, unreconciled to God, unforgiven by man. Her weary pilgrimage is drawing to a close, but the light of heaven dawns upon it now. She has a great duty to perform, and perform it she will, for she has learnt that the cross, which saved us in eternity, must be taken up on earth, and that without sacrifice there is no peace for the soul. She has called Edward to her side. She has mentally prayed that strength may be given her for the trial at hand. She has said to herself, the scene, his tears, his passion, his soul will too deeply move, and she has charged him with solemn earnestness to leave her for some hours to herself, and then to return and bless the remaining days of that life he cannot save. She remained alone, and deep and intense were the prayers she poured forth, as she waited for those she had sent for, those whom she had summoned around her in that solemn hour. She had never looked so beautiful in her days of pride and health as now, on her bed of sickness and sorrow, of penitence and peace. Yea, of peace, for although the approaching hour was one of pain and trial, aye, and of shame too, yet her way was clear before her, and she turned not now her head aside from the cup of sorrow and of humiliation, but steadily prepared to drink it to the dregs. When she saw Mrs. Middleton, the mother of her childhood, the friend of her youth, the friend who had lately sought her with a message of peace when she had forsaken and been forsaken by all the world, when she remembered what she had to tell her, her soul well nigh fainted within her. But she held out her hand in silence and prayed more earnestly. When Alice, the widowed, the childless Alice, entered the room, when their eyes met, she opened her arms. Oh, what depths of mysterious feeling, of unutterable memories, of silent aspirations, were crowded in that embrace. O language, where is your strength? O words, your power, compared with the mute communion of such an hour? But all are not assembled yet, and Ellen's eyes are fixed on the door with earnest expectation. And when it opened, and she saw Mr. Lacy, her guide, her friend, he who by his sacred ministry had prepared her for death, she turned paler than before, for he was not alone. An aged woman followed him, and gazed upon her with a strange and bewildered expression. There was a moment's deep silence, and then Ellen, turning successfully to each of them, addressed them thus: You who have been to me all tenderness, you who have been to me just and merciful, with a justice and a mercy more than human, you whom God made his instrument to bring me through such sorrow unto repentance, and you through whose means he brought me back to himself, listen to me and hearken to my dying words. Mrs. Middleton, you had a child, and you lost her. My hand, unwittingly, unknowingly, so help me God as I speak the truth, my hand was the instrument of her death. It was lifted up in anger, but not in malice. And that anger has been visited upon me by a fearful punishment, which, like the mark which was set on Cain's brow, has followed me all my days since, and has brought me to an early grave. Can you forgive me? Oh, yes, by that hand which I grasp, by these tears which fall on my brow, and which wash away that fiery mark which has branded it so long. You do forgive me. You say of me what our Savior said of his murderers. God forgive her, she knew not what she did. And now, she continued after a pause, during which there was no sound in that room but stifled sobs. And now let me take a solemn leave of you all. Let me ask for your prayers, for my end is at hand. Mrs. Tracy knelt by Ellen's bedside and said, in hardly articulate tones, Pray for us when you are in heaven. God bless you, answered Ellen faintly, and closed her eyes. After an instant, she opened them again, and, turning to Mr. Lacy, she said in a voice of deepest emotion, Oh, Mr. Lacy, is it not merciful that death has been so sent to me as to allow me time to rise up on my knees and to cry, Lord, have mercy upon me? She was seized with a sudden faintness and sunk back on the bed exhausted. All withdrew in silence except Mrs. Middleton, who with clasped hands and streaming eyes kept watch by the pale sufferer as she slept. She hardly realized to herself the truth of what Ellen had said. She could form but one idea, feel but one conviction. This cherished, this idolized being was to die. Death had done its work with all she loved. She had before borne up against grief. Now, for the first time, she resigned herself. Out of the deep she called upon God, and in the horror, in the pity, in the unconquerable tenderness which vaguely filled her bewildered soul, she learnt to cease from man and turn to God. She dared not think, and so she only prayed. When Edward returned that day, he found his wife weaker than ever, but calmer still than she had yet been. She received him with a smile which pierced through his soul. The fearful truth broke slowly upon him that he must lose her, that the days of trembling hope and fear which he had gone through since he had taken her back to his heart must give way to that desolating certainty, to that inevitable anguish against which the feelings rebel while the understanding acquiesces. There was no secret between them now. They knew they must part, and her remaining days were spent in a long and deep farewell. She was more resigned than he was. She was nearer heaven. She had suffered and struggled, and through much tribulation had reached the haven at last. Life's last wave had carried her to the shores of eternity, and death for her bruised heart had a balm, for her weary spirit a rest, which life could never yield. She gazed upon him hour after hour, and her very soul seemed to speak out of her dying eyes. And it seemed as the harps of the skies had rung, and the airs of heaven played round her tongue, as she spoke of that death which had lost its sting, of that grave which had lost its victory. For in the might of her earthly love, in the ardor of her living faith, she had discerned the shortness of time, the fullness of eternity. Life seemed to her now but a little span, and she could say in the spirit of David, "I may not stay with thee, but thou wilt come to me." Edward, the strong, the stern, the self-relying Edward, suffered more. His faith was as firm, but his hopes were less vivid. A vague remorse agitated him. Mr. Lacey's words to him on the day of their first interview had sown a seed of self-reproach in his heart, which had wrought painfully since. Had not her face been so divinely serene, and her spirit so full of hope and of peace that it tempered the agony of his, he would have been still more miserable. Life, which to her appeared short, seemed to him so long. The path he was to tread so lonely. The hope he was to cherish so distant. The world as it is so dreary. The world to become so mysterious. One day that she seemed a little better, a shade stronger than usual, he passionately kissed her pale cheek and whispered, "You will not leave me, Ellen. You will not die." "I cannot live," she answered. "Edward, dearest, I ought not to live. I have suffered too much, too acutely, to raise my head again, and meet what all must meet with in this world of sin and of sorrow. Believe me, Edward, my lot has been wisely ordered. I bless God, who in his boundless mercy has gently laid me down to die here at your side, your hand in mine, your words of love in my ears. They will follow me to the last, and when my failing lips grow numb, when thought and memory flee, the consciousness that you are near me will remain, and I shall die as I have lived. No, not as I have lived. My life has been dreadful, and my death is not." She hid her eyes with her thin, transparent hands, and a slight contraction for an instant wrinkled her brow. The vision of past sufferings had risen up before her. She remembered what she had gone through and trembled. But as she turned towards Edward, the expression of mute anguish in his face affected her suddenly and deeply. She threw her arms around his neck and cried, "I would stay if I could, Edward, but it is too late. The spring is broken. The light is quenched. We must part for a while." Oh, God," murmured Edward, as he clasped his hands in an agony of grief and supplication. "Thou didst give her to me, and I cast her away from me. I was blind and had no mercy. Now I see, and my misery is complete. Thy ways are just, but thy judgments are dreadful. But in the midst of them, my own, he remembers mercy. He has tried us. He has proved us. He has marked out for each of us our way to heaven. Mine is short, for he saw my weakness. Yours may be long and arduous, for he knows you strong. But both will meet in the end. With one Lord, one faith, one hope, I die. With the same Lord, with the same faith, with the same hope, you will live. There is a blessed communion in which we both believe, between those who rest in heaven and those who struggle on earth. You will pray for me when I am gone. I will pray for you where I go. At the altar, think of me, as if kneeling mysteriously at your side. Give me a secret chamber in your soul, where my spirit may meet yours. When you retire from the world to commune with God and be still, and when death comes at last to you, as it is now coming to me, think of this hour. Think of one so sinful and so weak, passing with a strength not her own, through its dark portal in peace, and God be with you then, my beloved, as he is now with me. Her prayer was heard in the hour of trial, when he lost all earthly hope and felt himself of all men the most miserable. God was with him. When 2 days later she murmured in his ear, as he was supporting her head against his breast, "Read the prayers for dying." He read with a swelling heart and an unsteady voice, and at the end of each she faintly said, "Amen." When he came to the last, no amen was uttered on earth. The light was gone. The soul was fled. He was alone. And if God had not been with him, then he would indeed have been desolate and utterly forsaken. For he had few connections, few friends. He never opened his heart to anyone, and in his grief he hid himself from the eyes of men and communed with his own soul. God was with him during the first hours of agonizing grief, during long days of gloom and silent loneliness, during years of calm sorrow and quiet exertion, in which he did much good and learnt that lesson which affliction teaches, in all things to be more resigned than blessed. And when he dies, he will be with him still, for he never forsakes in death those who have served him in life. He traveled for a few years, and then returned to Hillscombe, where he lived much alone. Once, 5 years after Ellen's death, while he was calling on Mrs. Moore at Hampstead, he accidentally met Mr. Esquart, who slightly bowed to him and left the room. Edward turned deadly pale, and that night he had to struggle long and deeply with himself before he could utter the most solemn sentence in the Lord's Prayer. With Mr. Lacey he formed a strict intimacy, which lasted as long as the life of that venerable man. Mrs. Middleton never returned to Elmsley, and spent her remaining days in one of those beautiful and quiet spots on the coast of Devonshire. The sight and sound of the sea soothed and quieted the restless nervousness from which she suffered. She would sit for hours on the shore and watch attentively the advancing and receding of the tide, or the fishermen's children playing on the sand at her feet. How much that woman must have suffered was the remark often made by strangers as they passed by her and observed the expression of her face. Once a little scene occurred which excited some attention in the bystanders. A pretty little girl, whom Mrs. Middleton had often noticed and caressed, was playing near her with another child. They quarreled, and in her anger the little girl struck her playmate, who fell on the ground. A loud and wild cry burst from Mrs. Middleton's lips. She laid hold of the child, and in a hoarse and trembling voice exclaimed, "You know not what you do, you know not what you do." Abashed and terrified, the child looked at her and began to cry. She never forgot that scene, nor the words of the pale lady in black, who so loved the sea and its loud roar, and who had started so violently and shrieked so wildly when she had struck her playfellow. Of Alice. What shall I say of Alice? What did she once say of her favorite flower, her type and her emblem? For it bore in its bosom the cross and the crown of thorns, and it was pure and spotless as those that one Eve's matron smile in the world's opening glow. She said it had done what God had sent it into the world to do. It had given her buds in the spring and flowers in the summer, thoughts of joy in health, thoughts of peace in sickness, thoughts of God and of Christ always. Alice has gone and done likewise. She goes about doing good. She weeps with those who weep. She rejoices with those who rejoice. She feeds the hungry. She clothes the naked. She visits the sick and those in prison. She teaches the ignorant. She prays for the guilty. Into the haunts of misery, into the abodes of despair she goes, and speaks of peace where peace has never been, and of hope to those in whose ears the words sound strangely. When the ear hears her, it blesses her. When the eye sees her, it gives witness to her, and the blessings of those who are ready to perish come upon her. She is eyes to the blind, and feet to the lame, a mother to the fatherless, and to those who have none to help them. Morning and evening she kneels in church, and, like Anna, serves the Lord with fastings and with prayers. There she takes up the cross in the morning, bears it through the day, and returns at night to give thanks, and press it to her bosom with all its thorns and all its sharpness. Is she happy? I have studied her face. I have watched her life. I have seen her pray by a deathbed. I have heard her sing to herself as she sat at work in her room. I have seen her play with joyous children. I have seen her weave garlands of bright flowers, but then I saw her lay them on a grave. And I dare not say she is happy, but I know she is of those who, if they mourn, shall be comforted, who, if they sow in tears, shall reap in joy. And I remember that a sword pierced through the soul of her whom all generations call blessed. There is a man who goes every day to the same church, who sometimes supports an aged woman and leads her gently to the bench where Alice sits, who kneels himself at a distance and listens to the sound of her voice as she utters the responses. This is Robert Harding. He visits the poor she visits. He hears the blessings they pour upon her. He talks of her to Mrs. Tracy, and he hopes that the time will come when he may conceal his love so well that she will speak to him familiarly again, as in the days of their childhood. As time went by, its soothing effect told upon these mourners. Those sorrows which had at first driven them to solitude as a refuge, when their acuteness was past, drew them together again. That mute sympathy which the heart can scarcely value during the first bitterness of its grief became to each of them a source of consolation. Mrs. Middleton was to Edward and to Alice an object of tender solicitude. How often he felt that when they spoke together of things indifferent, or listened to music, or looked upon the beauties of nature, the same thought was in their minds, the same image before their eyes. On these occasions, she sometimes pressed his hand in silence, and both felt, without saying it, that their treasure was in heaven. In Mrs. Middleton's features, in the tone of her voice, in the expression of her face, Alice found a resemblance to the husband of her youth, which gave her an interest in her eyes which no other human being could have had, and in the tender and earnest affection which united them, both found their highest earthly comfort. They had learned, one after striving for it long and vainly, the other on the threshold of life, that happiness is not the portion of earth, but they looked beyond it, and found, in the meantime, that each returning day, even to the deepest mourner, brings new blessings in the shape of perils past, of sins forgiven, of thoughts of God and hopes of heaven. The end. End of conclusion, part 2. End of Ellen Middleton by Georgiana Fullerton.